Sword Art Online, Progressive, 007, Rhapsody of a Crimson Heart, Part 1. Written by Reki Kawahara. Illustrations by Abec. Design by BP. Translated by Stephen Paul. Read by Mae Zurita. 7th floor of Einkrad, January 2023. 1. It's hot! That was the first thought that escaped the lips of my current combat partner upon teleporting to the 7th floor. So hot! She repeated for emphasis, scowling upward. For structural reasons, we couldn't see the blue sky or the sun itself, but the light that radiated down from the bottom of the floor above us was undeniably stronger here than on the 6th floor. It's supposed to be midwinter here, so why is it so hot? In fact, when we stopped for a bit last night, wasn't it a lot cooler than this? She asked, turning back to me. I shrugged. I feel like I mentioned somewhere along the way that it depends on the specific floor whether they model the real-world season or not. This one probably just ignores the season entirely. It was cold last night, but it wasn't cold, right? I know, but it's January 5th. It feels like it's 81 degrees here, she said, an oddly specific number to quote. Elsewhere, around the teleport square, there was only a handful of other players, but all the same, she hurried over to the shade of a broadleaf trees at the edge, then opened her player menu. After a quick manipulation of her equipment mannequin, she removed her red hooded cape. Underneath it were a thin breastplate and a leather skirt that stopped just above the knees. With a shake of her lustrous chestnut brown hair and an equally long sigh, my partner, the level 21 fencer, Asuna, looked me over with a grimace. Kirito, why don't you take that coat off? It's making me sweat just looking at it. I don't know, I said, looking down at my avatar. Your hooded cape is more or less a cosmetic item, but my coat is my primary source of armor. If I take this off, I'll lose most of my defense. Not in the safety of town, you won't. True. Logically, she was correct, but the memory of being attacked by an NPC assassin in the midst of the 6th floor town was still fresh in my mind. I at least wanted to stay fully equipped outdoors, but it was true that the interior of my black leather coat was rising on the sweat index. The town attack was part of a forced event, so I shouldn't have to worry about it happening again, I told myself, and I went into my menu to return the coat of midnight to my inventory. Underneath, I wore a breastplate similar to Asuna's, a thin and long pants. That would be much cooler to wear, I thought. Doesn't really change much, murmured the fencer, staring me down. I think it's all the black thing. Just looks hot. Don't you ever feel like wearing a different color, Mr. Black? Well, you've been wearing red since I first met you, I argued back. Asuna glanced at the red tunic she was wearing and looked up with a smirk. I wear other colors here and there. Oh, do you? When I'm relaxing at the inn, yes. But we're outside. I have no choice. I have to wear what gives me the best defense. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, I argued. But the truth was, defensive numbers weren't the only reason I wore nothing but black. My main coat was the last hit bonus prize for beating the 1st floor boss, so the color wasn't my choice, but the shirt and pants were regular store-bought clothes, and I could choose a different look if I felt like it. Technically, I could claim another practical reason that dark-colored gear offered a bonus to hiding, but that could also backfire, depending on the terrain and brightness. I'd chosen dark blue when I created my character, and I didn't consider to have always been enamored with black or anything like that. Maybe there was some connection to the fact that my middle school uniform was the stuffy traditional gakoren, a long-sleeved, high-collared jacket that made me feel comfortable in dark colors. I was pondering this very belated topic when Asuna snuck up and patted me on the back. Well, I'd feel weird if you started wearing white or orange, so I guess I'll put up with you looking sweaty. Anyway, let's get moving. Moving where? It's our first time being in this town, right? Well, second, but obviously I'm talking about lunch. Do you have any recs? Let's see. I blinked, turned to survey the square. Lectio was the main town of the 7th floor. Had a very orthodox design by the standards of Aincrad. By the edges of the teleporter square were homes and shops built from stone, wood, plaster, and the half-timbered style. In contrast to the board game-like town of a 6th floor, Stachin, the roads leading outward from the circular plaza here were complex and confusing. I spent several days based out of this town during the beta test. I tried to out a number of restaurants in that time, of course, but my memory of them was oddly faint. Lectio. The best dish of Lectio was... I tried to summon my memories, but they were proving stubborn. It was as though someone had clapped a lid on my mind. I gasped, realizing why my memories of this place were hazy. I was the one who put that lid on them. It was a place where I'd experienced great sadness. Recalling those tragic memories was the icebreaker that made them all come flooding back in miserable detail. But for now, I let them run off into a side tributary and focused on Asuna's question. Sadly, there wasn't really anything in the beta that I'd call a great specialty here. For one thing, Lectio isn't the main encampment of the 7th floor. Huh? But it's the main town, isn't it? On paper, yes. Anyway, I can explain that part later. Let's get to a restaurant first. I think that one over there sells pita-ish sandwiches. The one in that direction has a chicken-ish rice, and the one that way serves some spicy-ish stew. What's up with all the ish foods? Asuna asked suspiciously. Then she followed it up with, when you say chicken and rice, is that the Japanese style or the Singaporean style? Huh? What's the difference? Japanese-style chicken and rice is kind of like omu rice. It's basically fried rice with chicken, flavored with ketchup. Singapore-style chicken is thin-sliced poached chicken over ginger-flavored rice. It's called Hainan chicken, or Kyoman gai, she explained smoothly. I just stared at her. When I met her on the 1st floor, she said stuff like, I didn't come to this town to go eat good food. But now that we'd been working together all the way up to the 7th floor, I couldn't say with certainty that Asuna's knowledge of food outclassed the average SAO player by far. I would have thought that meant she liked to cook food as much as she enjoyed eating it, but the 5 skills Asuna currently owned were rapiers, light metal armor, tailoring, sprinting, and likely 2-handed lances. It was too early to have 2 crafting skills at this point, but why did she pick tailoring instead of cooking? And why was she working on 2-handed lances, a skill with hardly any use for her? We'd been partners for over a month at this point, but there were still so many things I didn't know about her. I realized it was probably more on the Singaporean side. I don't remember if the rice was ginger flavored though. Why are you so fuzzy on this one? Regardless, let's go to that one. You like Hanan gai? You're mixing them up. It's Hanan chicken or Kyoman gai, she snipped. Then she added, it's not me, it's my family that likes it. I just felt like having it since it's been a while. Oh. I grinned to hide my surprise. It was extremely rare for Asuna to speak about her real family. The last time I could remember her doing so was in Yofil Castle on the 4th floor, when she told me that her Christmases on the other side were spent eating cake all alone, waiting for her father and mother to come back home. Be that as it may, I had no problem with having chicken and rice for our first meal on the 7th floor. "Let's go then. Right this way, madam," I offered, bowing obsequiously and pointing an upturned hand in the right direction. Asuna sniffed smugly and took the lead. We headed down a path southwest from the teleport square, and following vague memories, turned right once and left once. A pleasant smell hung in the air. Asuna's nose started to twitching, and she smiled. "Yes, this does have the smell of some proper chicken and rice." "Just don't expect the exact thing," I replied, although my hunger gauge was nearly at its maximum, too. The Irrational Cube boss of the 6th floor went down around 11 o'clock last night. Asa and I went up the staircase from the boss chamber to the 7th floor and activated the teleporter gate in the main town there, then returned to Station to escort the NPCs Theano and Maya home after their help in the fight. We stayed at an inn in Station because we were utterly exhausted, and I slept a dead, dreamless sleep until 9 in the morning. The bulk of the frontline players would have been busy working on the 7th floor by then, so we spent an hour relaxing around the place before checking out, then teleported back to Lectio through the gate. So looking backward, the last time I ate anything was before entering the 6th floor labyrinth tower. That had only been an informal meal of a donor sandwich from a cart. I couldn't even remember the last time we sat down and took our time eating at a table. Clearly, she was thinking the same thing, because Asuna's pace picked up as we rounded the last corner and came to the restaurant on the right side. It was a very simple business with a round wooden sign hanging over the open doors. The relief carving on the sign said, in English, "Min's Eatery." Min's Eatery? What's an eatery? I asked, unfamiliar with the word. Asuna explained. "It's like a casual restaurant or a cafe. This place looks small. I hope there's an open table." Her prayers were answered. There was no one in the place. It was a bit too early for lunch, and the way to get here was convoluted and out of the way, so if I had to guess, I'd say hardly any player knew this even existed yet. The smaller scale eatery term was accurate. There were 6 spots on the counter and a pair of tables for 2. Nothing more. We sat down at one of the tables, and before we could even look at the menu, a voice behind the counter bellowed, "Welcome. What will it be?" Hey, give us a second. I protested at the plump woman there, whom I took to be Min herself. I opened the wooden menu on the table so we could look at it. As a general rule, the menus and signs for NPC shops in Aincrad were written in English. At first, I found it difficult to read and decipher them, but over time, you started to figure it out. Or at least get used to the concept. And so lately, I felt like just glancing over the letters was enough for me to tell what they were. Maybe. Fortunately, the folding menu only had 2 starters, 2 main dishes, and 4 drinks. At a glance, the 2 starters looked like salad and soup, and both of the main dishes were rice-based. One was chicken, as I remembered, and the other one looked like basil rice. Both dishes were 40 coal for a large portion and 30 for a regular size. That was a reasonable price for the 7th floor, considering it was meant to be a light meal. However, basil rice? Is that the same basil that comes on pizzas and stuff? I would assume so. It's spelled the same, agreed Asuna. Under my breath, I complained. But basil's just a leaf. They're going to charge the same price for leaves and rice as they do for chicken and rice? That's crazy. I don't know why you're complaining to me. Ah! She blinked with surprise, then smiled. I get it. I don't think this is just leaves on rice. It must be kafao. Kafao? I've heard of it before, I wondered. She patiently explained, I was just telling you that the name of Singaporean chicken and rice is khao man gai, right? That comes from Thai, and the 2 biggest rice dishes in Thailand are khao man gai and kafao. Oh, so what is kafao? It's often just called kafao rice in Japan. You stir-fry chicken or pork with basil, then serve it with rice. Oh, I don't think this place served that during the beta, though. Maybe the owner went to study in Thailand before the game launched, she said, with a very serious expression. I couldn't tell if she was joking. Asuna then sighed and said, I can't keep waiting. If you don't decide what to order in the next 5 seconds, I'm making the decision. Wait a second, I cried, staring at the two items on the menu. Do I go with the safe choice of chicken and rice, or live on the wild side and try the unknown kafao rice? I let myself waver for 4 seconds until inspiration struck. Wanna order both and share them? That's a good idea, agreed Asuna. Then she added quietly, make them both larges. That time spent studying in Thailand must have served her well, because Min's chicken rice and kafao rice left nothing to be desired. Maybe the secret sauce of coming in absolutely famished helped, but I was certain that the chicken was nothing at all like the beta test dish of simple boiled chicken on rice. The kafao rice was a new taste for me, spicy and delicious. Asa and I finished off our shared dishes in less than 3 minutes, washed it down with a vanilla-scented tea, and sighed with great satisfaction. Hey. You said this town wasn't really famous for any food. I'd say this was quite the find, wouldn't you? Asuna asked, arching her eyebrow. I replied with what I'd been thinking about as I ate. It wasn't this good in the beta. It was like dry, lonely rice, underwhelming pieces of chicken. But it was definitely rice, right? Isn't this the first place in Aincrad we've seen that sells proper rice dish? Oh, she might have been right about that. I'd eaten some porridge gruel in the Dark Elf camp on the 3rd floor, but that was closer to barley boiled in sweet milk with nuts, dried fruit, and sprinkled on top. I wouldn't have called that a rice dish by any means. I think you're right, I said, but the rice here is long grain rice, isn't it? That's good too, but it doesn't give you that good ricey feeling after a full meal that short grain rice does. How do you know about long grain and short grain rice, but have never heard of kaomangai or kafrao? Asuna asked in disbelief. Because I went on a field trip in elementary school to try out planting rice in a paddy. Oh, that's nice. When did you get to do that? Although I did go catching bugs in a paddy once, Asuna said with a smile. She quickly composed herself and cleared her throat, feeling like she'd been talking too much about the real world. At any rate, she continued, this was really delicious. Thank you for showing me this wonderful place. You're welcome. Doesn't feel like we're celebrating a New Year meal, though. First of all, it's already January 5th, and it's sweltering outside. They could serve a traditional New Year's dish here, and it still wouldn't feel right, she said, with a shrug, finishing her iced tea and looking out the window. The interior had good ventilation, so it was fairly cool, but the sunlight flooding through the noontime window was full and suffocating as midsummer day. Because the beta test had occurred in August, every floor felt warm and summery, but none had been so bad that it felt uncomfortable. Maybe the heat of the 7th floor had been amped up, just like the flavor of the chicken and rice here. If so, given how unpleasant it already was for Asuna and me in our light armor, it was going to be hell for the tank players decked out in full metal plate armor. The same could be said for the Dark Elves, who didn't seem to enjoy the heat. Asuna was thinking the same thing. I hope Kizmel's all right, she murmured. Well, it might be hot here, but there's plenty of greenery and water. I don't think she'll have much trouble as in the dusty desert of the 6th floor, I explained. The fencer looked surprised by my comment. No, I'm not talking about the heat. I mean about the keys. Oh, right. That should have been my primary concern. Asuna and I were in the midst of the Elf War questline. On the side of the Dark Elves, we helped Kizmel, the Knight of Lysula, with a sequence that saw us recovering one of the sacred keys on each floor. We'd found the Jade Key on the 3rd floor, the Lapis Key on the 4th floor, the Amber Key on the 5th, and the Agate Key on the 6th floor, with the 2 remaining. But unforeseen event had caused all 4 sacred keys to fall into the hands of Kawahara, the adjutant of the enemy fallen elves. The big problem was it was unlikely to have been pre-programmed part of the questline. There was a gang of player killers out there in Aincrad, led by a mysterious man in a black poncho. At some point, they joined up with the Fallen and helped them steal the key. All 6 keys were recoverable in the beta test, but we just lost them all partway through. This couldn't have been part of the original quest line story because it happened through the interference of another player. We parted ways with Kizmel just after it happened on the 6th floor. Kawahara broke her favorite saber, but I'd offered her an elven stout sword as replacement. It was my backup weapon. So I wanted to believe that our connection wasn't permanently served. But Kizmel had to report to the Dark Elf High Priestess or some other important figure to explain how she lost their sacred key. There was a price to be paid for her failure. Hoping to cheer Asuna up, I did my very best to enunciate loudly and clearly. Remember what Kizmel said when we left her? I am the one of the Queen's own Royal Pagoda Knights. Only Her Majesty and the Knight Commander have the right to formally rebook me. I'm sure she'll be fine once we get started on the next chapter of the quest on this floor. We'll see her soon after. Rebuke? What? It's rebuke, not rebook. It means to punish someone for their failure. Asuna explained, her worry replaced by annoyance. She exhaled and looked me in the eyes. Yes, you're right. If I have enough time to sit around moping, it would be better spent doing something. Now that we're full again, shall we get started on the 7th floor? My temporary partner extended her fist across the table. I smirked. You bet. First things first, though, we gotta upgrade our equipment. I pounded her knuckles, and we got to our feet. 2. As of January 5th, 2023, this was what Asuna and I had in terms of skills and equipment. Kirito, level 22 swordsman, skill slots 5. Skills in use, one-handed swords, martial arts, search, hiding, meditation. Equipment, Sword of Eventide, +3, Coat of Midnight, +6, Fortified Breastplate, +4, Skin-Tight Skirt, +2, Trousers of Shadow Thread, +5, Spiked Short Boots, +3, Ring of Brawn, Sigil of Lysula. Asuna, level 21 Fencer. Skill slots, 5. Asterisk, 6. Skills in use, Rapiers, Light Metal Armor, Tailoring, Sprinting, Two-Handed Lances, Asterix, Meditation. Equipment, Chivalric Rapier, +7. Woven Hooded Cape, +2. Thinly Made Breastplate, +6. Fencer's Tunic, +4. Pleated Leather Skirt, +4. Prancing Boots, +3. Earrings of Ripples. Ring of Luminance. Sigil of Lysula. Asterix. Skill in the parenthesis is from the Crystal Bottle of Kelo. The recommended challenge level, accounting for the safety margin, was typically the floor number +7, so neither Asuna nor I had any reason to hold back on tackling the 7th floor statistically speaking. Half our gear was the rare quest rewards or boss drops, but that was far from all of it. In my case, the breastplate, shirt, and boots were ordinary store-bought items, and so were Asuna's cape, tunic, and skirt. They were powered up, but their absolute numbers were still far short of rare loot. So the first thing to do when we reached a new floor was to check out the NPC shops and see if we could buy anything that was an improvement on those items, preferably at a bargain price. It was a crucial part of survival in a deadly game, but it was also part of the fun of role-playing an RPG. After observing the shelves of the first armor shop we went into, Asuna muttered, "This selection isn't exactly inspiring, and the biggest shop in the main town." Just quietly enough for the shopkeeper couldn't hear. I nodded. "Yeah, unlike the Eatery, this place hasn't been upgraded, it seems." I take that to mean it wasn't impressive in the beta either. My memory is hazy, but that is the impression I recall. "You had such a vivid and detailed memories of Stachin. Why is your knowledge of Lectio so vague?" she asked, pointing out my failing again. I pursed my lips. In order to explain why, I'd have to touch on a tragedy that befell me, that befell nearly every beta tester on this floor. I would have preferred to keep that memory locked deep in my mind, never to be spoken of again. But Asuna was too sharp. I wouldn't be able to hide it from her. I cleared my throat and said, "In order to explain why, we need to get to the town's exit." "That's fine. There's nothing much to buy here anyway." "Let's go then." I led a skeptical Asuna back to the teleporter square. There were still a few players to be seen, either because of the heat or because there wasn't much to see and do here. I wanted to take off my coat and breastplate, but I couldn't stop myself. The heat was only virtual. I concentrated on crossing the square, taking the east-west main street through the town on the west to do so. It wasn't very big town, so I just had a few minutes of walking brought into the view the wall that separated the safe zone of town from the dangers of the wilderness. "Huh?" Asuna murmured to my right. "Why are there two gates?" she said. At the end of the main street were two large gates with nearly identical design. The only difference between them was the marble sculpture atop each one. The sculpture on the right was a miserable-looking man, his back hunched over a cane, as though walking against the elements in a storm. The sculpture of the left was a decadently dressed man, in his back arched, holding an enormous wine glass. Each gate was open, offering a clear view of terrain on the other side. Beyond each gate was a path surrounded by green grasslands. There was nothing in between the paths on the far side of the wall, but there was nothing stopping you from going out one gate and taking the other path instead. So the meaning of the two gates was, to put it dramatically, I suppose they reflect the fates that awaits players beyond the gates. "Fates?" Asuna repeated, clearly thinking this was an overly dramatic. She glanced at the gates again. "Then the path out of the right gate offers hardship, and the path out of the left gate is the easy road," this would suggest. "That's mostly right," I replied as we reached the open space just before the gates. There were no players here, either. Most likely the two big guilds, the Dragon Knights Brigade, DKB, and the Aincrad Liberation Squad, ALS, had already chosen a gate and headed onward. Once we were there, the perspective effect on our visibility changed, making it impossible to see clearly out into the wilderness. In the distance, through the right gate, under the statue of the man with the cane, was a thick forest and a craggy, bald mountain. On the left gate side, under the man with the wine, the path seemed to sit on a flat plains as far as the eye could see. "So, Lectio, on the eastern edge of the 7th floor, right? Meaning the labyrinth towers on the western edge?" Asuna asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "And where's the starting point for the Elf War quest here?" "Should be in the center of the floor. It's roughly equidistant from whichever path you take." "So we could probably take the easy path then, right?" "I suppose so, but only if you have an ironclad will, Asuna." "All right, what is going on with you and these cryptic statements? What do the two paths have to do with your memory of this floor?" she snapped. I could tell that her irritation gauge was rising, so I resigned myself to the difficult conversation ahead. "Well, The right path has a lot of monsters and treacherous terrain, which is tough, but that's the normal game type route. The path on the left has a few monsters and flat land, but there's a huge town along the way. It's about 2 or 3 times bigger than Lectio. A huge town? Is it a dungeon? No, it's a human town, safe zone, inns, shops, the whole deal. Good for food, too. So what's the problem? The problem is there's a huge casino in that town. Huh? Asa's mouth hung open. She looked up at the sculpture of the man with the wine glass, then back down at me again. A casino like... A casino? Like in Las Vegas or Macau? Like in Las Vegas or Macau. Not that I've been to either, I said, gazing through the left gate. Like it or not, the bitter memories of the past were flooding back into my mind. Out of the 8,000 players in the beta test, I'd estimate that over 80% of them took the left path, and the majority of them got hooked on the casino, and the majority of them got taken for all they had. Rumors said that half of the beta testers dropped after playing on the 7th floor. Asuna was silent for a good 5 seconds, then walked around to face me directly, blocking my view. And what happened to you? I lost everything, I said, grimacing bitterly. All the coal I'd saved up from adventuring, all my rare items, everything. I only had my sword left, but I didn't give up. I got back on my feet again, and from there, headed out from the next floor. I might have lost the casino, but I didn't lose at the game. No, I didn't lose at the game. Right. What? We're going right, Asuna declared, cutting off my heroic saga, and she began to walk toward the gate under the man with the cane. I didn't argue with her choice. It wasn't like I wanted to make the same mistake twice, particularly because in the beta test, dying just meant coming back to life on the first floor, but there would be no starting over in your underwear this time. If I lost my money and equipment, I'd have to wait around in the town of beginnings for someone else to beat the game for us. But something inside me, perhaps my gamer soul, refused to let me stay a loser. I faced Asuna back and said something she didn't expect to hear. The beach. Huh? She turned around. I told her gravely. Didn't I mention this before? On the south side of the 7th floor, there's a beach with white sand and palm trees. That's part of the casino town in question. Volupta. Of course, it's not a real sea, just a bit of a lake that reaches to the edge of the floor, but the water itself is salty. A beach? She repeated the word, very conflicted. She glanced up at the bottom of the floor above, which was radiating sunlight and heat, then looked at me again. But with this heat, the beach should be packed with people, right? Actually, in order to earn a pass with the beach access, you have to win a ton of chips from the casino. And I doubt the DKB or ALS are going to get sidetracked with gambling, I said, thinking of the stern expression of Lind, the leader of the DKB, and Kabao, leader of the ALS. Asuna took a step closer to me, wearing a very similar expression. But that means we can't visit the beach without betting at the casino either. Well, yeah, but when I was telling you about that, do you remember what you said, Asuna? That if the 7th floor is eternally summer, you were going to do something at the beach. Asuna just blinked, taken aback. Then her eyes darted away, a very awkward, unnatural way, and she grunted, She jabbed me in the side. So apparently she wasn't speaking in some non-human tongue after all. How much does that pass cost if you converted it to coal? It's the same price as in the beta. One casino chip is worth 100 coal, so it'd be 30,000 coal? 30K? She shouted. I couldn't blame her. My current net worth was about 90,000 coal. And I guessed Asuna was around the same. It would be insane to spend nearly a third of that for a chance to play on the beach. And yet... No, not so fast. The beach pass isn't bought with 300 chips. You get it from the casino once you've won 300 chips worth of games. So it's kind of like a VIP benefit, meaning that once we got the pass, we could cash in all of our chips back to coal. Unfortunately, you can't convert chips into coal, but you can trade them for items with a high resale value. So you can sell them and make back the money, I said, silently adding in my mind, assuming you can actually win 300 chips. Asuna folded her arms and considered this information. After all of this, she decided she still wanted to go right. I was prepared to go along without a fuss. 10 seconds later, the fencer unfolded her arms, looked up at the sculpture with the man in the cane, then examined the man with the wine glass. Even if I won 30,000 chips, I still wouldn't lord it over anyone like he's doing. Well, let's go, my partner said, briskly walking towards the left gate. I followed her without a word. Of the two paths that extended from the gates of choice in Lectio, the NPC residents called the right northern path the Headwind Road. The left southern path was the Tailwind Road. Of course, that wasn't a literal reference to the direction of the wind, but a figurative one. The left path that we chose was pristinely paved with bricks, with flowery fields on either side. The road was ever so slightly tilted downward the entire way, and saw virtually no monsters. If only it were a bit cooler. This might be the most pleasant trip I've had yet in this place, Asuna commented. I stiffly yawned and agreed. The meadows on the second floor were nice, but only if you ignore the occasional runaway bull. Ah, yes, the cow floor. I'd enjoy a chance to eat that enormous shortcake again. The tremble shortcake? Maybe I could have teleported back to Erebus, eaten the shortcake and gotten luck bonus, and then tried the casino, I commented ruefully. That buff only lasts 15 minutes, she pointed out. You'd never make it in time. You never know. If I sprinted for all I was worth, I might have enough time to play one game with it active. You really just wanted to gamble, didn't you? Asuna said, right as the deep buzzing of wings sounded nearby. We drew our swords and took a stance with our backs to each other. Monsters hardly ever appeared on the Tailwind Road, but that didn't mean that the few that did were pushovers. Their stats were par for the 7th floor, and their attacks were complex, so you had to be on your guard. Asuna scanned the northern side of the road, while I looked on the south side. When the wings picked up again, I heard her cry, "Get down!" I ducked as far as I could, resisting the natural urge to turn and sneak a peek. Something passed just over my back and ferocious speed. I looked up and saw a green shape hovering in the air about 30 feet away. It was an insect about 20 inches long with a translucent wings. The silhouette was squat and round. There was a long, sharp horn extending nearly the entire length of its body from its head. The pale red cursor displayed the name Viridian Lancer Beetle. What's Viridia? Asuna whispered. The name of the plains, I think, I murmured back. Uh-oh, it's coming again. The hovering insect lifted its sparkling emerald carapace. It buzzed the air, darted directly towards us. The horn of the Lancer Beetle, which first appearance on this floor, was powerful enough to punch a hole through plate armor at full speed. It was nearly impossible to parry with one-handed weapon. The only way to guard against it was with a sword skill, but even then, it wasn't easy to hit that sharp horn when it came blazing at you so quickly. If you failed, it would go through your chest, your head, and critically hit a counter could prove instantly fatal. Asa and I crouched to avoid the Lancer Beetle's charge. I got to my feet immediately, turning around, then staring at the insect as it took a gentle turn over the field. "Well, we can avoid it, but it seems endless to me," Asuna murmured. I shrugged. "It's not endless. As you avoid its charges, their angle gets lower and lower, so eventually we won't be able to duck it anymore." "Then what should we do?" she asked. As the beta tester, it would be easy for me to simply give her the answer, but at this point, I wanted her to develop the observational skills and instincts to put together a strategy against unfamiliar monster type. I wasn't necessarily going to be there to help her forever. "Can you tell what its weak point is?" "Underneath its body?" Austin replied at once. Should have known, I thought, impressed. "Technically, it's the ganglion right in the middle of the place where all 6 of its legs meet. The brain's weak point, too. But they're usually heavily armored, and a giant horn makes it hard to aim for that." "But how do we attack its under..." Asuna started to say, but the Lancer Beetle lifted its wings sheaths as high as they could go, the sign that it was about to charge again. When a Lancer Beetle charged, only its head, thorax, and wing sheaths were visible. Each part was covered in tough armor that was highly likely to deflect any normal attack. If you attempted a normal sword skill and failed, it could deliver a fatal counterattack. By the way of a hint, I started in motion for a single hit skill vertical. Next to me, the tip of Asuna's chivalric rapier wavered with indecision. But then it went perfectly still. She assumed the stance for a charging skill, linear. Our swords took on a high-pitched whine and faint glow. Right on cue, the Lancer Beetle started its third charge. I resisted the urge to duck, waiting for the right moment. Asuna kept perfectly still, holding her active sword skill and weight. With just the barest of hints, she figured out the tactic that took me 2 deaths in the beta to figure out. The deep buzzing of its wings immediately growled louder, a sound that summoned a kind of primal fear. The wicked, sharp point of the horn was just 10 feet away when the 2 of us fell to the ground, but on our backs this time. The Lancer Beetle's less armored belly passed right over our faces. A normal swing would do almost no damage while we were lying on our backs, but a sword skill was different. As long as you maintained the right distance and angle between body and sword, the skill would activate, even if you were on the ground. Unfortunately, you couldn't get an extra boost of power from pushing off the ground, but that wasn't necessary to hit the belly of an insect-type monster. Ha! We exhaled in unison, unleashing vertical and linear blue, and silver light flashed. The 2 swords struck true at the base of the Lancer Beetle's legs, cutting it deeply. They made a terrific wham sound, the sign of a successful critical hit. The monster's squat body shot upward, spraying crimson damage effects, and went into a tailspin. It took 3 or 4 of those attacks to defeat 1 in the beta, but my level and sword were considerably more powerful and doubled by the presence of my partner. Based on the physical sensation of the hilt, I guessed that 1 more hit would do the job. I pushed off the ground with my free hand and got to my feet. That was it. Now let's go again. But the spinning Lancer Beetle fell to the ground, bounced, and went still in the middle of the air unnaturally. It briefly contracted, then burst into blue particles. Countless shards flew out and then melted into air, gone forever. "Huh?" I gasped. Asuna almost sounded disappointed. "Oh, it just takes 1 hit?" "Well, technically that was 2 hits, but even then, I wonder if they nerfed its hit points. Or maybe it's some new death-mimicking skill," I thought. But there was a window that displayed the coal, experience, and items we'd earn. Asuna sheathed her rapier and began examining her rewards. Oh, this is interesting. They're giving us a ton of money and experience. But the items are all crafting mats? Hey, don't look down on insect parts. They can make armor that's way better than anything you find in stores. As long as you don't mind the look, I admitted, scrolling through our own items to the bottom of the window. Then, forgetting we were out in the dangers of the wilderness, I howled, "Oh! What?" Asuna shrieked. Startled, I hit the item materialize button, then grabbed the object that appeared in the window and turned around to face her. Ta-da! I thrust the 8-prism crystal under her nose. It was colored a deep rose pink, similar garnet. Sadly, my temporary partner did not understand the value of the item. She just looked at it, then me, then back at the crystal again. And what is that? It's called a healing crystal. Oh, so it's that thing you were talking about, she said, her face lighting up at last. She snatched it out of my fingers and held it up to the sunlight. Ah, so this is what they look like. And this really heals all your HP at once? Yup, sure does. How do you use it? Well, obviously you chew on the end, I said, then realized it probably wasn't a good idea to joke about how to use a crucial item that would be our lifeline in conquering this game of death. I cleared my throat and took the crystal back from Asuna. Okay, I'll be serious. Using them is very simple. It's the same way for all crystal items. First, you tap the surface of the crystal, then select Use from the menu that appears. Second, you hold it in one hand, then touch the other end to yourself or the person you want to use it on, and then you say, "Heal!" Yikes! I hurled the healing crystal. Asuna caught it, shouting, "Hey! Why did you just throw it at me?" You're supposed to hold it and just say, "Heal." But I very nearly used it on you when you already have full HP, I explained, feeling a cold sweat break out from my forehead. Asuna sighed deeply. Didn't you use these things all the time in the beta? You should know better. Not all the time. Even on the 10th floor, they were rare and a valuable item. And let me tell you, I wasn't the only beta tester who was saving them and ended up dying because we didn't want to waste them. Well, you'd better not do that now. If you or your partner is in danger, don't hold back. Just heal. Yikes! She shouted, without warning, and tossed the healing crystal as though it were red hot. I caught it. We stared at each other without a word. Eventually, Asuna murmured, "You should probably put that away for now." Good idea, I agreed, opening the belt pouch on my left side. But I stopped there. No, you should have it, Asuna. What? It was your loot. It's yours, Kirito. In our partnership, I'm the vanguard, and you're the rear guard, right? It's just good tactics to have the crystals in the possession of the back row, because they have a better vantage point of the battle, I said, intently. I held out the crystal, but Asuna only pursed her lips. I wasn't just making that up. Players on the front line had to focus so hard on enemy up close that they could lose track of their hit points, and usually were just using both hands so utilize a crystal in the midst of battle, you had to let go of your weapon or shield. On that point, I already had my left hand free, so I could hold it in my hand to use it. But to my good fortune, Asuna didn't point out the hole in my logic. She accepted the crystal. I don't appreciate being labeled in the back row, but I take your point. In that case, I'll hold on to this. You're not just holding on to it. Like you yourself said, you need to use it without hesitation when you are in danger. She nodded, dropping the crystal into her belt pouch. A sudden thought flickered in my mind. Maybe I should have kept it. That way I could avoid using it on myself as long as necessary, holding out for Asuna's benefit as much as possible. Wouldn't Asuna agree? In that case, both of us should keep the crystal. Healing and purification crystals were very rare in the beta, but we just got one from the very first monster we fought on the 7th floor. Perhaps they revised the drop rates and made them easier to find. Asuna looked around the field, seemingly having the same train of thought. Hey, are those stag beetles the only ones that drop healing crystals? Not at all. Some monsters drop them more often, but from the 6th floor on, every monster has a tiny chance of dropping one. Tiny chance? Like, how tiny? Well, this is only according to what was researched during the beta, but they found that the chance was 0.01%. On the 6th floor, it was 0.1%. On the 7th floor, I think 0.01%. Meaning you might get for every 10,000 monsters you beat? Asuna exclaimed, arching her eyebrows. I shook my head. That was for the 6th floor. We beat a ton of monsters on the 6th floor. And we never got a single crystal, right? But the 7th floor, it's 10th of 1%. So that's still 1,000. Yeah, I know. But they might have improved the odds since the beta, I said hopefully. Only then did the puff of rage over Asuna's head calm down. Well, we did get the drop from the first monster, so there's no one else around. Want to try hunting more stag beetles? Sure. I glanced at the clock readout in the corner of my view. It was 1:15 in the afternoon. Even at a casual pace, it wouldn't take us 2 hours to get to the gambling city of Volupta. We could kill an hour or so hunting before we continued on, and it wouldn't be dark yet. So let's do a little monster hunting farming and practice beating lancer beetles. Roger that, said Asuna with a grin. She stepped off the path into the field to the north. Over an hour and a half, Asuna and I beat about 15 Viridian lancer beetles, about 10 Viridian poison wasps, a powered-up version of the wasp from the 2nd floor, and about 5 greasy worm lizards, creatures that oozed up out of the earth like a cross between a snake and an earthworm and a lizard. One monster every 3 minutes was a significant pace on the Tailwind Road, where monsters were few and far between. Asuna quickly mastered the tactic of using sword skills as you fell, the trick to beating a lancer beetle. Aside from the one time she fell to the ground using the new tactic, only to freak out when she saw the greasy worm lizard wriggling up from the dirt right beside her, our hunting went very smoothly. We got plenty of money, experience points, and materials, but unfortunately not a single extra crystal. 30 monsters, of course, was not nearly large enough of a sample size to gauge whether they'd adjusted the rates, but at the very least, it didn't seem like they'd be dropping all over the place. What should we do? Keep trying a bit longer? Asked Asuna, holding her rapier. I considered the question, then replied, No, we should wrap it up now. If we keep trying, we're not going to be able to reach Volupta before it gets dark. Is that a particularly bad thing? She asked. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to say. I couldn't come right out and tell her it was because Volupta was an enchanting sight in the sunset. Instead, I looked up and offered weakly, well, it's our first time down this road, so we might get lost in the dark, you know? It wasn't even 3 o'clock yet, but the light around us was already starting to turn a rich golden, and you could tell the temperature had dropped a fair bit. How could we get lost? It's a single path. But fine. Asuna agreed, sheathing her sword. I placed my own in the container on my back and walked us toward the brick road. It's funny. We've been hunting for an hour and a half, and not a single other player has come this way. I wonder why, I asked. Asuna looked down the road both ways, seemingly realizing it for the first time herself. I suppose you're right. Do you think the DKB and the ALS and Agiles group all chose the Headwind Road? Huh. The only benefit that route is you eliminated the risk of going bankrupt. That just makes it sound like we're at risk of going bankrupt. I hunched my shoulders, ruining the mistake of saying anything at all, and pointed to the southwest. Well, let's just get going. Once we get to Volupta, you'll see there's plenty to do aside from the casino. Despite her skeptical expression, Asuna said nothing more on the matter, and we hurried down the brick road as the hints of nightfall crept closer. 3. We encountered almost no monsters from that point until we were done crossing the 3-mile Viridian Plains. The moment we crested the final hill, Asuna exclaimed, "Oh!" and ran a few steps forward. Before our eyes was one of the if not the most elegant and beautiful cities we'd seen in Einkrad thus far. It was something out of a fantasy world. Well, it was a fantasy world, but even still. The city sloped gently downward to the left, with all of the pure white stucco houses arranged on descending levels. The larger dwellings had roofs painted in pristine deep blue, and they shone golden light on the sunset like bonfires. It was stunningly beautiful. In the beta, it was made of gray stone, like the main town, so the entire place had been renovated for the official release. Beyond the bottom row of houses was a white sand beach with emerald green waters. This is what I wanted to show her, and it worked. Asuna stood still in amazement, then exhaled and murmured, "It's beautiful, just like Santorini." Santorini? Is that a real place? She looked at me, rudely, awakened from her momentary dream. Yes, it's a real place. It's a Greek island in the Aegean Sea. There's a town there called Oia. It's identical to this one. I was tempted to ask if she'd actually been there herself, but decided against it. Instead, I asked, then maybe they modeled it after that one. Is Oia famous for having casinos? I've heard that there are casino resorts in Greece, but I don't think there are any in Santorini. Again, I decided against asking her how she knew that. Instead, I shrugged amicably. Interesting. Well, look there, on the far side of town. I was pointing to an especially large building, looming all the way to the other end of the layered town. On either side of the octagonal building, with a cobalt blue roof, were towers with conical tops. It looked like a palace. That was the Volupta Grand Casino, the place that inflicted joy and despair on so many players in the beta test. That's the place? Asuna asked. I nodded. Yes, listen to me. Asuna, that casino's going to test our willpower in every way possible. Don't get too heated, but don't be too timid. Stay calm, but be bold. Yeah, I get it, she said, clamping her hand over my mouth to stop me from talking. Let's go earn 300 chips and enjoy some time at the beach, then go see Kizmel. Yes, ma'am. We removed her hand from my face, then began to walk down the hill. Volupta covered about as much space as Electio, the main town of the floor, but it was at least 3 times as busy. The moment we passed through the white stucco gates, we were met by lively shouts and enticing smell from the carts, restaurants and pubs on either side of the main street. I told myself that we'd just eaten that delicious chicken, rice, and kafrau in Lectio. But that was already 6 hours ago. The unplanned hunting session had us worn down a bit, and the evening was approaching, so this was a good chance for an early dinner, I supposed. Hey, Asuna. Hey, Kirito, she replied. I held up my palm, motioning her to go first. She blinked and said, I'm sure the casino is open late. Should we eat first? Open late? It's open 24 hours. Oh. But I'm with you on eating. What should we get? What's good around here? She asked for the second time that day. I had to think about it. In the beta, the majority of the time I had spent on the 7th floor was consumed by this town. But I had few memories of the food here. That was because I had been busy ignoring my earlier advice to be calm and bold, electing instead to be panicked and cowardly, generally making a mess of myself. Well, I'll let your instinct and knowledge and general luck with food lead the way here, Asuna. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, but okay, I guess, she murmured, looking skeptical but also a bit pleased with herself. Because of the slope, the north side of Volupta was uptown, where the homes were, and the south side was downtown, where the businesses occurred. Virtually all the places to eat, however, were located along the main street that ran east to west through the center of the town. It was also arranged so that the farther you went down the street toward Volupta Grand Casino, the fancier the places got. The prices of luxury restaurant across the street from the casino were charged absolutely preposterously by the standards of the 7th floor economy. Belatedly, I started to panic at the thought of Asuna choosing that place in particular. Fortunately, her white leather boots came clicking to a stop about a third of the way down the street. With its wide open doorway and a mix of indoor and outdoor seating, the establishment seemed more like a cafe than a restaurant. There was much clinking of utensils and glasses coming from the bright interior, and plenty of lively chatter. I didn't mind that kind of atmosphere, but it didn't strike me as Asuna's kind of thing. "Are you sure you want this one?" I asked hesitantly. A moment later, I heard an especially loud voice shout, "Don't hold back, boys! This one's on me! Order what you want!" There were cheers and whistles in response. "You're a good man." "With a spiky head of hair." 3 more large ales over here, ma'am." "Make it 4. And 2 sausage assortments." Asa and I shared a look of foreboding, then walked to the entrance and peered inside. The interior wasn't particularly large, featuring just 2 tables in the middle, but they were spacious ones, packed with players wearing familiar equipment, dark-colored iron gray and moss green. We didn't need to see the guild tag on their cursors. They belonged to one of the 2 advancement guilds, the Einkrad Liberation Squad. In the center of the table, on the left, chugging a large mug, was their spiky-haired leader, Kabao. Around him were the other principal members of the guild, like Okutan, Shikenspek, and Hokai Ikura. "How are they already here?" I muttered. Asuna sighed. "Were they already on their way here before us?" Since they didn't pass the Tailwind Road, it was the only possibility. That meant ALS had stayed at an inn in Lectio last night, then left first thing in the morning to get the Volupta. Lectio was a boring town, it was true, but there were a fair number of quests to do, with some pretty good hunting areas, too. Unlike with a smaller and nimbler guild, it was too easy for the members of a larger guild to start to drift apart in terms of levels. You'd assume they would want to spend an entire day around the first town of a new floor, just working up on leveling up. So why did they rush out of the town at the first opportunity, and why were they carousing here with drinks? Neither Asuna nor I could answer that question, but just then there was another cheer from a different group behind us. We turned to look at the other side of the street. There was a restaurant there about the same size. If marginally more elegant, we trotted across the street and peered through the window because the doors were closed. "To today's victory!" said a voice. It was followed by a chorus of roaring cheers! Filling the seats around 2 large tables were a group of players wearing metallic silver and cobalt blue clothing. It was clearly the other 2 main guilds, the Dragon Knight Brigade. Standing alone in the back of the room, raising a mug of ale, was a thin man with long hair tied into a ponytail. That was their leader, Lind. Nearby, Shivata, Hafner, and 2 of his guildmates. "The DKB too? But why?" Asuna asked. "And why are they toasting and drinking at this hour?" I wondered. "He said something about today's victory. Did they mean they beat a field boss or something?" "I don't think there were any FBs worth celebrating around Volupta," I said, earning a cold look from Asuna for lazy abbreviation. She pulled back from the window. "Well, I would assume that both guilds have come here for the casino, but I can't help but wonder why they chose competing locations right across the street from each other. It would be nice to figure out what's going on before they wind up dragging us into it." I had no qualms with that. We'd suffered from the DKB and the ALS battle over the guild flag on the 5th floor, and the race to beat the floor boss on the 6th floor. So if they were butting heads over some new advantage, I wanted to know what was going on before it got out of hand. "She's probably here in town, too," Might as well get in touch, I muttered. Asana's face lit up as she nodded. The response to my request to meet in person came in 2 minutes later. I'm in a hot spot right now. Can it be in 15 minutes? I'll see you at a place called Pots and Pots on the southwest side of the Fountain Square. Asana read the message over and wondered, hot spot? Like for earning experience points? I doubt it's that. Then what is it? You'll have to ask her for yourself, I said, closing the window. The Fountain Square in question was located where the east-west main gate street intersected, with a grand staircase that went north-south up the hill. It was less than 100 meters away from our present spot. If we walked straight there, it could take us less than 5 minutes. So we took our time checking out the various places to eat on either side of the road, arriving at the square after another 10 minutes. The plaza was, according to my research, the third best tourist spot in Volupta, following the casino and the beach. It wasn't all that large, but there was a statue of the bird-headed goddess of luck in the fountain, where pure water flooded out of the natural rock at her feet, forming a circular pool around her. When Asana got closer and peered through the metal fence around the fountain, she let out a gasp. Look at all those gold and silver coins! And as she said, there were a ton of glittering coins at the bottom of the water, shining in the light of the fires all around. If I was remembering correctly, it seemed like there were far more coins than the last time I'd seen it. Don't jump and scoop them up, or the guards will kick you out. I'm not going to do that, she protested, jabbing me in the side. It's lovely, though. It's like the Trevi Fountain. Oh, I even know that one. It's in Rome, right? Correct. I'll throw in a coin, too, said Asana, pulling 2 silver coins from her little pocket in her pouch. What? You're throwing in 200 coal? There isn't any buff from this fountain. I don't care. She glanced at me once again, then, for some reason, turned back to the fountain and tossed the coin over her shoulder. They splashed in the water and sank, wavering downward until they sat atop a pile on the bottom. You didn't have to throw both of them. 200 coal was enough for 5 extra large plates of minced chicken and rice and lectio. I thought, frustrated, but Asana just sighed and explained, at the Trevi Fountain, there's a saying that the number of coins you throw in will change the wish it grants. Oh yeah? How so? 1 coin means you'll be able to come back to Rome. 2 coins means you'll be there with that special... She stopped abruptly, clamped her mouth shut, looking away. You'll have to look it up on your own to learn the rest. How am I going to do that in Minecraft? Once we're back in the real world, you can do an internet search or whatever. It's going to be a while then, I said, thinking to myself. I'm sure I'll have forgotten about it by that point. Then I glanced at the right corner of my view. Oh, 1 more minute. Oh, that's right. We left the fountain and rushed to the southwest part of the square. There was only a sightseeing area there, however, and no shop called Pots and Pots. Nothing's here. Is it on another corner? No, hang on. I tugged the sleeve of Asana's tunic, my nose twitching. I thought I'd call a very familiar faint whiff of something tantalizing on the night breeze. This way, I think. I led us south, down the grand staircase, through the town. Despite the name, the steps were about 10 feet long and 30 feet wide, with flower beds in the middle. It was really more of a street than that happened to be made of steps. At the end, ahead of us, was a large gate, with a beach and ocean, lake, technically. Just past it, followed by the outer aperture of the floor, and the infinite sunset beyond. It was a tremendous view, but now was not the time to admire it. I headed down the staircase, pulling on Asana's sleeve all the way, while then took her down a narrow side route to the right. Directly behind the sightseeing guide area from earlier, there was a little sign. In a loopy handwriting, it did appear to say Pots and Pots, but I didn't know what exactly it was supposed to mean. "Oh, this is it!" Asana exclaimed, just as I heard some faint footsteps. A small figure came rushing up to us at high speed from the other end of the alley and came to a stop before we could even react. Sorry, 20 seconds late, said the figure, a small player in a sand gray hooded cape, the info broker, Argo the rat, bowing. Asana yanked her sleeve out of my grasp and took a step forward. No, it's fine, she said happily. We just got here ourselves. Ah, I see. It's been a while, A-chan. Or has it? It has only been a night. Huh, Argo said with a shrug. I waved my hand and said, Hey, sorry to bother you when you were on your hotspot. Nah, it's fine. It was the right place to quit anyways. Did you win? A fair bit. I'm only doing a preliminary investigation today. It was at this point Asana awkwardly interrupted. When did you say it was a hotspot? You meant at the casino? Were you betting, Argo? No, when you put it like that way, it sounds like I was doing something criminal. Just a little gambling, more like. That's the same thing, she said. Argo grinned and chuckled, then patted Asana on the elbow. Come on, don't be a stick in the mud. I gotta start selling the first issue of my 7th floor strategy guide by the end of the night. It's part of an info broker's job. Yeah, a likely story, I thought. Still, it gave me an idea. Wait, you aren't selling 7th floor strategy guides yet? I was sure the ALS and the DKB came straight to Volupta because they'd already read your work. Argo shrugged. Well, we ain't in the only beta testers. They must have learned about the casino on their end. Hey, you want to go inside? I'm starving. The instant she said it, my virtual stomach rumbled. Asana nodded, deeply without a word, so we followed Argo into the mysterious Pots and Pots. Inside, it was even smaller than the chicken and rice place in Lectio, with just 4 seats at a counter. 3 of them went to Argo, Asana, and me. There was no menu to be found on the counter. I was looking around when I heard the voice from beyond. Asana say, The menu's on the wall ahead of us, key boy. What? I looked up and saw on the back of the wall a board packed with small alphabetical letters. I'd thought it was just decoration initially, but now I could see it was a menu. Chicken and tomato, chicken and beans, chicken and mushroom? I skipped down a ways and saw that after chicken, the items were all beef and something, and then fish and something, then mutton and something, till you reach the left side, where they finished with rabbit, deer, and partridge. I know what rabbit and deer are, but what's partridge? I wondered. Fortunately, Asana had the answer. It's a kind of bird. In Japanese, we call them mountain quail, if I remember correctly. Mountain quail. How is that different from regular quail? I don't know. Because they live in the mountains? Oh, makes sense. I focused on the menu again. There had to be 100 of the packed names on the list, but the problem was that I had no idea what sort of dish they were describing. If I ordered the partridge and beans and got a whole roasted partridge stuffed with beans, I wasn't sure my ravenous appetite would last. I couldn't ask the cook either because there was no one behind the counter. What could it mean? I'll have the beef and potatoes. I'd like the rabbit and herbs, I think. After the girls ordered, a voice from somewhere replied, Sure. I jumped up, startled, leaned over the counter from a standing position. A very short person walked out of the door on the left and stuck something round they were holding with both hands into the oven on the right. This NPC had to be the proprietor, I assumed. Their large chef hat fell over their ears, and the red scarf tied around their neck went up to their ears. So there was no way to tell for sure that they were male or female, young or old. The only thing I could be sure of was that I didn't give my order. I wasn't going to be getting any dinner. Then I'll have partridge and parsnips, I said out of sheer abandon. I didn't know what they were. Might as well choose from the bottom. The chef said, sure, again, and vanished into the darkness of the kitchen on the left, then reemerged with another mysterious round object that went into the oven. The actual dish itself was still a total mystery, but within a minute, an extremely fragrant and delectable smell filled the little shop, much to my delight. It certainly wasn't a bad smell, and after all, this location had been chosen by the Rat, the greatest info dealer in all of Aincrad. We could trust her taste. After another minute, the chef pulled 2 of the round things from the oven, placed them on the simple wooden plates, then added a knife, fork, spoon, and set them in front of Asana and Argo. The objects were, in fact, crisp, rounded bread rolls. They looked good, but what happened to the beef and rabbit? Asana had figured out the trick, however. She grabbed the bread without hesitation, pulled off the top, a burst of steam issuing from inside, and I murmured with admiration. 6-inch bread roll had been hollowed out and filled with a thick brown stew. Ah, so that's what this is, I murmured. Asana gave me a funny look and said proudly, you should have had figured it out from the name. Huh? Pots and pots? What is it supposed to mean? I murmured. Asana gave me a funny look and said proudly, you should have figured it out from the name. Huh? Pots and pots? What is that? What is it supposed to mean? They're pot roasts in bread bowls. Oh, sure. I get it. You could have warned me, rat, I thought, glaring past Asana. But Argo had already taken a bite out of her bread lid, which she dipped into the stew first. I very nearly started drooling at the sight, so it was fortunate that my golden brown bread bowl was placed before me at that moment. Asana had been considerate enough to wait for my dish to arrive, so we had said our grace first, then lifted the bread lid off the top. Inside the bread roll was a creamy white stew. I copied Argo and split the piece of bread in half, then dipped it into the stew and took a bite. It was good. It tasted like the cream stew I was used to eating in the real world, but there was more of a gamey scent to this one, with a little accent of sweetness. I finished the bread lid quickly, then picked up my spoon. The first thing to try was the mountain quail partridge, which had a rich, tender, savory taste. Then I scooped up a mysterious white ingredient. It was a semicircular piece of something that looked like a potato or a turnip. So this is a parsnip? I wondered to myself, giving it an appraising look. Asana appeared to be feeling sorry for me. Did you order that without knowing what it was? Yeah. It's lizard tail. What? I immediately held the spoon at arm's length. Of course, everything here, the partridge, Asana's rabbit, Argo's deer, were all just digital data, and lizard meat would be no different. But that didn't matter. I had standards, and they mattered to me. What kind of combination is quail and lizard? I muttered to myself. Asana and Argo burst into laughter. You're amazing, Key Boy. It's always worth teasing you. That's a vegetable. What? Really? Yes. In Japan, we call it a sugar carrot, or American parsley, Asana explained smugly. I gave her a sidelong glance, then popped the white object into my mouth. It had a crispy crunch like a carrot, but with its own flavor and sweetness. It was odd, but I didn't mind it. I can see why they call it a sugar carrot, I commented once I saw it a piece. Technically, though, it's a relative of celery, Asana pointed out. As long as it's not lizard tail, I don't care. With that, I started to eat the dish in earnest. I had only gotten 2 or 3 bites in when Argo spoke up. Do you want to trade? Asana and I shared a look, then we both indicated we would. First, my bread bowl made its way over to Argo, then Argo's dish went to Asana, then Asana slid over to me. This one was rabbit and herb, if I recalled correctly. The texture was meatier than the partridge, but it didn't have a funny aftertaste, and the blend of herbs gave it a stimulating complementary flavor. Once we'd eaten another third of the stews, we slid them over again. Argo's beef and potatoes had that classic comforting taste. The combination of a large, juicy meat and steamed potato was supremely satisfying. Once I'd reached the bottom of the bread bowl, I asked Asuna quietly, "Are we allowed to eat the bread it's in too?" "Why not? We got knives." "Oh, it's for cutting the bread." I picked up the serrated knife and sliced the empty bread bowl in two, then into two smaller pieces. I popped one of the stew-soaked bits into my mouth. I was happily chewing away while Asuna cut hers into more manageable pieces. Then she asked, "Which was your favorite stew, Kirito?" Well, they were all good. The mountain quail and lizard, sugar carrot, was new and interesting. The rabbit and herb, bold and stimulating. While the beef and potato was a safe and delicious. But if I had to choose one as the winner, I'd say I'd go with the rabbit. Oh, really? Why? I think I like the texture best. Interesting. I wasn't sure exactly what she found interesting, but she nodded anyways and stuck her fork into one of the nearly cut squares of bread. Once we were done, we left the building. Volupta was in the night mode now. I inhaled the soothing breeze coming up from the beach and stretched luxuriously. That was good. Thanks for showing us this place, Argo. Right outside the square isn't where you'd think to look, huh? I'll give you that one for free. Hey, thanks, I said with a grimace. Asuna suddenly gasped. Oh! What is it? I feel like we weren't contacting Argo to catch dinner with her. The rat and I both gasped, too. Ow! We just paid for the meal at Pots and Pots and left, so it would be embarrassing to go back inside, but it felt like a waste of time to go searching for a cafe to sit in. Instead, we decided to register in an inn. The inns in Volupta were clustered on the south side of the town, closer to the beach. But the finest place of all was upstairs at the casino. We needed casino chips to stay there, though, rather than coal. So we strolled down the great stairs, turning right when we reached the fancy gate at the bottom, which was guarded by watchmen. Once you were this close to the beach, you couldn't actually see it anymore, because of the tall stone walls blocking access. I wonder if the people who live here complain about the fact that the beach is exclusively for tourists who gamble at the casino, Asuna murmured. I was going to say that they were just NPCs, but decided against it. Kizmel, the dark elf, wasn't the only NPC we'd met that had advanced conversational skills and emotional intelligence on the level of a human being. Maya, Theano, Bohrum were recent examples of the same on the 6th floor. Not all NPCs were like that, but somewhere in Volupta were probably some NPCs with the same level of artificial intelligence. I'd prefer not to see any NPCs die on this floor, I thought, just as Argo answered Asuna's question. They might. The whole town's more or less ruled over by a gigantic casino. Ruled over? That sounds ominous. There are accompany towns in the real world too, right? Volupta's economy is run by tourists who come up for the casino, so the residents can't really complain. They close off the beach. Asuna glanced up at the stone wall to her left. When you put it that way, I almost feel bad about the idea of relaxing and having fun on the beach. Aha! So you two are off to the beach, huh? Well, now I feel it's bad for saying that. No, actually, I'm glad you told us, Asuna admitted. I watched her closely then and asked, So, should we forget about the beach? No, she said, to my surprise. On the 6th floor, we learned that this world often doesn't work the way its background suggests it should. I've decided to make up my mind based on what I see and hear for myself, and that means ignoring what you've told us, unfortunately. No worries. I always gotta be on my toes so I don't just swallow everything I hear through the grapevine, too. Oh, my recommendations of this place, Argo said, pointing out at a 4-story inn up ahead. She grinned and added, but of course, A-chan will want to check it out for herself before she decides to stay there. 4. Argo's recommendation, the Amber Moon Inn, was met with Asana's approval as soon as she walked inside. The DKB and ALS were already here in force, so I was worried we might have trouble finding a room, but either they were putting off getting their lodgings for the night, or they were planning to stay at the casino's luxury hotel. All the rooms here were available. Argo was going to stay here too because we decided to go for a platinum suite for the 3 of us. The price was thrilling in its extravagance, but split 3 ways, it wasn't unaffordable. Naturally, there were 3 rooms in the suite, so I wasn't worried about any situations beyond the capabilities of an 8th grade boy, like what happened in the Dark Elf camp on the 3rd floor or Castle Galley on the 6th floor. This arrangement should be fine. Should be. There was no elevator, so we had to schlep up the stairs to the 4th floor. Asana opened the door, locked by an ordinary key, not a puzzle, then said, "It's amazing," the moment she stepped inside. I found out what was amazing about it at once. The walls across the spacious common room had 3 large windows, a rare style in Aincrad. It gave a panoramic view of the beach and water at the south edge of town. The sun was already down, but there were torches lit at regular intervals along the beach, and the moonlight coming through the outer aperture cast a pale stripe across the surf. The furnishings in the room weren't up to the standards set by the Dark Elf castle, but the view was easily top 2 among the places we'd stayed. Asana rushed to the window to take in the night view. The sight of her framed against that background was like a work of art. I just gazed at the scene, taking it in, until I felt like someone was staring at me. "What you grinning at?" Nothing," Argo hissed with laughter, and removed her hooded cape, then walked over the kitchen space in the corner of the living room. In the real world, there would have been a refrigerator with cold drinks inside, but Aincrad didn't have any condensers or ice magic. If you lit a stove, you could boil water for tea, but it was still midsummer kind of night. It's not quite as hot as the day. I didn't want anything hot to drink. "I'll just have some water, Argo," I said, walking over to pour it myself. But Argo snatched the pitcher away. "Just leave this to Big Sis." She put the pitcher and 3 glasses on a tray, then took it over to the sofas in the center of the living room. I had no choice but to follow her, so I helped set the glasses on the low table, then sat down on the sofa cushions. "Come here, A-chan. You'll like this," said Argo. Asana turned around at last, blinking as though broken out of a spell. She sat next to me, looking curious. "I'll like what?" "Just watch." Argo filled the 3 glasses with water, then opened her inventory window. She produced a pale blue nut. No, a flower bud? It was a rounded object, less than 3/4 of an inch, pointed at one end. I couldn't remember seeing this in the beta tests. Argo dropped the blue bud in one of the glasses. It sank at first, then slowly rose back up, making faint fizzing and cracking sounds. When the finely frothing bud reached the surface again, it gently broke apart. Delicate, translucent petals expanded and the cracking grew louder. 5 seconds later, the flower was completely open. It was beautiful, but it had a strange shape. There were 6 hexagonal petals pointing in 6 directions, while the center was shaped like a 20-sided die, complete with triangular faces. As I watched, spellbound, it grew more and more translucent. It was closer to a fine ice sculpture than a plant. "It's beautiful," Asana murmured, suddenly leaning forward. She peered directly down the top of the glass, then smiled and said, "I knew it." "You knew what?" "Look at it from this angle." When I followed Asana's lead, I gasped. The ice flower was identical to a snowflake crystal from above. I glanced across the table, still crouching, and asked the grinning info dealer, "What is this, Argo?" "Oh, we're not even at the surprise yet. Take a drink, A-chan." Okay. The moment her outstretched fingers touched the glass, she exclaimed, "It's cold!" The sides of the glass were already beating up with tiny droplets. She grabbed the glass firmly this time, held it up, summoning her courage. She pressed it to her mouth. The flower on the surface wavered and clinked against the side. Asuna took a small sip to test, then kept going, drinking half the glass. She pulled away and looked from me to Argo. "It's cold! It's great! It's cold!" "Wow, really? Let me try," I asked, reaching out, but Argo interrupted. "Look, key boy, I got one for you, too." She had already prepared ice flowers in the other 2 glasses. She pushed one to me, which I grabbed, feeling shocked at the stabbing chill in my palm. It was practically cold enough to stick to my skin. I poured the liquid down my throat. It was pure ice water. There was a little hint of mint flavor, which only added to the pure taste of the liquid. The chilled water flooded down my throat, and the effect it had on my sun-baked body was indescribably pleasurable. I quaffed down 2/3 of the glass all at once, then exhaled with satisfaction. I hadn't had any ice water in Einkrad since Yofel Castle on the 4th floor. It was cold enough to snow back then, so it didn't hit quite the same. Here on the 7th floor, which was as hot as summer, that ice water was even better than a powerful healing potion. "Argo, what's this flower called?" I asked again. The rat took a mouthful of the water before answering. "The item name is Snow Tree Bud. Its effects, as you can see, it is to chill a single glass of water. When you're done, it conveys 2 buffs." "Huh, really? You think I'd lie about it? By the way, you gotta drink all the water before the ice flower completely melts, or you don't get the buff." "Huh, really?" I repeated, staring down at the top of the glass. The snowflake pattern flower did seem to be smaller than when it first bloomed. I wanted to sip and savor the drink, but I was curious about that buff too. Tense, I tilted the bottom of the glass higher. The chill from the ice water flowing down my throat paralyzed me with refreshment. I watched my HP bar as I drank, and a second later, 2 small icons appeared. One was the familiar sign for gradual HP regeneration, while the other was a combination of a shield and a small flame. "Oh, is this a flame resistance buff?" "Yes," Argo grinned. I stared at the icon, then at her. Hang on. Healing is nice, but flame resistance is a very rare benefit. Why are you just giving it to us for fun in here?" "Don't worry about it. I got plenty." "Where did you find them?" "Well, there's a nugget I'm not gonna let slip for free." "You're killing me," I wanted to shout, but she was an intelligent broker after all. If anything, I ought to be grateful for what she had told me for free already. How much?" I asked, dreading the answer. Argo lifted her glass with both hands. She still had plenty of water left. She considered. "Well, I could go ahead and charge you a simple coal price, but instead, I'd rather take payment in labor." Labor? I turned to share a look with my partner, except that Asuna wasn't looking at me. She was staring at the ice flower in her empty glass, so I looked back at Argo again. "What kind of labor are you looking for?" "Don't be scared. I put you and A-chan in danger? I just want a little help with a quest that's tough for a single person to tackle. A quest. It was true that there were many quests in SAO that were basically impossible to complete on your own. They had been a source of great frustration for me in the beta. All I needed to do was recruit some brief party members. But if it were that easy for me to do, I'd be aligned with one of the 2 guilds by now. In that sense, it was a mystery to me why Asuna, who had at least 10 times the social communication skills that I did, had spent an entire month playing solo. But I felt like part of that reason was the massive imbalance between men and women in Frontline Group as a whole. It had been 2 months since the deadly game started, and the DKB and the ALS only had a handful of women between them. There was no difference in skill, so I had to assume that the exclusionary atmosphere around the group was driving female players away. It was going to take a female leader to change that. I shook my head to dispel that train of thought and focused on Argo's face. If there's a quest you can't beat alone in this town, it has to be at the casino, right? Brilliant deduction. Okay, not that brilliant. There's barely a single quest in Volupta that doesn't involve the casino in some way. Well, I could help, but I'd rather not get involved in another epic-length quest series like the Curse of Statuen on the last floor. Don't worry, it's a real quickie. I assume. That does not sound reassuring, I thought. Glancing aside again, Asuna was still staring at the bottom of her glass. Asuna, I asked quietly, drawing the fencer's attention at last. She looked at me, then Argo, then asked bashfully, Argo, is it okay if I eat this flower? It looks tasty, huh? Go right ahead, she said, assuring her. My curiosity was piqued too. I picked up the ice flower, which had melted down to a bite-sized at the bottom of the glass, and popped it into my mouth, crunching the delicate structure. It gave off more of that pleasant, minty flavor. I placed the empty glass back onto the table. Asuna and I thanked her for the treat, agreed to help her with the request, and then, finally, I was ready to explain the reason we got in touch with her. So, we didn't meet up with you to eat food and get better raid on a nice hotel room. It's because we saw the ALS and the DKB already in town, having competing feasts in the middle of the afternoon. And we wanted to know why. What? Really? That's all? Argo said, sinking deeper into the leather sofa. I narrowed my eyes. Well, it's not natural, is it? I would understand if the ALS members were doing it, but the DKB is a more serious of the two, and they were toasting with mugs and everything. Oh yeah? I wish I could have seen it. But if they were having a feast here, there's obviously only one reason, Argo said breezily. She glanced at the ceiling. It's not really worth holding over your head, so I'll consider the cost included in the other matter we just negotiated. They were toasting because they won big at the casino. Huh, I muttered, as did Asuna. They won big? As in, they were gambling the moment they got to Volupta? They were having a toast because they won big? The two of us were surprised in slightly different ways, but neither question seemed to bother Argo. That's right. I'm not just imagining that either. I saw him carrying on myself. What did they win at? You can't make a killing on cards or dice or roulette in half a day. You sound like you understand too much about that, Asuna said, her gaze piercing my left cheek. I did my best to ignore it, awaiting Argo's answer. For some reason, the information agent grinned and held up her index finger. Well, I didn't know until I went inside that they've changed a bunch of stuff since the beta. In what way? The biggest change is that the main event happens twice, both in the day and at night. I sucked in a breath, knowing that Asuna would not understand what Argo was talking about. Really? I leaned back, sinking into the plush sofa. Asuna jabbed my left arm. What is it? What's the main event? I carefully did not meet her eye as I described the particular gambling attraction that caused me to lose everything but my sword and the beta test. The battle arena. It's a monster coliseum. 5. We cleaned up the dishes on the table, then washed off the dust and sweat of the day in the suite's bath. Not all at once, of course. I went first, followed by Asuna and Argo. Although I finished my bath in just 3 minutes, the girls took over 30, which was long enough for me to gain a point in my meditation skill while waiting. I'd gained the meditation skill from Bohrum, the old man with the hamburger steak in Castle Galley on the 6th floor, but it was still largely a mystery to me. The effect of meditation itself was simple. If you maintained a kind of Zen meditation pose for a certain period of time, you gained an HP regeneration buff and a mild resistance to all negative status ailments. It was a very useful thing, but when you started at 0 proficiency, it took 60 seconds of meditation to go into effect. That wasn't viable in battle. On the other hand, I couldn't have counteracted the paralyzing throwing darts of the fallen elves who attacked Castle Galley without the meditation effect. It was going to be a crucial skill when I knew I was going up against them again, or certain PKers who use similar weapons. That was all fine and good. The problem was the awakening mod on the meditation skill. Skill mods were extra effects you could earn at certain milestones for each skill, and normally they were very easy to understand. For weapon skills, you had things like sword skill cooldown reduction and critical rate increase. For the search skill, you got effects like increased simultaneous tracking and search distance increased. In most cases, you didn't even need a description. But the name Awakening didn't tell you anything. Even the description only said, focuses concentration to the extreme and draws out hidden strength. The thought of using up all the valuable skill slots just for the sake of this mystery mod gave me a pause. But Awakening was a mod that was only available at Meditation Skill Proficiency 500, so if I took Meditation out of its slot now, I would probably never see it again. I had some ideas about what Awakening might do, however. At the very end of the fight against the Irrational Cube, the boss of the 6th floor, a PKer named Buxom, made his move. He snuck up behind the nearly dead boss, pulled out the golden cube that had break and bind powers, then use them to freeze every last player in the chamber aside from himself. When I saw Buxom about to kill Maya's mother, Theano, I screamed at myself to move with all the willpower I had, feeling the neurons burning in my brain. That was when I saw, next to the paralysis icon, a new buff icon that looked similar to meditation. It was a person in a Zen pose with a ring of golden light in the background. The moment that icon appeared, my freezing debuff was gone, and I charged at Buxom. I sliced through his longsword and arm with a simple swing, not even a sword skill. Unfortunately, he managed to escape, but if I hadn't broken through the debuff, not only would Maya and Theano be dead, but probably Asuna and I would be too. Was that the effect the Awakening mod had? Had I focused to the extreme and drawn out hidden strength to break the curse of the Golden Cube? But Aincrad was just a VR world generated by nerve gear. There were no real miracles or magic spells in this world. So how would they measure something immeasurable like concentration? Was Akihito Kayaba's nerve gear somehow capable of not only receiving the brain's movement commands to manipulate the avatar, but reading a person's thoughts as well? And speaking of mysteries, Buxom's identity was one too. He wore a Saleh helmet that covered everything from his nose on upward, so I couldn't make out his facial features. But if he'd been undercover in the DKB, the rest of his guild must have seen his face. The DKB and the ALS had emergency meetings in the boss chamber about him after the fight, but I still hadn't heard what came of that discussion. I was thinking I'd have to drop Shivata a line about that as the girls emerged from the other room. Asuna wore a puffy-sleeved mini one-piece with leggings that went down past the knee, while Argo had a very odd look by her standards, with a simple sleeveless shirt and shorts. I couldn't help but stare. It put the biggest smirk I'd ever seen on Argo's face. "What's up, key boy? Entranced?" "I'm not entranced by anything," I shot back, sounding like a fourth grader. Then I added, "I was just thinking it must be nice to wear." "Then why don't you change into something more summery?" Asuna pointed out immediately. I looked at my outfit. I'd taken off the coat and breastplate, so I was only wearing a black long-sleeve shirt and black pants now. It was anything but summery. However, the skin-tight shirt's material was thin, and trousers of shadow thread were a rare drop. And very breathable, considering how good their defense was. But the most important thing of all was, if I take these off, I'll be in my underwear. Asuna's eyebrows shot upward. "Nobody asked you to strip. I said, why don't you change?" But I don't have any other clothes to wear." Asuna and Argo exchanged a knowing look and then shared a heavy sigh. I could practically hear them thinking, "Boys." Fortunately, they didn't bug me about the clothes after that. Instead, they went down to the first floor and headed outside. It was after 8 o'clock. That was when the night session of gameplay began, but we had no plans to leave the town tonight. I assumed I wouldn't need my sword, but just in case, I kept my backup short sword equipped on my left side, rather than gathering virtual dust in my inventory. The coastal street greeted us with a tropical scent. From there, we walked leisurely up one of the 3 staircase streets, the western staircase. It was only half as wide as the great stairs, but there were sketchy-looking item shops and pubs along the way, giving it a real RPG back alley vibe. I recalled that a number of quests started here, but we ignored them all as we climbed the worn steps. Eventually, a very large and brightly illuminated building came into view. Miranats split the night sky above its navy blue dome. 3-point flags of red and black snapped in the breeze. That was the Volupta Grand Casino, a place of joy and despair. I suddenly noticed that despite the cooling temperature, both of my palms were slick with sweat. I almost played along with the trope and muttered, "Am I actually afraid?" But I figured the girls would either not get the reference or think I was being stupid. From the western staircase, we headed into the plaza in front of the casino, where things looked dramatically different. It was a little bit smaller than the square at the center of the town with the fountain, but the tiles underfoot were arranged in detailed and complex mosaics, and the businesses lining the sides were very refined. The most stunning part of all, however, was the stateliness of the casino on the west end of the square. It was white walls were lit by torches, and the pillars were carved into statues that made it look like the home of a king. In fact, it truly was the castle of Volupta. Whoever owned the Grand Casino, I didn't know their name or face, was indeed the ruler of this town. Armed guards stood on either side of the open entrance, through which came the light sound of string music and lively chatter from dazzling interiors. All the NPCs walking inside were dressed in their best clothes. When Asuna noticed them, she leaned over and whispered, "Hey, this casino doesn't have a dress code, does it?" Dress code? At first, I thought she was talking about a code for a DLC downloadable content item, or something, since she'd used the English term. When I realized she was talking about clothing standards, I waved my hand and shook my head. "No, not at all. I'm sure they'd stop you if you're wearing only underwear, but they don't care if you're in starter gear or a tattered robe or full plate armor. You think those slobs in the DKB and the ALS have formal wear? That's a good point, said Asuna, buying the explanation immediately. It was like a summoning spell. No sooner had I mentioned them than I heard a grating familiar Kansai accent from the other side of the square. All right, let's win the jackpot and take home that big-ass sword, others replied in his announcement with grunts like, yeah, and you bet. We quickly backed away and hid under the eaves of one of the businesses so we could watch the east side of the square. Walking down the main street was a group of about 10 players, wearing dark green and iron black. We didn't need to see their spiky hair of the man leading them to recognize the ALS. Apparently, they had finished their guild feast and now senior membership were heading into the casino to enjoy their evening. Cabao's group stomped across the square with no sign that they were aware we were even there, and went through the casino entrance. They were probably planning on to bet big on the battle arena. That would be starting at 9. What big-ass sword, I wondered. I couldn't remember anything like that during the beta. Argo shrugged and whispered back, go and see for yourself. Well, fine, let's go, I said, pulling off the wall, but Asuna pushed me back. Before I could protest, I heard approaching footsteps. Another group, about the same size, in dark blue and silver, took the exact same route as the ALS. In lead was Lind, the calligraphy club member. To his right was Shivata, the track and field runner, and to his left was Hafnir, the soccer player. It was the DKB, the other major guild. Their descriptions weren't actually true, just epithets I used. But I didn't have room to be so insulting, really. Other players kept calling me nicknames like Master Black, so it was about time I helped their nicknames catch on among the group too. In the meantime, Lynn's group crossed the square and disappeared into the casino too. There were no questions. They were heading for the night installment of the battle arena, just like Kabaz's gang. How many chips did they win at the arena during the day? I muttered to myself, but I didn't expect Argo to actually answer me. I checked on that. Apparently, they both got over 1,000. 1,000! I had to clamp my mouth shut to keep from screaming. Instead, my throat worked itself out, and I said quietly, in that case, they should quit while they're ahead. Wasn't the grand prize at the casino worth 1,000 chips anyway? Plus, they could get a beach pass, said Asuna, with no small amount of envy. Argo looked at both of us and smirked. Sorry, but your info's old. If you want VIP status in the beach pass that comes with it, you gotta win 30,000 chips. 30? Asuna gasped. Then Argo looked at me and dropped another bombshell. And the highest value prize got updated too. You need 100,000 chips for that one. 100? I gasped. In the beta, I gambled for the chance to win 1,000 chips and ruined myself. To win 100 times that much, with each chip converting to 100 coal, would require winnings equal to 10 million coal. 10 million? That's 10 mega coal. Are they really going to bring out mega items on the 7th floor? And do Lind and Kiba think they're gonna turn 1,000 chips into 100,000? I murmured, feeling lightheaded. Argo just tossed up her hands. I suppose so. Well, they turned 100 into 1,000 at a daytime coliseum. But even then, that's just a 10-fold profit. This would be 100-fold on that. 100-fold is just 10-fold times 10-fold, she said pointlessly. Asuna crossed her arms in front of her face, then swung them outward in a decisive gesture. No way! 30,000 chips just for a chance to hang out on a beach for half a day? 3 million coal, that's insane! I mean, that's 6 million coal for the two of us, and 9 million if we include Argo. If we had to get that much money, we could just buy an entire house facing the sea. Again, technically a lake. Whatever, shut up. My point is, no casino. Never mind. Let's go to the next town already. Asuna fumed and started to walk away, but I pinched her puffy cheek in a hurry. Wait a second. We don't have to bet, but we do have to fulfill Argo's request. Oh. She came to a stop. Argo grinned at her. Don't you want to know how to get the snow tree bud, Chan? She hummed longer than usual, then turned to Argo. What do you want us to do? Argo simply said, I'll explain inside, and started toward the casino, so we had to follow her bouncing curls. The entrance to the Volupta Grand Casino was a diagonal across of the tile mosaics. The huge marble facade was like a 5-star hotel in the real world. Even the shining armor of the guards had been upgraded several levels since the beta. But Argo was not intimidated in the slightest. Her leather sandals clip-clopped through the doorway as soon as we passed through after her. We were met with a refreshing cool air, then a pleasant string music and the smell of sweet flowers. It was blindingly bright inside the entrance hall, thanks to mainly the massive chandelier. I wondered how many candles and how much oil they used every single night, but there was no point to worrying about that in a virtual world. A statue of a bird-headed goddess stood in the center of the octagonal hall, just like the fountain in the square. Behind her was a set of 3 large doors that headed into the playroom. A staircase on the right wall led upstairs, and the stairs on the left wall descended. The way down was open, but a red rope and an NPC in black blocked the stairs going up. It seemed like the musical performance was floating down from there. What's up there? Asuna asked. Argo said, If it's the same as the beta, the second floor is the high roller room for VIPs, and the third floor is the luxury hotel. Even I don't know what's on the fourth. You, Keyboy? Nope, I said, shaking my head. Asuna shrugged lightly. Well, it doesn't matter, since we're not gambling anyway. Where are we picking up this quest you want us to help with? Not so fast, Chan. Even if you're not playing, you can still enjoy the atmosphere, Argo said with a grin, and started off again. She made her way around the goddess statue and towards the 3 doors in the back. As soon as we passed through the open doorway, the refined string music was too quiet to hear, drowned out by an enthusiastic glamour. The playroom was about as big as a high school gym. There were countless tables packed with visitors enjoying games of chance and skill. They were arranged in 3-sided manner that was open toward us, with a roulette on the right side, dice on the left, and cards taking up the majority of the space straight ahead. This arrangement, at least, was the same as I remembered it being in the beta. In the middle of the room was the exchange counter, where you could pay coal to receive casino chips, and the prize counter where you could trade those chips for items. There were 2 more bars where you could order drinks and light food, making 4 counters in the shape of a square. I leaned over to speak to my temporary partner, who was standing in stunned silence. Hey, let's just go see what you can win. Don't you want to know what you can get for 100,000 chips? Asuna blinked several times and looked at me with renewed caution. Yes, but you'd better not announce you're going to start betting in hopes of winning it. Nope, not gonna. Come on, let's go, I said, pushing her toward the counters. Argo tagged along, smirking at us. I glanced at the sides of the room as we walked, and it seemed that most of the gamblers, in fact all of them, were NPCs. There wasn't a single green cursor in sight to indicate a player. If this were the main town of the floor, they would be flowing through the teleporter gate from below in hopes of winning a fortune. But there was a reasonable amount of danger in traveling from Lectio to Volupta. Only the guild involved with pushing out our progress forward would be able to get here on the first day. The thought made me realize that the DKB and the ALS weren't in here either. They must have gone straight down the stairs in the entrance hall. Then, it was currently 8:30. There was still plenty of time before the night arena. No, I told myself, cutting off the temptation. I took a right around the exchange counter, passing the bar alongside in order to see the prize counter in the back. A pillar of marble, nearly 3 meters across, with a splendid display case fixed to it, stood behind a woman in a black vest. There had to be 5 times as many different items as what they featured in the beta. On the bottom shelf, there were consumable items like potions, which could be won for a few chips. The shelf above it had useful-looking tools. The one above that had colorful accessories and small pieces of equipment. And on the top shelf, shining brilliantly in the light of the chandelier, was a longsword. The wide blade was a silver as a mirror, with a gold embedded into the bevel line. The brim was golden too, while the grip was red leather, and a massive jewel adorned the pommel. "Oh, that's certainly attention-grabbing," Asuna murmured, which I had to agree with. The real issue was its specs. If that sword cost 100,000 chips, then 10 million coal, I couldn't begin to imagine what sort of attack power it offered. I took 2 steps forward, the exchange counter, and rose onto my tiptoes to see the sword. But you had to tap it with your finger to see the properties window. There was no way I could do that when the sword was on display over twice my height off the ground. I had risen up and down off my heels several times when Argo finally noted, "Keyboy, you can just get a prize pamphlet at the counter." You could have told me that first," I grumbled, clearing my throat in embarrassment and taking 2 more steps to the counter. The NPC woman gave me a very pleasant and professional smile. I said, "Pamphlet, please," and she produced a rolled parchment for me, with a nasty look at my casual clothing. "Here you are, sir." "Thanks," I said, hurrying off to the side to open it up. Asuna peered over my right arm. It was quite a hefty pamphlet, complete with a detailed color illustration. They didn't have printing technology in this world, which meant if you really wanted to go down this rabbit hole, that each illustration was painted by hand. But of course, all this was just the magic of the game's work. Below each illustration was the item name written in the English alphabet, but fortunately for me, the description text was in Japanese. I passed by the potions, tools, and accessories, and went to the back of the pamphlet to check out the gold and silver jeweled sword. The illustration was adorned with the name Sword of Volupta. To the right of that, it said 100,000 VC. I remembered that VC was the abbreviation of the official name of the Grand Casino's chips, Volcoins. I believed Argo for the first time, of course, but actually seeing that number on a page made my head swim. I shook it to clear my mind and examined the text instead. It said, "The sword of the hero Valhari, founder of Volupta, and slayer of the water dragon, Zerigia. It heals the wielder, purifies all poisons, and strikes true with every swing." I muttered, just as Asuna's went, "It's hard to say what its properties are," she muttered. "It sounds very impressive, but unless we can see the actual readout of its specs," I pointed towards the counter. "Asuna, if I let you stand on my shoulders, would you try tapping that sword?" "Absolutely not!" She was just being a stick in the mud, though the moment we crossed the space behind the counter, those hardy men dressed in black would come for us. I returned to the text. Based on this, we don't know the actual attack power or the number of upgrade attempts it has, but if the additional effects are exactly as the text suggests, I can see why it would be worth 10 million coal. Equipping it automatically regenerates HP, nullifies damaging and paralyzing poisons, and turns every attack into a critical hit. Right? Saying it out loud really made clear what an absolutely broken item the Sword of Volupta was. It wasn't meant to exist here, on just the 7th floor. I looked back to the sword on the top shelf of the display case. The gaudy, eye-catching design wasn't my style, to be sure, but our circumstances, appearance was hardly the most important thing. If it increased the chances of survival for my partner and me, I'd use a sword 100 times uglier than that one. Or so I told myself, at least. For now, the sword was out of reach, both literally and figuratively. If I converted all my assets into chips, I'd have only 900. To turn them into 100,000, I'd have to bet everything double on roulette wheel and win 7 times in a row. The odds of that were... Asuna, what's 0.5 to the 7th power? Huh? Like 0.0078 hum-diddy-dum, right? Thanks. So that would be about 0.8%. I murmured. The fencer looked at me suspiciously for about 2 seconds. Then her brows shot upward. Oh, you were asking for the chances of winning 7 straight all-or-nothing bets? Yeah. Wow, you figured that out? Of course I did. And you know there's no way a 0.8% chance will work out. Look, you don't have to lose anything just thinking about it. But next you'll be saying, I'm just betting 100 call, she shot back. Stifled laughter met our bickering. I glanced over at the rat, whose painted whiskers were twitching. She cackled and giggled, writhing back and forth for at least 5 seconds before she finally looked up. I tell ya, I never get bored of watching you two. Please, you gotta stick together for as long as possible. Well, we don't have any plans to break it up, I admitted, stone-faced. As long as someone doesn't bankrupt us at the casino, Asuna added. We left the gaming room while I still had my willpower intact and returned to the entrance hall. It was 8:40 p.m. now. I tossed the pamphlet into my inventory so it would stop tempting me and leaned over to ask Argo. So, what did you want us to do? Ah, right. She snapped her fingers and went through her menu, blinding speed. A party request appeared, and Asuna and I accepted it. A 3rd HP bar appeared in the upper left corner. Now we should be able to share this quest this way, she said, heading over to the descending staircase toward the first basement level. That's a bad direction to go, I thought. I couldn't argue with the client. The scarlet carpeted stairs took us along the octagonal walls 3/4 of the way around the first basement hall. There was another statue of the center of the room, but this was not of a bird-headed goddess, but a powerful lion-headed warrior standing atop another warrior with a lizard head. Beyond the statue was another set of 3 doors like above, but it was rather dark beyond it. So here I am again, I grumbled, following Argo through the doors into the battle arena. Excited voices drowned out the faint string music. The wide room was full of different kind of enthusiasm in the gaming room above. It was lowered in the middle like a bowl, and on the far side was a stage covered by a huge golden cage. Buffet tables with bearing finger foods lined the walls on either side of us, and we saw a ticket counter on one corner. Between the sides of the stage and the buffet tables, there were over 50 guests present, but I couldn't make out their faces in the gloom. Instead, I focused on the silhouettes long enough to bring up the player cursors one by one. Ah, there's the ALS, I murmured, just as Asuna whispered, found the DKB. We indicated the locations for each other with our glances. The ALS members were on the right side of the arena, while the DKB took up spots on the buffet on the left side. Both groups had large papers spread out on the table and were deep in excited discussion. I wonder what they're looking at. Those are the odds, I explained. They list the names and the description of the monsters that are going to fight on stage, along with a payout if they win. You can get that for free from the ticket counter. I don't want them, Asuna claimed, fixing me with an uncomfortable, firm glance. Right, of course not. Anyway, hey Argo, where's the quest NPC? I don't see any marks. We're now in the party together, so any ongoing quest NPCs should have a exclamation mark above their head, even if Argo had picked up the quest, but no amount of searching turned up any sight of one. Of course you don't. The quest NPC's somewhere else, Argo said, turning to me. Huh? I squawked. Then why are we here? We're running an errand, obviously. As a general rule, quests in SAO fell into 4 broad categories. There were collection quests that involved gathering materials out in the wilderness, combat quests requiring you to defeat a particular monster, escorting quests where you helped an NPC get from one place to another safely, and errand quests, which came in a great variety of forms. Errands got called fetch quests for good reason, because many of them involved getting some item and bringing it back, or delivering an item to someone else. But if that was what the quest was, there would need to be a quest NPC to receive the item or give it to us here. And since there was no such NPC, is it a search or an investigation? Yep, said Argo as we walked. I groaned in dismay. Search and investigation quests were one of the most troublesome errands. The Cursive Statue quest on the 6th floor took us all over the place, and it started with a request to find the golden cube. While not everything that happened in it was scripted, it had lasted all the way to the floor boss battle, praying that this wasn't going to be a similarly epic quest. I asked, do we need to find something that someone lost in here? Nope. Looking for a person? Nope. Argo walked down the stairs that went through the lowered part of the floor, cutting down every suggestion I had. When we reached the bottom, she had led us right into the ring of NPCs huddled around the battle cage that covered the stage. The upper-class NPCs lounge on sofas on higher levels that you had to pay or watch from the buffet tables. The ones gathered directly around the battle cage were rougher, lower-class men. What you want? They grumbled. Don't push! But Argo ignored them and walked right into the golden cage, then looked at Asuna and me. 10 minutes until the first match. I've got to explain what I want your help with. She beckoned me closer, and I leaned my left ear toward her face. Asuna leaned in with her right ear, putting the two of us face to face at very close distance. But it would be too awkward to change stances now. Fortunately, Asuna didn't seem to mind, so I put on a poker face and listened to Argo's explanation. In a few minutes, 2 monsters are going to fight inside this cage. Yeah? According to my quest client, one of them is cheating somehow. Huh? I said, louder than I needed to. Both girls put a finger to my lips. I turned my internal volume knob a bit to the left and continued. Cheating? These are monsters that are fighting, not humans. Do they even have enough intelligence to cheat? A kobold or a shroomman might, don't you think? Asuna pointed out. I shrugged. Unless things have changed since the beta, there aren't any demi-human monsters in the arena. Probably because it would feel a little too unsavory. They weren't in the daytime arena, Argo agreed, pulling out a piece of folded parchment from her shorts pocket. It was the odds list from the ticket counter. When had she picked that up? Here, it's got the first matchup listed. Asuna and I took the paper and stuck our heads together to read it. Argo pointed to a spot that contained the names Bouncy Slater and Rusty Lycaon, written in Japanese. The odds were 1.64 for the former and 2.39 for the latter. Huh? Don't the odds usually change depending on who the people are betting on and by how much? Asuna wondered suspiciously. That was true. But there was a special trick to this odds table. Just watch the numbers, I whispered as black numerals on the parchment began to move like living animals. The two numbers changed to 1.62 and 2.40. Oh, hey, they changed. Get it? I bet if Kizmel saw this, she'd say it's some strange human charm. The instant I mentioned Dark Elf Knight's name, Asana's eyelids lowered with concern. It didn't last long, however. I see, so the numerical odds automatically update on the sheet, she said, meaning there are more people who are betting on bouncing Slater to win with the first match? Not necessarily. Odds are determined solely by the amount of money wagered, so it could just be a few big spenders who tilt the odds in that contestant's favor. I see. Anyway, I assume that the Lycaon has to be a dog-like monster, but what would a bouncing Slater be? She asked. Argo answered first. A Slater is another name for a pill bug, one that bounces in this case. Pill bug? Asana repeated, making a sour face. Which one is your client suspicious of, Argo? I asked. The pill bug or the Lycaon? The Lycaon. Meaning your client wants you to figure out what the trick is? Correct, the info dealer said. Just then, there was a loud crash of a gong behind us, followed by an energetic announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the crown jewel of Volupta Grand Casino, the Battle Arena! I turned around and spotted a booth on the next level above the floor with the cage, where an NPC in a white shirt and a red bow tie was standing in a spotlight. It was a primitive spotlight using mirrors and large lanterns, of course, but not an electric one. But whether it was actually working on some logical systems or just generic the magic of the virtual world, it was plenty bright. When the crowd applause died down, the NPC continued, speaking. His voice loud enough for everyone in the arena to hear him, despite the lack of a microphone. The first match of our night schedule will be starting shortly. Ticket sales are ending in just 5 minutes, so get those wagers in now, while you have the chance. A number of guests, NPCs of course, rushed toward the ticket counter. The ALS and DKB did not move from the buffet tables because they had already bought theirs. I wonder if they actually bet all 1,000 chips they won during the day, I murmured skeptically. Argo shrugged. Probably did, yeah. If they're serious about turning 1,000 into 100 grand, they gotta bet everything they have on all 5 matches coming up. I glanced down at the odds table again. The odds on the first match had shifted again to 1.61 and 2.41. The subsequent matches had payouts that hovered around 2 or 3 at the highest if you bet everything you had and won all 5 times. It would indeed be possible to reach 100,000 chips starting from 1,000. That was the trap, however. I'd won the first 4 bets in a similar situation during the beta, and was just 1 match away from claiming the top prize at the casino when I sighed, banishing that memory, then smirked at Argo. Now that we know there's cheating going on, we should bet everything on the Lycan. Better not! If you buy a Monster Battle ticket while the quest is active, you fail it, she said, shaking her head rapidly. The info dealer fixed the two of us with a dead serious look. And I don't think this is the kind of quest where you get a do-over. Still, I'm not positive I can spot the tell on my own. Keyboy, A-chan, I'll need your help. You bet, said Asana, brightly. I added a clumsy, yeah. Within moments, the gong crashed again, and the lights in the hall dimmed. The artificial spotlight hit the golden cage this time. Everyone in the room focused silently on the stage. The rectangular cage was quite large, 12 feet across in the short side and 30 on the long side. 3 sides of the cage were bars, while the far side was the stone wall of the room. Metal bars blocked the roof on the cage too, and there were a partition on the side that separated it into 2 parts. In the beta, the monsters simply popped into existence on either side of the cage, which struck me as lazy programming. This, too, appeared to be another area where the official release had been polished up. Rumbling heavily, the stone wall receded in 2 places that subsequently began to rise upward. The NPC with the bow tie announced, "And now, starting with the first match of the Battle Arena's night schedule, our first combatant, a killer insect clad in steel armor, the Bouncy Slater!" Just as Argo had described, a pillbug came prodding out of the left doorway. Only it was nearly 3 feet long. Its tough-looking shell was bluish-black and shining. I'd fought these enemies a few times in the beta. If you tried to slash their shells and let your strength do the work, it would only succeed at wearing down your weapon. And in opposition, the Red Reaper, whose jaws can crush iron, the Rusty Lycaon! A deep growl emerged from the right doorway. Out of the darkness proceeded a dog-type monster with a dark red pelt and black spots. Lycaons were squatter than wolves, with shorter snouts, but they were hardier and had very powerful jaws. Even without the length of the tail, it was probably larger than the pillbug. Colored cursors appeared above both monsters. They were NPC yellow rather than a shade of red, perhaps to hide the system that displayed an enemy's relative difficulty based on the tint of its color. I focused on the Lycaon. According to the person who gave Argo the quest, it was engaging in some sort of foul play. Both Pillbug and Lycaon were monsters that appeared in the later half of the 7th floor. Between them, it was the Pillbug that had been more trouble in the beta. Lycaons weren't easy by any means, but the danger mainly came from the fact that they appeared in packs of 2 or 3. As long as you could isolate one and deal with it individually, they were a good source of experience. The NPC announcer claimed it could crush iron with its jaws, but that was a bit of an exaggeration. As a matter of fact, the odds were higher for the Lycaon, meaning that the guests in the hall had put down more money overall on the Pillbug. Therefore, if you placed a big counterbid on the Lycaon and had some means of cheating, it would win. You stood to make major cash. The real question was how you could help the Lycaon win the monster battle while all these people were watching. It doesn't seem particularly noteworthy, visually speaking. I was expecting to see metal dentures or claws attached. Don't you think people would notice that? This isn't BattleBots, Asuna said arcily. I was thinking that they might have fed it some kind of stimulant, but I've never seen this monster before, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Can you, Kirito? It doesn't seem like it's exceptionally agitated or anything, and wouldn't a drug like that leave an icon over its HP bar? Whether it's supposed to be a buff or a debuff? Good point, Asuna murmured. The bowtie announcer called out, Will the killer steel insect crush its prey, or will the Red Reaper crack the shell with its jaw? Let the first match begin! Whoosh! The gong crashed again, and the fence that separated the 2 halves of the cage lowered. The Pillbug elongated abdominal eyes flashed, as did the red irises of the Lycaon. Help me out here, you 2! Argo whispered as the monsters roared and the crowd cheered. Shah! The Pillbug hissed. The Lycaon roared. They charged together, the pillbug opening its jaws and scuttling forward on 7 pairs of legs, while the lichen leaped to the right on its third step in an attempt to circle around the enemy. The pillbug could change directions, but much more slowly. The lichen got behind it on a diagonal and pressed the attack at once, biting one of the insect's legs. It locked its legs and shook its head violently, snapping the leg off at the base and spilling out bright red damage effects. The pillbug hissed, something that could not be identified as either rage or a scream. Its HP gauge dropped about 7%. Cheers and howls filled the arena. Belatedly, I wondered which one of Lin's and Kabao's groups had bet on. The answer might have been clear from the reactions, but I couldn't take my eyes off that HP bar. The Lycaon won the first attack, but that didn't seem to be the effect of cheating. The Lycaon clearly was far superior in mobility, so if the pillbug rushed straight for it, of course, it was going to circle around the back. The beast attacked again and pulled out a second leg, increasing the damage to 15%. The NPC announcer wailed.
The Red Reaper scores consecutive attacks. I guess that bug's just a bug.
The Lycaon reacted as though it understood those words, taking distance and growling. The severed leg in its jaws turned into blue particles that disappeared in the air. There were still 12 legs left. If it removed all of them, the pillbug wouldn't be able to walk, assuming it was even still alive. If the same thing kept repeating, that would be the result, but I knew from the trouble they caused me in the beta that this pillbug could do more than slowly rotate. Shh! The pillbug growled, and it suddenly rolled itself up. Its head, feelers, and legs all vanished inside the shining black carapace. The Lycaon glared warily at the new shape of its enemy. A black ball, 16 inches across. 4 of 5 seconds of silence passed, and someone in the audience lost patience and shouted, "Attack it, pup!" Right on cue, there was a movement, but it was the pillbug. However, instead of returning to its usual form, it flattened its rounded form, then shot up into the air with an explosive BAM! The pillbug launched itself upward like a rocket, first colliding with the ceiling of the cage, then reflecting downward with a shower of sparks. Like a game of 3-dimensional pinball, it bounced off the cage wall, the floor, then wall again, and slammed in the Lycaon's side. The Lycaon yelped in pain as it was hurled into the side of the cage. It got to its feet immediately after falling to the ground, but that single blow took out nearly 30% of its health. That high-speed bounce attack was the pillbug's one means of offense, and it was a doozy. It was also the reason for the name Bouncy Slater. On a flat, open plain, it was easy enough to avoid direct charge. But in the forest, it could bounce off trees, making it a 2-dimensional attacker rather than one. Even worse, with the floor and ceiling in a dungeon, it became a 3-dimensional attacker. I got beaten the hell up from all directions before I mastered the trick to avoiding them.
And that's the Slater's killer attack technique. Is the deadly Lycaon helpless to counteract this one?
Asked the announcer. His voice was drowned out by a deluge of cheers. The pillbug flattened its body again. Lycaon sank back, preparing to avoid the attack. Bam! The pillbug shot off the ground again, this time reflecting off the stone wall behind it to attack its opponent from the side. The Lycaon jumped high to avoid the first angle, but the pillbug merely bounced off the cage to the floor and back upward towards the still aloft Lycaon. The wolf-like creature was blasted against the ceiling and fell to the ground. Its HP was in the yellow zone, under 40%. Are you sure this thing is cheating? I muttered reflexively. Neither Argo nor Asuna replied. Like me, they hadn't spotted anything yet. Cheers of support arose from the hobbled Lycaon, but not many. The majority of the onlookers had bet on the pillbug, it seemed. One more solid bouncing attack would probably kill the Lycan, and given the small dimensions of the cage and many surfaces it offered to bounce off, it seemed impossible to avoid such a three-dimensional high-speed attack. For the third time, the pillbug squashed itself against the ground. The black orb shot upward at an angle. Wham! It was bounced back and forth from the ceiling to the floor, approaching the wounded Lycan. The battle was over, it seemed to me. But then the Lycan howled ferociously and leaped straight for the pillbug. A simple body blow couldn't possibly crack that tough shell. It could shatter a shard. The beast was going to get smashed and die for sure. Until suddenly, the Lycan began rapidly rotate around the median line of its body. It opened its jaws wide and spun at the rate that defied the laws of physics. The Lycan rushed forward like a red drill and slammed into the cannonball pillbug midair. An ear-splitting metallic crash ripped through the air, and a huge spray of sparks issued from the point where they met. Both creatures writhed and struggled aloft until 1 HP bar began to drop very rapidly. They were so close together that it was difficult to identify which one it was. Even I found myself holding my breath, and I didn't have any money on the match. Crash! A huge amount of blue sparks burst outward. The fury red Lycan flew through the cloud and landed on the other side of the cage. Several seconds of silence was broken by the frantic smashing of the gong. Angry roars, jeers, and cheers exploded from the audience, rattling the arena with their ferocity.
Oh my goodness! What a huge comeback! The winner is the Red Reaper, Rusty Lycan!
Screamed the bowtie. It was loud enough that I barely heard Argo mutter,
"Hang on, do Rusty Lycans have a special attack like that?"
I never saw it during the beta, I told her, but plenty monsters have received new attack patterns since then. Maybe this is one of them.
In that case, it's a good thing we saw it here. Even you'd have trouble perfectly deflecting an attack like that on your first try, Master Black.
I was tempted to be outraged, but she was right, of course. A canine-type monster performing a high-speed spinning attack was simply beyond the bounds of imagination. Even if I managed to defend, the force of it would snap my sword in two. The betters couldn't have anticipated it either. The more unsavory NPCs in the standing area swore loudly and furiously, while exclamations of disappointment could be heard from the seats behind us. The gong crashed again, and the gateway in the stone wall opened once more, but only the right side this time. The victorious Lycan vanished into the darkness, limping slightly, as the bow tie announcer declared,
That's the end of our first match. A round of applause for our winner, Rusty Lycan.
The audience clapped for the winner, but given that more of them had bet on the loser, there wasn't much enthusiasm behind it. That didn't bother the announcer, who continued energetically,
Thank you. Our second match will begin in 10 minutes at 9:20. There are still tickets available for purchase, so if you want to grow your winnings or make up what you lost, step right up to the counter, folks.
The spotlight on the announcer's stand faded, and the room got a bit brighter. In the relaxed atmosphere that followed, the people milling around trickled towards the exit or the buffet bars. That made me wonder how the results affected our fellow players. I stared at the table where the DKB had been seated. Lynn, Shivada, and Hafner were raising narrow-fluted glasses. Apparently, they'd bet on the Lycan and multiplied their winnings by 2.41. Then I turned to look at the ALS on the other side of the room. I very nearly murmured, "No way," when I saw them. Cabal group was raising mugs of ale and having a toast with huge smiles on every face. They certainly didn't seem to be drinking to the morn of a loss. I turned to the two girls, who were still examining the combat cage, and said, "Seems like Lynn and Kiba both won."
No way, muttered Argo. Great minds think alike. I figured that one of the two would have lost it all there. That means they both got 2,400 chips. What now? What if they both make 100,000 and they both get that big shiny sword, assuming there's two of them to share? We won't do a thing. If it speeds up our pace through the game, that's a good thing. I gave the honor student response, but of course, I couldn't deny that I was just the teensiest bit, maybe half a teaspoon, jealous of the idea. I might have been a prisoner of SAO, but I was also undeniably an online gamer. Novella the Knight, the man who laid the foundation for today's frontline group, went through Argo in a scheme to buy my anneal blade from me and made a reckless charge against the boss on the first floor in an attempt to win the last attack bonus. Now that the other players had caught up to us in terms of level and gear, I understood his motivations. Or maybe that was presumptuous of me to say. After all, Novella had wanted to strength in order to save the prisoners of Einkrad, while at the end of the day, I only had interest in my own power. I was broken out of this rare instance of self-reflection by Asuna, who turned away from the cage to ask, "So the special attack the Lycan used wasn't cheating?" To my surprise, she hadn't employed her usual psychic ability to sense my negative thoughts. Yeah, I said quickly. If that was cheating, then the Pillbug's bouncing attack would be too. True. Sorry, Argo. I'm afraid I don't have any idea of what sort of cheating the Lycan may have been doing, Asuna said. Argo shook her head. Nah, you don't need to apologize. I didn't have a clue either. You notice anything, Key Boy? With the attention on me, all I could do was raise my palms. No idea. When the Lycan got hit by the Pillbug's reflecting attack and smashed into the cage, I thought it was dead. Had the quest log not been updated at all? Let's see. Argo leaned over and opened her window, then looked up and shook her head again. Nope, no difference. It still says, figure out the imposter's actions used on the Lycan in the first match of the Battle Arena's night schedule. And no hints, huh? We haven't failed the quest yet either? I glanced at the spot where the Lycan struck the golden cage. It couldn't have been pure gold, I assumed. Despite the impact, the vertical bars weren't bent or dented at least. I guess they would have to be just as indestructible as the building itself. Otherwise, there was a chance that a larger, more powerful monster might smash through and endanger the audience. Even if such an event happened, we were within the anti-criminal code zone, so players couldn't lose HP. But what about NPCs? How were they bringing these monsters into town to have them fight anyway? There was no end to the questions I could come up with. My mind worked relentlessly as my eyes fixed the golden cage. I noticed something. My brows lowered. A number of the shining polished bars were stained with the reddish something, right at the spot where the Lycan hit the cage. Well, if you hit a hard surface with that much force, some blood is to be expected, I thought. But there was no bloodshed in SAO at all. I'd never even seen bloodstains left behind after any battles in the game. There was the blood handprint left on the golden cube from the Curse of Statuen quest, where Silent had beaten his master Pythagoras to death. But that was just part of the quest story. Oh, I murmured again and looked down at myself. I'd removed my armor, so I was wearing a black shirt and pants, and my short sword. There was nothing in my pockets. Do either of you have a handkerchief or something else that you don't mind discarding, preferably a white one? I asked Asuna and Argo, who were reading the latter quest log on party visible mode. Argo merely rolled her eyes, but Asuna said exasperatedly, "You should have one of your own, Kirito." Well, I normally keep one in my belt pouch, but it's not white. Will this do? She said, pulling a perfectly white handkerchief from the large front pocket of her dress. I probably won't be able to give it back. Is that all right? It's fine. I can just make more with the tailoring skill. I didn't even wait for the end of the sentence before I snatched it away and rushed 6 feet to the left, with a quick glance around to make sure neither Cabal, Lind, nor any NPCs were watching. I reached up with the handkerchief and rubbed firmly at the stain on the bars of the cage. Once I'd gotten enough, I stepped away and stared at the cloth. The red color looked too vivid to be dried blood to me, but I couldn't be absolutely positive, because this was a virtual world and all.
Is that the lichen's blood, Keyboy?
If you wanted to rub the cage, you could have asked for a rag. Undeterred by the skeptical comments from the women, I lifted the red stain to my nose and sniffed. There was none of the particular iron stink of blood. Instead, it had a very faintly sweet, perhaps floral scent. I suspected it was not the actual smell of the lichen's blood, but rather it was... This isn't blood, I murmured, drawing looks from Argo and Asuna.
If it isn't blood, then what is it?
Probably some kind of dye.
Dye? Why would it be?
Argo paused, then looked to the left, not behind me, but to a message on the left side of her line of sight.
Quest log just updated.
Huh? What does it say? Asked Asuna, leaning forward. Argo opened her quest window again and pointed. I sidled around and looked over Asuna's shoulder. The updated quest log said, "You have discovered the illegitimate tactic used on the lichen. Report back to the quest giver." Argo grinned, having figured out the trick, and held out her fist. I gave her knuckles, but Asuna still looked confused. So the dye was evidence of cheating? Why would that... Oh! She figured it out too, before I needed to explain it to her, but we didn't want to talk about it out loud to be overheard. I held a shushing finger to my lips and whispered to Argo, "Is the quest giver nearby?"
In a hotel on the 3rd floor.
Really? The VIP area? Do you have a pass?
The quest giver gave me one on the 1-day pass kind of thing. Don't worry, I can get friends through, I think.
The last comment left me a little worried, but we were already along for the ride. It was a shame I wouldn't get to watch the second match, but we weren't placing bets anyway. Okay, let's go.
Sure thing. Just be on your best behavior, Keyboy, she said,
only to me, and then turned to leave. As we rushed after her, I glanced over and saw Asuna biting her lip, trying desperately not to laugh. 6. Trying to avoid the attention of the ALS and DKB, we slipped through the crowd and out of the arena, where we felt free to exhale with relief. Perhaps they had noticed us a while ago, but were too busy to bother caring about us. I'd looked at the odds for the second match, which were currently 2.07 and 2.75. If they bet everything on the higher odds and won again, they'd have at least 6,600 chips. But why had they been so sure that betting on the lichen, which had higher odds, meaning less chance of winning, would be successful? Were they just hoping for a bigger payout, or did they have some kind of tip-off about the real chance of winning? I couldn't help but wonder. I picked up speed to reach Argo at the stairs back to the 1st floor hall, and muttered under my breath, "Do you think it's possible that Lin Kiba took the same quest you did?"
Huh? Oh, because they both bet on the rusty lichen?
Said the info dealer, instantly catching on to my logic. She considered it and said,
"Huh? Oh, because they both bet on the rusty lichen?"
said the info dealer, instantly catching on to my logic. She considered it and said,
I can't rule it out entirely, but I doubt it. This quest wasn't in the beta, and it was really hard to find with the starting point.
I have a hard time imagining that either the ALS or the DKB found it in the moment they came to Volupta.
She took a breath, then continued.
For one thing, the only match the quest tells ya there's cheating involved in was the one we just saw. Doesn't explain how they won all the bets in the daytime, does it?
Oh, right. That explanation made sense, but I didn't clear up why the ALS and the DKB made so many chips. The monsters in the arena were appearing for the first time in the game, so they couldn't have bet based on experience and knowledge of their abilities. Were Lind and Cabao just that lucky? If they actually won 10 all or nothing bets in a row and acquired the Sword of Volupta, I was going to have to take a long, hard look at my game strategy. My mood was souring, and I had to take a deep breath to recenter myself. I felt like I'd been antsy ever since setting foot in this town. Maybe I still had some lingering enthusiasm for gambling after getting burned in the beta, but I wasn't a solo player without any obligation to anyone else anymore. I was the one who invited Asuna to play with me on the first floor. I had a responsibility to be her partner until she was ready for the next stage. With these thoughts in mind, I glanced to my right where the fencer in question was staring at the red carpet, deep in thought. Unfortunately, my interpersonal communication skill was too low of a level for me to guess what she was thinking. She would probably tell me if I asked, but even that question was a big hurdle for an 8th grade boy. We finished the climb up the stairs to the ground floor hall and rounded the goddess statue on the way to the other end, where the staircase to the second floor waited, guarded by an NPC dressed in black and red velvet rope. Sandals flapping, Argo strode right up to the tough-looking bouncer, who was probably just as dangerous as the town guard NPCs, and held up a gray metal tag she'd produced at some point.
Can my 2 companions and I get through?
She asked. The man silently detached the rope from one of the poles and pulled it back, giving a sullen bow. Argo walked right past him, and Asuna and I followed. We continued up more stairs, hearing the rope click back into place behind us. On the second floor, Argo ignored the VIP high roller game room and crossed the red carpet to the next set of stairs. The third floor hall was octagonal, like the others, but its lights were low and the carpet was black, seeming to absorb everything it touched. There was supposedly a 4th floor, but I saw no staircase. In the center of the room was a statue that looked like a priest with the head of a fish. Why a fish? I asked, looking up at the statue. Asuna tilted her head. I've heard the headgear that Catholic bishops wear is supposed to be shaped like a fish head, but this doesn't seem to be related. It's a creepy-looking face. And not exactly like the ichthyoids from the 4th floor. While we talked, Argo stepped to a stately counter in the back of the hall, showing her metal tag to the NPC there. Then she turned back and waved her hand to beckon us closer. We hurried forward, at which point Argo started walking down the hallway, leading farther into the building. The stringed instrument music, which was supposedly being performed on the 2nd floor, was completely out of earshot now. The silence in the hallway was painfully loud. At the end, we turned left, then right, and walked a ways farther before stopping at a door.
Room 17. This is the place,
Argo murmured, then rapped sharply on the dark, heavy door twice. A few moments later, a faint voice from inside said, "Who is it?"
Argo, and my companions, my assistants.
After another pause, there was the dainty click of a lock turning. The door pushed open slowly, revealing an interior that was even darker than the hallway. It made me wonder if we should go back to equipping our gear or at least our swords, but I thought better of it when I noticed that Argo wasn't concerned in the least as she walked inside. Technically, I still had my short sword at my side, so if anything happened, I could at least make do for Asuna until she could put on her full battle equipment. The room through the door was so extravagant that it immediately made the Platinum Suite at the Amber Moon Inn pale in comparison. The only light came in from a few lamps, but there was plenty of moonlight streaming through a massive window on the south end of the room. In front of it was a sofa that could easily seat 5 people at once. Only one person was sitting on it now. I could just make out the silhouette, but it was quite small. Focusing on it produced a yellow NPC cursor. The name beneath the HP gauge was Nirnir. But I wasn't quite sure how to pronounce it. Above her head was a floating question mark symbol, the sign of a quest in progress. Nirnir. Neenir. Nirnir? I tried sounding it out, various permutations in my head, but was interrupted by a woman's voice to my left. I will take what is on your waist. I squealed, jumping away in pure reaction and bumping into Asuna on my right. Hey, watch out! She grumbled, but she supported my weight anyway. I whispered a quick apology, then looked into the darkness to the left. Standing next to the door was a maid in black dress and white apron. Or so I thought at first. She was actually wearing a dark, gleaming breastplate, and her skirt was adorned with lines of arrowhead-shaped metal plates. On top of that, she wore gloves and boots as well as a rapier on her left hip, except it was purely thrusting weapon with no blade whatsoever. An S-talk then. In terms of anime and Japanese game, warrior maids were practically a tradition at this point, but I couldn't remember seeing anyone like this in Aincrad before. The color cursor was yellow like the person on the couch. Her name was Kyo, which seemed easy enough, Kyo. I was staring at her absent-mindedly when the maid, who had crisply parted hair and sharp eyes, glared at me and demanded, "Your sword." Here. I was worried about losing my weapon, but I did have the martial arts skill too, I told myself, removing the short sword's sheath from my belt. The maid quickly took it away from me, then pulled it out halfway to examine the blade. Blind steel. I was tempted to quip something like, "Sorry it's not pure orichalcum," but I thought better of it, because I knew she wouldn't get it. The maid then placed the short sword on a nearby rack and stepped back. "Please do not give offense to Lady Nirna," she said. She pronounced the name something like Nirnur. I was wise enough not to say out loud what an odd and interesting name I thought it was. With the permission of Kyo, the warrior maid, Argo walked farther into the room. Asa and I followed her. We crossed the absurdly deep carpet towards the regal sofa until we could finally see this Lady Nirna. Now it made sense why her figure seemed so small as it leaned against the many cushions. She couldn't have been more than 12 years old. She wore a black dress made of many layered but rather transparent material, tulle or organdy, or something like that. Her skin was so pale, and her flowing blonde hair was so fine and shining that for a moment I thought she was just a doll. Her head moved, revealing features that were beautiful, young, and mysterious in the moonlight. Red lips parted to issue a soft, high-pitched voice with just a hint of a lisp.
"Welcome back, Argo. Did you find your assistants?" "Yeah, I've known them for a little while now. Say hello to Miss Nir," said Argo, who seemed no different from her usual self, which didn't make it any easier to know how to act here. Asuna stepped forward and greeted her in a way I'd only ever seen in movies. She pinched the hem of her dress, pulled the right leg back, and bent her left knee. "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Nirnir. My name is Asuna." She straightened up and took a step back. Next was my turn,
but I had no skirt in order to mimic asana. My brain was overheating, trying desperately to remember what noblemen in foreign movies did. Like asana, I pulled my right leg back and crossed it with my left leg, then placed my right hand below my chest and extended my left hand to the side, then bowed. Nice to meet you. I'm Kirito. I had no idea if this was right, but the girl nodded generously and asked,
Asana and Kirito. Is this correct?
That was the pronunciation checked, something that nearly every AI-run NPC asked. Her intonation was perfect, so we said yes.
I see. Good evening. Will you sit?
She pointed not at an empty spot on the enormous sofa, but at 3-person sofa facing her. I sat down. Then Argo and Asana and Kyo promptly began setting out teacups on the marble table. When did she prepare that? When she was done, she slid out of sight, holding the tray to wait at a location equidistant to the sofas. She was close enough that if I tried to do anything funny to her master, she could skewer me with that estoc. I had no intention of testing out that hypothesis, of course. I thanked her for the tea and took a sip. It was straight tea, with no sugar or milk, but there was a muscat grape scent to it, and just the teeniest hint of sweetness. To my right, Asen exclaimed that it was delicious, so that told me it was a very fine tea indeed. Once we placed our cups down, Nunir straightened up about halfway from her slumped position and said,
Since you've come back, does that mean you figured out the cheat involving that doggy, Argo?
I'm pretty sure. Go ahead and explain what you found, Keyboy. This caught me by surprise. What? I protested, but I knew I couldn't refuse. Instead, I pulled the carefully folded handkerchief out of my pants pocket. I rose to my feet, intending to lean forward and to hand Nunir the handkerchief, when Kyo approached from the right and held out her hand. Thanks. I placed the handkerchief in her palm. Kyo opened it up and looked at the red stain in the middle, frowning. She then walked around to the back of the ornate couch, knelt at the right side of her master, and held out the cloth. Nunir plucked it out of her hand, looking suspicious.
What does this mean, Kirito?
The stain was left behind when the rusty Lycaon, the winner of the match, hit the side of the cage.
So this is not the dog's blood. It does not smell like blood,
said Nunir conclusively, despite the fact that she had not leaned down to sniff it. I nodded. Yes, I believe it's a dye taken from some kind of plant.
A dye.
Nunir's big, doll-like eyes narrowed. I thought her irises were black, but in the angle of the moonlight, I saw that they were a deep red.
Meaning the dog's fur was dyed this color.
That's right, I agreed. Then I explained the trick in a clear voice as possible. Rusty Lycons appear on the western side of this floor, in the field of bones, but there's no reason to dye one the same color they already are, meaning that this pillbug, the bouncy Slater, was not actually fighting a Rusty Lycan, but more an advanced species of a different colored pelt. Nunir did not speak after my explanation was over. I started to worry that I might have gotten something wrong, but then the girl moved, returning the handkerchief to Kyo. Her left hand remained outstretched, waiting for something. Kyo quickly stashed the evidence handkerchief into her apron pocket, then picked up a wine bottle from a nearby side table. She poured about 2 fingers of a dark liquid into a glass. Nunir allowed her to place the glass into her waiting hand, then drained its contents in one go, which I assumed was red wine.
That kid's drinking alcohol. You're gonna be in trouble, I thought.
But then I realized Aincrad probably didn't have any laws against underage drinking. To my surprise, Ninir lifted the empty glass, preparing to smash it against the ground. But she composed herself, slowly lowered her hand, then gave the glass to Kyo. She exhaled slowly, then paused, then looked up at us. Her fine brows were sharply tilted, and suddenly there was no longer any hint of youth in her beauty. She couldn't have been more than a year apart from Maya, the girl from the 6th floor, but the force of her presence was unlike any girl I'd ever met.
The old Korloi bastard's really done it now.
Her voice was hot with the flames of anger, but the presence of an unfamiliar name caused me to ask, "Who's Korloi?"
Explain for them, Kyo.
She proclaimed, waving her hand. Kyo set the wineglass down on the table, then returned to her usual position and looked down at me. "Are you aware that the Volupta Grand Casino is run by the Noche family, of which Nirna is the matriarch, and also the Korlois, who are relatives?" I'd never heard that name, not even in the beta. I glanced to the right and saw Argo and Asuna shaking their head. To Kyo, I said, "I apologize, I did not know that." "That is no surprise if you are an adventurer newly arrived at this town. The Nochtois and Nordlois are both descendants of the hero Falhari. You must know this name, Falhari. Surely." It sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Fortunately, I didn't need to overturn my jumbled memories because Asuna bailed me out. "That's the person who vanquished Zariga, the water dragon and founded Volupta." "Correct. Falhari took for his wife the girl who was to be given to Zakarai as a sacrifice, and they had twin sons. But the boys were terrible enemies, and when they grew up, they battled over the right to be Falharai's heir. In his old age, Falhari forbid his sons from taking up swords against one another. Instead, he instructed them to tame monsters to do their fighting. By his decree, whoever won 3 out of 5 matches would be the next ruler of Volupta." It might have been a more peaceful resolution than the twin brothers fighting to the death, but it had to suck for the monsters, I thought. Ninir practically read my mind.
You adventurers have killed countless monsters too, of course.
"Right, you're correct," I replied feebly. Ninir snorted softly, then waved at Kyo to continue. "After Falhari, the founder, passed on, the twins followed his decree and enacted the 5-match series of battles using tamed monsters." "Wait, hang on," I said, interrupting just as she started her explanation. Q gave me a very cross look. I hunched my shoulders guiltily and asked, "You say tamed as though it's easy. Is it even possible?" "Not for ordinary people like you and me," the maid claimed. She added proudly, "But Falhari the hero knows the secret of controlling monsters. The twins inherited that power from him and use it to tame them." "Secret art?" I repeated in blank shock. As quietly as possible, I murmured to Argo's ear, "Sao doesn't have a monster taming skill, right?" "It's not on this list of skills you can choose. If it exists, it must be an extra skill." "Oh man," I muttered, swallowing. The 2 extra skills in my slots, martial arts and meditation, both required clearing a kind of trial quest from an NPC. This quest was one of those. 2, if we finished it, we could gain the taming skill that people believed didn't exist in SAO. "May I continue?" Kyo asked, arcily. I snapped back to attention. Yes, please do." "After the Falhari, the founder, passed on, the twins followed its decree and enacted the 5-match series of battles using tamed monsters," Kyo said, repeating the exact same words she said before. I interrupted. But neither of them had much confidence in the monsters they had prepared. But just to see if they are ready to conduct a proper duel, they agreed to an informal test beforehand. They built a wooden fence around an empty space in front of the mansion, with 2 exits. The plan was to insert the monsters through the exit, so they would fight inside the fence. The test ended up being conducted with a large crowd of curious villagers watching. The monsters simply leaped over the fence, or were so strong that they destroyed it in their battling. It caused quite a stir. Well, no wonder, with just a wooden fence, I thought. But that was not the end of Kyo's story. However, there were no deaths or injuries among the townspeople, and the crowd seemed to really enjoy the exhibition. At the time, Volupta was just a small village built on fishing and farming. There wasn't much entertainment in Lectio, or to the east in Farmi, to the west. The next week, they held a second test with reinforced fences, and it brought crowds not just from Volupta, but Lectio and Pramio as well. They set up stands, placed bets, and gave the event a festival atmosphere.
I think I can see where this is going,
Whispered Argo. I did too. Kyo was no longer glaring at us, but she was lost deep in her story of the past, making gestures with her hands to punctuate the descriptions. The twins noticed this reaction and had an idea. What if, rather than rushing into the best-of-5 match to determine the answer, they repeated these test matches over and over? They could draw guests from Volupta each week, eager to spend their money. The hunt was proven correct. When they officially turned the test battles into Colosseum battle, the visitors poured in from the other 2 towns. The competition for the inheritance went to the wayside as the twins took control of betting themselves, adding warm-up entertainment and other wagering games. Soon they had renovated their family's mansion until it became Volupta Grand Casino you see today. The twins grew old and passed away, leaving the operation in the children's hands, then grandchildren, until the last will of Farhari. The founder became no more than the story. Kyo trailed off there. Nanir added,
As you saw in the basement, the test fights no longer have any connection to their original purpose. They are held day and night here. Based on the clipped and frank tone of the young lady's voice, it was impossible to tell what she thought about the decree of the founder, which is now nothing more than an empty husk. I didn't even know how many generations away from Falhari, the hero she was. According to the Dark Elf legends Kizmel taught us, Aincrad, the floating castle, had been carved out of the earth below in a distant past, with all the various towns and villages and banished to the distant sky where no magic could reach it. It wasn't clear how long ago the distant past was supposed to be, but it had to be way more than a century or 2. Kizmel also said, Only Her Royal Majesty possesses all the legends surrounding the Great Separation and the 6 sacred keys. All that we are told is that this floating castle was created long in the past. But if we knew how many years ago Falhari, the hero, lived, we could at least establish a minimum range for the distant past. I summoned my courage to ask Nanir about that topic, but a split second before I could speak, Asana said, If the twins inherited the hero Falhari's power, does that mean, as part of that bloodline, you are able to tame monsters too, Miss Nanir? That's right, she replied. Q added, To be precise, it is Lady Nanir, the head of the Notchtoi family, and the other head of the Korloi family, Bardan,
only they can use their power of employment. Meaning that half of the monsters fighting in the battle arena downstairs every day were tamed personally by you, my lady? Right, she said, just as briefly. Although, perhaps because Asuna was 50% more polite than me, she also added, however, I do not trudge through the forests and mountains and caves. I merely tame the creatures that are captured and brought to me. I want to go searching for them, but Kyo and the guards will not allow me. Of course not, Kyo interjected. Your life is in danger from the Korlois. Lady Nenir, to venture into the wild would be begging them to attack you. At this point, I would appreciate a good, honest attack over all of these poisons and tricks. I couldn't help but comment on this rather grisly conversation. Your life is in danger? I thought the Nutch Toys and the Korlois run the casino together. If the person who's supplying half the monsters for the arena disappears, won't that be a bad thing for the Korlois' business too? Unfortunately, Bardun Korloi has grown too senile to understand obvious logic like yours. Old age is a terrible curse, Nenir said, a rather strange thing for a child to have an opinion about, and she sank back into the cushions. She lifted her crossed legs up into the air, waving gently, and said in a voice not much more than a whisper, in the past, Bardun cared for me, but as the end of his life drew closer, he became obsessed with prolonging it. Now, Bardun is obsessed with gathering all the gold he can to buy the scant moments of life, and he's lost sight of everything else. That's why he's sunk to these cheap tricks in the arena. The 10% of each bet that is taken as the casino's fee goes entirely to the winner of the fight. Buy life? From who? No healing potion could buy at a shop, nor even the ultra-rare healing crystals you could find on this floor could prolong your lifespan. Hence my question. But Nenir just shook her head, sending her golden waves of hair swaying. You do not need to know that. For now, I must thank you for figuring out the trick placed on the Lycaon. Kyo? The maid bowed and walked over to us. When Argo stood up, she put a small leather sack into the rat's hand. Thanks, Argo said, taking the sack. The floating question mark over Nenir's head vanished with a faint sound. The quest we were sharing had been finished. It was the end of our job, but in terms of telling a story, it was quite an unsatisfying conclusion, I thought. At that very moment, a exclamation mark appeared right over the reclining girl's head, the sign of a new quest. Before she had even put the sack away, Argo promptly asked, Do you have any other jobs, Miss Near? Well, I suppose I do, but this one will be quite a lot of work. No problem. Kirito and Asuna will do the heavy lifting, Argo reassured her. Nenir giggled and sat up, and then turned dead serious. I will explain what I need. Tomorrow night, the Korlois intend to use that rusty Lycaon, whose ruse you saw through. Huh? But I thought it lost a lot of hit point. I mean, it was injured rather badly, I pointed out. The girl's delicate shoulders moved up and down. I assume they will treat its wounds, of course. That Lycaon has already appeared in 4 consecutive days. So, it's on a 4-game winning streak? But wait, does that mean you could sense that something was wrong about the Lycaon before today's match?
It was 3 days ago. I noticed it during its second match, Nanir replied. In that case, I said hesitantly, why didn't you use a stronger monster against it? The bouncy Slater isn't exactly weak, but you could go with a Viridian rock boar or a brazen newt, or... Those were names of powerful enemies from the 7th floor plucked from my memory banks, but the girl made a sour face. Rock boars are too big to fit through the cage entrance, and if you fight with a brazen newt, you're going to have a fire. Besides, how are you going to set up proper odds in a match where one side has an overwhelming advantage? In that case, how do you decide the matchups? I have a handy list of all the monsters that are small enough to fight safely inside the cage, along with their features. I noticed Argo twitching at the mention of that list. It was only unnatural that an info dealer would covet that paper. Please don't try to steal it, I prayed, as for the young mistress to continue her story. Based on their relative strength, each monster is classified as one of 12 ranks. Only monsters of the same rank can be placed in direct battle in the arena. Both the bouncy Slater and the rusty Lycaon are 6th ranked monsters. And if I could ask, 1st ranked is the weakest, and 12th ranked is the strongest, meaning they used a monster that was at least 7th rank in order to take the place of a 6th ranked Lycaon. She said, reading my mind once again. Nanir's deep red eyes glinted dangerously. No matter how the Nutch Toys and Corloys may have clashed and bickered, we have always respected the fairness of the Grand Casino. But now Bardun has crossed the line just for a slight increase in profit. He must be made to pay for this transgression. Hang on. When you said this was going to be a lot of work, you weren't talking about assassination, were ya?
Argo asked, no need for subtlety. The girl grimaced.
No, I would not ask that of you. If I wanted someone killed, I would do it myself,
she said easily. But with the doll-like hands, she could barely swing a dagger, much less a sword. NPC stats couldn't be identified at a glance, and Maya was way too strong for a child when she fought alongside us on the previous floor, but she'd been trained by her mother, Theano. Nanir was a true pampered lady. We'd know the truth if we got her in the party and saw her level number, but that wasn't likely to ever happen. In just 2 seconds, Nanir was back to her default expression.
I would like you to gather the fruit of the Narsos tree and Wirtz stones. If you mix equal parts squeezed juice and stones, then simmered on low heat, it will turn into a powerful bleaching agent that strips out all dyes from a material.
Strips out dye? I repeated blankly, then realized what she meant. So we'll be able to take the artificial color out of the rusty Lycaon's fur.
In the arena, right before the match, if the cheating is exposed before 100+ gamblers with money on the line, even wily Bardun Corloy won't be able to wriggle out of that one.
But in that case, won't it cause major damage to the reputation of the casino? I imagine it might also hurt Natchtoy family, I pointed out gingerly. Nanir just sighed.
It is unavoidable. It angers me that the monsters I brought were killed by one of a different rank, but I cannot overlook cheating at my casino. We will have the issue a public apology and return the money we took from every match the Lycaon appeared in. Now,
I was sincerely wondering if she was actually a child. Ninir looked from me to Argo.
So, will you accept my request?
It was very rare to see Argo being indecisive. She looked at the girl and her maid and said,
You asked me to figure out the Lycaon's deception because you couldn't have someone from the Notchtoy family camping out in front of the cage, I assume. But do you really need us to gather stones and fruits? You gotta have some experienced monster hunters, and I imagine they could get what you need.
Of course, in terms of skill, our hunters are more than capable enough to do the job, answered Kyo. But there are two problems. First, wordstones can be located in the riverbed to the west of Volupta, but there are few of them to be found, and they are black, so they can only be spotted during the day. If someone from the Korloi family was to witness Notchtoy men searching for wordstones,
you'd tip them off that you're making the bleaching agent.
Precisely. And the other ingredient, Narsos fruit, grows in the forest in the center of the 7th floor, far from Volupta. The problem there is not the Korlois, but something else. There is a dark elf fortress in the Lurserok forests. My back straightened the moment I heard that. Asuna probably did the same. Kyu glanced at me, but continued her explanation. The Notchtoys and Korlois have long had a practice of capturing monsters in the forest while the Dark Elves are not watching. At this point, the Dark Elves attack as soon as they spot one of our hunting parties. Even our savviest hunters cannot beat the Elven Knights and bowmen in the forest. Of course they couldn't. The Dark Elves and Forest Elves were always set to be many levels more powerful than the monsters that typically appear on that floor. And here, on the 7th, we might see some of their elite classes. Even I couldn't beat them in a single one-on-one fight. Thankfully, as long as we had the Sigil of Lysula, the Dark Elves wouldn't attack us. Kyo, as psychic as ever, gazed at the ring on my left hand and added, Kirito, Asana, it would seem that you have a friendship pact with the Dark Elves. In that case, I do not think they will attack you for simply collecting some fruit in their forest. Although I would not diss what happens if you cut down a living trees or break the branches.
Nope. No cutting down or breaking here.
That is a good idea. Now, will you accept this request? Only Argo could answer the question. After 2 seconds of silence, she muttered,
Well, it wouldn't feel right to stop now.
And stood up. Asa and I hurriedly followed.
All right, you're on,
said Argo. Instantly, the exclamation mark over Ninir's head turned to a question mark. If it wasn't my imagination, she might have looked just a little bit relieved. The little matriarch said,
I'm glad. What I want from you is 20 ripened Narsos fruit and, 50 wordstones. It is a 3-hour trip to Lucer Rock Forest and back, and a person can collect that many wordstones in 5 hours. When you consider the time to juice the fruits and boil the mixture, you will need to bring those materials back by 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow for us to be ready by the time of the arena match. 1 o'clock. Got it. We'll figure it out. Guess we should get going, get some sleep for the night, then. I wish I could let you stay here at the hotel, but I cannot offer such a gift yet.
Ninir apologized, but Argo just smirked.
can't ask you to break the rules of the Grand Casino, Miss Near. Anyways, we'll be back here by lunchtime tomorrow. I bowed quickly to Ninir and Keo, wondering if it was wise for Argo to make the promises like that. But I didn't get 2 steps towards the door before the maid called me back. You forgot something, Kirito. I turned around and saw Keo handing me the short sword she'd taken from me, with a very exasperated look on her face. I took it quickly and resumed moving towards the door. I thought Ninir might have giggled a little, but that was probably just my imagination.
7. We took the stairs down to the first floor and were headed out of the casino when I remembered something, so I called out to Asuna and Argo. Hang on. Can I go see what's happened with the ALS and the DKB's bets? The 2 girls were staring coldly at me before the words were all the way out of my mouth, so I quickly shook my head to reassure them. No, not because I'm jealous. I'm just saying, what if there's some weird reason that they've been winning big?
Well, I can't rule that out, but I don't think they've hit the final match yet,
Argo pointed out. I glanced at the clock readout. It felt like we'd been taking a long time in Ninir's room, but it was only 10 minutes after 10 p.m. If memory served, the matches of the night schedule happened at 9, 9:20, 9:40, 10, and 10:30. That meant the 4th match had probably just wrapped up. If both guilds were still on a winning streak, they would both be in absolute frenzy right now. I'm only going to see, I claimed, hurrying down the basement stairs. The moment I passed through the doors to the battle arena, the excitement of the gamblers washed over me. If they hadn't lost in the 2nd or 3rd match, the DKB and ALS would still be at their dining tables. I slipped through the milling NPCs in search of a spot with a clear view at the bars when...
Huh? Kirito?
I twitched, coming to a panicked stop. To my right was a woman wearing a baggy half-sleeve shirt and baggy 3/4 pants. Her orangish hair was cut neatly over her thick eyebrows, and beyond that, her eyes and nose were cute and childish. It felt like I might have seen that face somewhere before. Who are you again? I asked awkwardly. The girl looked up at me sullenly, then pointed above her own head. Floating along with her color cursor was the name Litten. Oh, Litten, I shouted, right as Asuna caught up with me and slapped me on the back. You forgot what she looked like? That's really rude, Kirito. I didn't forget who she was. That she's not wearing her usual plate armor.
That's another way of saying you forgot what she looks like,
Argo helpfully pointed out. But I've barely even seen her actual face.
Then you should be looking at her cursor.
If I look at her cursor, it's going to make it obvious I don't remember her name, I argued. Litton's pout suddenly exploded into laughter.
You folks haven't changed a bit.
Litton was known as the plate armor girl of ALS. Not only was she the only few women in the frontline group, but she was also a crucial tank with top-class physical defense. We'd been on friendly terms with her since she'd helped us out during the ALS shortcut taking incident on the 5th floor. But as an awkward teen, I wasn't very comfortable in her presence. That was because Litton had a partner, the track and field member from DKB, Shivada. I had no idea how to act around a girl with a boyfriend. How friendly were you allowed to be? So I chose to keep myself about 3 feet away and was careful not to get too casual when speaking to her. So where were you going just now, Litton? The 5th match is about to start, isn't it?
That,
she said, glancing behind her at the buffet bar.
I got too nervous and sweaty, so I decided I'd rather not watch the 5th match in person.
No, what a waste, I yelled. Asuna pushed me out of the way.
I know how you feel. I'm not a fan of this kind of weird tension either. Exactly. Even the floor boss fights are better.
At least there I'm doing something. Where were you going to wait for the results to come back, Lynn? I don't know. I was just going to wander around the first floor, I suppose. Then why don't you come with us and have some tea? Oh, that sounds lovely, but all the places around the casino are so expensive. The bar counters in the first floor casino room have normal prices. Let's go there then. It was such a quick and efficient conversation that it might as well come out of a script. The two women started walking towards the exit. I made eye contact with Argo, then followed their lead. This was unexpected, but getting to hear the story straight from Lynn would be huge. We went up the stairs to the playroom. The bar counters were on the left and right sides of that center pillar, so we went to the left one, which was less busy. You could pay a coal here rather than chips, so Argo and I ordered an ale, while Asana and Lynn ordered sangria, which was red wine steeped with fruits and spices, apparently. Our drinks came out in 3 seconds, so we shared a quick toast. It was nice and cool inside the casino, but even still, the ale had a pleasant chilling effect that refreshed my entire body. I would have preferred it to be nearly freezing, but ice was a luxury in Aincrad. I almost asked Argo about having another snow tea bud, but it was a bit of a minty taste, which would clash with the ale. I downed half the mug at once and exhaled with delight, as did Argo. Back on the first floor, I thought this stuff was just bitterly sour liquid. But at some point, I'd lost my resistance to the flavor and usually ordered it whenever it was available. I was going to have a beer craving if I ever got back to the real world. Asana and Litten downed their sangria, gulping noisily. The red wine with chopped fruit floating in it would have normally have at least 10% alcohol content, but in this virtual world, you could drink an entire barrel of the stuff without suffering any kind of alcohol poisoning. It was 10:20, 10 minutes before the fifth and final match began. Hopefully, we could learn what we wanted to hear by then. I figured the best way to start would be to ask Litten, who was sitting across from Asana on my right, what she thought of Volupta so far. But Argo, who was on Asana's right, spoke up first.
Hey, Lee-chan, what's up with Kabao and Lin getting so hooked on the monster battles? Neither of them's the type to put all their cash into gambling.
Why are you asking her right off the bat? I thought in a panic, but Litten was not suspicious of the question in the slightest.
That's right, I agree, but they're not just gambling recklessly without any kind of plan. Meaning?
The DKB came into the main town yesterday, as did we. Today? At 1 a.m. We took in rooms and met up at 7, ate breakfast, and went to the square, where there are 2 gates out of the town. That's when an NPC came to talk to us.
An NPC? Was there supposed to be an event?
Wondered Argo. Asa and I were confused as well. Presumably Litten was talking about where the statues of the man with the staff and the man with the goblet stood, but no NPCs came to speak to us there.
Maybe it was a first come, first serve event then. It was a rather plain looking man who asked us if we wanted to buy a cheat sheet for the Volupta Monster Coliseum.
Cheat sheet? I blurted out, unable to believe what I was hearing. He was totally ripping you off.
I thought so too, and so did everyone else, I bet,
Litten said, grimacing. She turned to Argo and continued.
The cheat sheet only cost 100 coal. That was all it cost for a list of every monster appearing in today's daytime and nighttime events, including their names, features, and even chances of winning, plus a map to Volupta, a primer on the monsters on the way, even a guide to the town. That sounds like quite a welcoming guide. This guy's gonna put me out of business. I was assuming there was another player out there who knew all about the casino. Instead, it's an NPC, Argo wailed. Some of us thought it was suspicious that it cost so little, but Kiba said It was worth a shot for a pricey meal's cost. We bought the cheat sheet and headed down the Tailwind Road. The map was accurate, and so was the information on the monsters. We were in Volupta in no time. So we decided to try out the monster battle. We converted 1,000 coal into 10 chips and put them all on the monster that the cheat sheet gave 2 circles for the best chances. And we won. So we turned 10,000 coal into 100 chips for the next one and won again. Litton paused there to drink more sangria. Argo was deep in thought and decided to sound out what was on her mind. Meaning, Kibao and his pals kept betting on the better odds from the cheat sheet and winning big. Very nice for them. I suppose that NPCs knows not to sell his cheat sheet to especially greedy players, needled Asuna. I smiled back at her and shot back, that would mean you were included in that assessment. I figured she was going to give me one of her usual rib jabs, but instead she just beamed at me. As evidence of my generosity, I'll give you this. Then she picked up a big piece of citrus fruit from her glass on the sangria and dropped it into my mug of ale. Hey, what was that for? Maybe it'll make your drink taste better. No way. I lifted the mug to my lips, imagining the spraying a poison mist attack in Asuna's face as if it turned out to taste nasty. Something that would mean my instant death. Instead, I swished it around for flavor. It's not bad. See? I'm pretty sure there's a cocktail called a bitter orange, which is beer with orange juice added. You just thought of that off the top of your head, I accused. On the other side of the table, Litton laughed. You really do make a good team. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Asuna claimed, clearing her throat and changing the subject. Anyway, I'm guessing both the ALS and the DKB were contacted by this man with the cheat sheet. Ah, yes. When I saw him earlier tonight, Sheba said so, she mentioned, casually dropping the nickname for her boyfriend. Asuna was momentarily taken back, losing the thread of the conversation, but she recovered quickly. How many chips did you win through the previous match? I think it was just over 50,000. That was a bit less than I expected, but it was probably because the cheat sheet didn't always recommend that the monster with the higher odds. Meaning, if they bet on a monster with a double payout in the final match, they'll reach 100,000 chips, Asuna said. Litton nodded. That's right, but the group is arguing over which one to bet on. In the 5th match, the sheet placed a circle on the monster with the better chance, and a triangle on the one that's less likely. But the odds are about double for the triangle and the 1.5 for the circle. And you've always been betting on the one that's the better symbol? Yes. Some of the members lobbied for less likely symbol up until the 3rd match during the day, but since all the results turned out like the cheat sheet said, they've been going strictly by the text tonight. Doesn't this seem a bit too convenient? I interjected. The gambler in me might have been annoyed, but my gamer senses were telling me something was suspicious about this. Is it possible that a cheat sheet could cost 100 coal, could be 100% accurate about its picks? Knowing how the game events usually work, it could easily turn out that the very last match is the one where the other monster wins, and you lose everything you built up. Oh, Chicken said the same thing, Litton noted. I had to think for a moment before I realized she was talking about Schickenspeck. According to Asuna, that was a type of ham made in Austria. Not that it explained why he would have chosen that for a character name. Chicken said the last match might be a trap, and if we bet on the triangle mark that's worth twice as much, we'd have over 100,000 chips and be able to buy that sword with the incredible qualities.
Ikura and Valder agreed with Chicken, and that's when I left, so I don't know who they put our money on. Who's Valder? I asked. I remembered Hokai Ikura, but the other name was a new one, so I was curious. Litton exhaled and took a deep breath. Schwarzwalder Kirchstorch, officially another tank in our guild. A long-standing member, too. It's only recently that Valder really got the hang of the role and made up it to the team. I see. Numerical aspects of the game like HP and skill proficiency would always rise if you kept working on them, but innate player skill was a different thing. And in a full dive game, that kind of skill was even more important than in classic RPGs. The amount of time and effort one put into a single sword skill varied by the individual. Knowing what to do in a group fight required even more expertise, and being able to deal with a monster in your face while tracking the state of your party members, guild members, and the battle of the whole was something that required knowledge, experience, and natural talent. I'd always been a solo tracker focused on damage, so my player skill wasn't so great that I could speak as an authority on group battles. I was grateful to players like Valder, who did their best to become first-rate warriors who could stand among the best. It was a very difficult name to remember, but that was a minor problem in the grand scheme of things. I glanced down to the right. The clock said 10:25, just 5 minutes until the 5th match. The ALS and the DKB would have finished buying their tickets by now. In just moments, they would either seize glory or plunge into despair. To be perfectly honest, I wanted to see that in real time, but it was a bit ghoulish of me. There was something else important we needed to ask Litton about. Thank you, Litton. That catches us up on the big competition between Lint and Gabao, hoping for the best for both of them. But I have another question, I said. Litton's face tightened up, and she nodded. You must be referring to Buxom. The three of us bobbed our heads. Buxom was a member of the PK gang that had infiltrated the DKB. As an ALS member, Litton might not have ever met him, but in the meeting between the two guilds last night, Lind would surely have explained whatever he knew. She drained the last of her sangria, took a deep breath, and said, the DKB has more of a quality over quantity philosophy than us, but they're still openly recruiting new members. They're not scouting out anyone who will join like us, but they are handing out papers in big towns on the lower floors, and now that then they hold a membership assessment drive on the town at beginnings. I never heard of someone refer to the handouts as papers rather than leaflets or flyers, but that wasn't important now. Assessment drive. What are they assessing? That's what I asked Sheba. He said level, stats, and skill makeup on the first test, a demonstration of a sword skill on the second test, and a duel with a guild member on the third test. Third test, I muttered, the corner of my mouth twitching tensely. Are they going to get anyone to apply? I asked Asuna, the skepticism wafting from her tone. But Lynn actually noted, there are more and more mid-rank players lately, and they want to break into the frontline group. They get 20 or 30 applicants each time, he said. A big part of that is the DKB, is the guild carrying on Diavel's dream. I haven't had the chance to talk to them myself, but apparently he's like a legendary hero to the players in the middle floors, though Cabao is a good leader too. The mention of his name caused me to remember Diavel the night as I knew him. He perished in the battle against the first floor boss on December 14th, and today was January 5th. It was impossible to believe that it had only been a month, but that was certainly enough time for him to become a legend among the mid-level players, I supposed. Litton's voice broke the brief silence. Buxom took part in an assessment drive at the end of December and had fought Hafner to a duel in the 3rd round of the test. That's when they decided to let him join the guild. End of December, I repeated, constructing a mental timetable of our progress through Einkrad. The impromptu raid party of Asuna, Argo, Litten, and me beat the 5th floor boss on the night of December 31st. At the end of the year, nobody had information about the quest series on the 6th floor. Beta testers were another story, but even in the test, the golden cube in the Curse of Statuen quest didn't have paralyzing powers. So if Buxom had joined the DKB with the intent of stealing the golden cube from the start, the PK gang, led by the man in the black poncho, had to have gained information from some route other than the beta tester's knowledge. Buxom, Morche, the dagger user in the black mask, and the man in the black poncho, Asuna said, counting them off on her fingers, which she clenched into a fist. I wonder how many of people are in that PK gang total.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of that myself, but I can't even find out where they gather,
Argo noted with frustration.
Don't do anything too risky, Argo, Asuna told her. They're dangerous and crafty. You have no idea where they could be lurking in wait.
She was right. We suspected that the PK Asuna called the dagger user in the black mask might have actually been a senior member of the ALS named Joe, but we unfortunately had no hard evidence yet. I wanted to ask Linton about Joe, but if she realized we suspected him of foul play and confused him directly, there was a possibility she could get singled out next.
What's wrong with them?
Linton grumbled, holding her empty glass with both hands.
PKing in the situation we're in, interfering with our ability to beat the game, is only prolonging our release from SAO.
I couldn't answer that for her. Asuna and I had been tormented by the same question ever since we learned of their existence. There wasn't just any logic behind the actions of the Black Poncho and his friends, but in a sense, that was one of their greatest advantages. The sheer irrationality of intentionally ruining a deadly game made it much harder to anticipate their actions. I had to take a swig of orange-flavored ale to wash the bitterness out of my mouth. From the right end of the table, I heard Argo say,
"Do you know what the battle test is?"
The other three of us shook our heads. The term was unfamiliar.
It's something a game researcher created a long time ago. Basically, the idea is that you can classify all gamers into one of 4 types.
4 types? Litton repeated. Argo held up a finger.
The first is achievers. That's the type of player who tries to reach a goal set up within the game. Maxing out your level, getting all the best gear, finishing every quest, getting all the trophies.
I was never much for getting all the trophies, I thought, but I couldn't say it out loud before she held up a second finger.
Second is the explorers. The folks who get excited for exploring the unknown and finding out things on their own. Walking across every part of the world map, charging into dungeons and bosses you've never seen before, stubbornly trying to jump or climb up every wall and slope.
Oh, that might be me. I thought it, but again, I did not have time to say it out loud.
The third is socializers. These are the people who play games to socialize with others. They love playing cooperatively, running guilds, and just standing around on the map and chatting for hours.
This time, Asuna spoke up, before I could even think of a comment. That's exactly the opposite of whatever Kirito is. Linton made a bizarre "fmph" sound. Her head was pointed at the ground, so I could only assume she was holding back laughter. Argo briefly paused to smirk, then continued her lecture.
And the fourth group is killers. those who derive enjoyment from killing other players.
The smiles vanished from Asuna and Litton's faces. They froze, so I asked Argo, meaning the PK gang is made up of these killers?
Well, I don't think it's meant to be that simple. I don't take the battle test all that seriously myself, but I think that out of all the real players trapped in SAO, some of them are gonna have a real high resistance to PKing, and some of them are gonna have a lower resistance. That kind of folk who might just hop over that hurdle if the right thing gets whispered into their ear. Her voice was soft enough that I could just barely hear it at the other end of the table. Argo drained the rest of her mug, which was still half full. Like Asuna and Litton, I was having trouble knowing what to say. If you needed to hear the right whisper in your ear, like Argo said, then how did the whisper get over that hurdle in the first place? Unless it was some kind of person who had no resistance to killing someone else from the start.
It's showtime!
The words replayed in my mind without my say-so, and my body tensed. Asuna must have sensed my chills because she said very calmly, "This has been very useful information, Argo." Then she shrugged and smirked mischievously. "But I don't think I fit into any of these types." I agreed with that. I mean, could you even define Asuna as a gamer? But Argo just smiled and hissed through her teeth. With laughter,
In that case, I propose a fifth category for you, A-chan. How about progressors?
"Progressors?" The three of us said in unison. "So, I'm making progress. Where am I going?"
Wherever you should be progressing,
said Argo, an evasive non-answer to the question. From somewhere below, there was a distant sound of cheering. It seemed the fifth match had just begun. "Are you headed back, Litton?" asked Asuna. Litton considered this, then replied,
Now, if they win, they'll come up here to exchange the chip for their prize. So I'll wait for them.
"Okay. Well, I think we'll move on then."
Don't you want to know the results? If Kirito has to watch them claim that 100,000 sword, he's going to weep with jealousy,
Asuna said smugly, eliciting giggles and grins from Litton and Argo. I wouldn't weep, I protested. "If anything, I'd just throw a little fit." "That's plenty pathetic," Asuna said, rolling her eyes. I got to my feet along with her, but Argo stayed seated with Litton.
I'll wait to see the results. You two go back to the suite first.
"Okay, see you later then. Thanks for talking with us, Litton."
My pleasure. It was fun.
Asuna beamed and waved at them, and I held up my hand and closed it once I left the counter. The cheers from the floor below rolled like a wave on the shore. It seemed that the final bout was quite a showstopper. "If you really want to watch, I'll join you," Asuna said, walking towards the door. I grimaced. "No, I'm fine. After what Nanir told us, I don't think I could enjoy watching the competition." "That's true. By the way, Kirito, do you think she's..." She trailed off. I looked over, but Asuna shook her head and said, "No, never mind." 40 minutes later, when Argo returned to the Amber Moon Inn, we heard from her that both the ALS and the DKB had lost their bets in the last match. Along with it, all of the 50,000 plus chips they had won prior to it. 8. My eyes drifted open, like a dandelion puff picked up on a breeze and falling back to earth. The heavy lids opened just enough for me to glance at the time. It was 2 a.m, only 2 hours since I'd gone to bed. I wasn't the deepest sleeper in the real world, but strangely enough, I could completely knock out an Aincrad. Even I didn't know why I was able to sleep so soundly while trapped in a game that could kill me. Either the focus I needed to survive the day left me wiped out, or the device that was shutting out all the extra sensations that would normally keep me from sleeping, or as much as I didn't want to admit it, it was possible that I actually felt comfortable in this place. So it was strange that I popped awake without a reason like this. I'd set my alarm for 6 o'clock, so I needed to sleep that extra 4 hours in preparation for the day ahead. I closed my eyes to go back to sleep, but then I felt a gentle shaking and frowned. It was the vibration that had awakened me. Was it the wind? An earthquake? A big wave? Or was Aincrad itself falling? "Kirito, wake up," said a soft voice in my ear. I yelped and bolted upright. Or I would have if I hadn't collided with something close to my head. Purple lights flashed in my eyes. "Ah!" said 2 voices together. My head fell back to the pillow, where I blinked rapidly, trying to focus my eyes. To the right of the bed, holding her hands to her temple, was my temporary partner. There was no real pain in this world, but when encountering phenomena that typically cause pain, your brain tried to create a kind of phantom sensation. The nerve gear was supposed to diminish even that phantom pain, but I couldn't stop you from imagining the pain from a sudden reaction like this. For the moment, Asa and I groaned at the lingering effect of bonking our heads. Once we could look at each other again, I realized that the source of the shaking was not an earthquake or a gust of wind, but it had been her. What in the world?" I asked. The fencer grimaced and explained, "I kept calling your name, but you wouldn't wake up, so I had to shake you, and then you jumped out of bed." Well, sorry about that, but why were you waking me up?" "I was just thinking I'd like to leave a bit early." "Huh?" I had to check the clock again, thinking I'd read it wrong, but it was still 2 o'clock in the morning. The pale light coming through the cracks of the window blinds belonged to the moon, not the morning sun. "More than a little bit early, don't you think?" "I know, but I started thinking about things, and then I couldn't sleep," she murmured, sitting down at the edge of the bed. Her pale blue nightclothes shone in the morning moonlight as though they were wet. "The Sacred Key questline won't continue until we get to the Dark Elf base. I understand that, but Kizmel isn't just some program we can pause with the press of a button. She's got to sit around all alone at the base, waiting for us to arrive so the story can move forward again." "That's true," I admitted, sitting upright. Most likely, Asuna had arrived at this train of thought because we'd come in contact with NPCs on the 6th and 7th floor who were so expressive and reactive that they seemed to be real people. Maya, Fiano, Bochrum, and now Kyo Nanir. They were doing their best to live in this artificial world. And so was Kizmel, of course. I don't think Kizmel would be imprisoned for losing the 4 sacred keys to the fallen elves, but she wasn't going to be pampered for that failure. If she was in a painful situation, we needed to resume the quest for the 6 keys as soon as possible, to free her from that predicament. However, you haven't slept a wink, have you, Asuna? I'm not thrilled about the idea of moving around an unfamiliar environment in the middle of the night when you're short on sleep. Can't we at least get another hour of sleep? I suggested. But Asuna just waved her head from side to side. "No, this is one of those sleepless nights." "Sleepless nights? Huh?" I couldn't understand that. I had experienced wanting to go to sleep so badly that the focus just kept you awake many times before, being trapped in SAO, and keeping time since, too. Oh, well, as long as I'm watching out for her, I guess we'll be all right, I thought. and was about to suggest that we get up and leave, but then Asuna said, "Though I might be able to catch a bit of sleep." My mouth clamped shut, then opened again. "Then, in 1 hour, let's say, we should meet up in the living room." Before I had even finished my sentence, Asuna toppled to her right. She turned on her side, lifted her feet up onto the bed, grabbed a pillow, and rested her head on it, then went still. She stifled the inclination to ask her to go back to her own bedroom. If she was having trouble sleeping, but the feeling drowsy now, it would be cruel to interrupt her. Plus, this wasn't the first time I'd slept very close to Asuna. If you played together as partners, there would be time when you needed to camp out and share a bedroll in the wilderness. You had to be used to this scenario. I scooched over a tiny bit from the softly breathing girl and set my internal alarm to 3 o'clock, then stretched out on the bed. 10 seconds later, I murmured silently, "This is one of those sleepless nights."
9. January 6, 3:10 a.m. My partner and I, back to our usual battle gear, walked side by side up the central stairs of Volupta. The stores on either side of the street were shuttered tight, and not a single person could be seen walking along nearby. Things were probably still bustling on the western staircase, with all the shady bars, and there might have even been some late-night quest prompts there, but this was not the time for detours. Despite leaving nearly 3 hours ahead of time, we were still pushing our luck with the schedule we'd set for ourselves. First, we'd go to Looser Rock Forest in the center of the floor, meet up with Kizmel at the Dark Elf base, then collect 20 Narsos fruits, while advancing the Sacred Key questline. We'd have to return to Volupta by noon. Either we'd have to pause the key quest at that point and ask Kizmel to wait at her base, or else she'd be coming to Volupta with us. Even with Argo handling the Wurtstones collection, it was a lot to do. Just thinking about it brought the latest vestiges of sleeplessness forward, and I let out a huge yawn. Asuna, who was walking briskly along, leaned forward so she could look up at me from below. "You slept 3 times as much as I did, and you're still sleepy?" "It wasn't 3 times as much. Maybe 2.5, I said, because I couldn't very well say, "I couldn't sleep at all because you fell asleep in my bed." "And how are you so wide awake if you only slept an hour?" I don't know. That 1 hour has me feeling pretty good." "Well, good for you, milady," I said, and Asuna shot back with a, "Thank you, manservant." She was probably feeling hyped up, not because of the lack of sleep, but because of the anticipation of meeting Kizmel very soon. I was looking forward to that too, of course. But we were already on the 7th floor of Einkrad. The Elf War campaign quest started on the 3rd floor. It would end on the 9th. We had maybe 2 or 3 weeks at most left to go on our adventures with her. But even after the quest line, we should be able to see Kizmel any time as long as we descended to the 9th floor. So I didn't need to mention any depressing facts to bring down Asuna. It was hard enough to find things to look forward to in this deadly game. Might as well appreciate them while we have them. For some reason, I heard a phantom version of Argo's mischievous laugh, and I shivered. She was still fast asleep in her bedroom, so we left her a note, but I was certain she'd have some teasing to do when we met around midday. I needed to prepare for that and have some witty comebacks ready. I was simulating that conversation in my immature 8th grade mind when Asuna said, "I wonder what Lind and Kabao are going to do." "Do?" "They didn't win their bet on the final match and lost everything they had, right?" "It's not everything they had,"
I said with a chuckle. According to Litton, the first ALS bet was 11,000 coal. That's a lot of money, but when the DKB members were trying to buy the guild flag from us, they offered 300,000. The ALS probably has about that much. So if they came out of losing 11,000, well, that's just the price of a valuable lesson, don't you think? The price of a valuable lesson, Austin repeated, frowning. So, does this mean the NPC man who sold Lyndon Cabal the cheat sheet was actually a scammer? I don't think I'd call him that. That the cheat sheet was only 100 coal, and it suggestions were correct on 9 out of the 10 matches yesterday. So it was probably intended to build up trust through the first 9 matches, then get them to bet as big as possible in the 10th and lose. That wouldn't make him a scammer, but a plant from the casino, perhaps? Asana didn't seem entirely convinced by my interpretation. She turned her head the other way. But the Monster Arena isn't like the roulette or card tables. The bettors are wagering their money against one another, right? Lady Ninier said the only money the casino makes on those is the 10% fee on each ticket purchase. So if Cabal's group lost tens of thousands of coal, it would be the other visitors to the casino who made that money. The casino only gets a small bit of that. That's exactly correct, I said, impressed by how quickly she grasped the concept. So if my imagination is accurate, one or more of those bettors are actually with the casino. They bet on the opposite of Cabal's pick. So if they win big. That's so dirty, Asana blurted out, pulling no punches. But that means they can manipulate the outcome on the matches, right? So wouldn't it be impossible unless the traders are both monsters? I'm meaning Bardun, Corloy, and Ninier work together, right? Not necessarily, I said, having considered this just seconds earlier. I did my best to explain. If only one of the two is acting improperly, it might be tricky to guarantee a win. But you can certainly guarantee a loss. You could choose the weakest monster in the specified rank and weaken it further with poison before the fight. Then you write in the cheat sheet that you expected your monster to win, and trick Cabal into betting big on you. Even still, that doesn't add up. The cheat sheet had a favorite for each of the 9 matches before that, and they were all correct. I assume not all of the losers were the Corloy's monsters. They need to win a few. Ah! When she gasped, I nodded slowly. Yes, they probably engaged in some cheating in order to win, too. One of those attempts was the die trick with the rusty Lycaon. I bet the other matches that the Corloy family monsters won had some kind of cheating in effect. We just didn't notice it. That way, they not only get the cut from the matches they win, but also get money when they lose. So in every one of the matches, it's, what do you call it? When only one side is cheating? When one side is losing on purpose, that's called throwing the match. But the Corloys are also cheating in order to win. I see. Well, anyway, it's dirty. Ninier is trying her best to fulfill her role, but the Corloys are cheating for no reason other than increasing their profit, my partner said, fuming. I was going to tell her that was just part of the quest background, but I swallowed my words. A month ago, I would have considered this Bardun Corloy to be nothing but a cog in a story written by a game writer in the real world. But Kizmel, Mia, Fiano, and even Kaisara, the fallen elf adjutant who stole the sacred keys, seemed to be acting on their own free will. It was possible that Bardun was merely placed in a situation and made all the subsequent choices on his own. Ninier said Bardun was gathering as much money as he could to buy a small amount of life, with no other concerns. If that wasn't just a simple bit of characterization, then what was it that made him fear death so much? And what did she mean by buying life with money? Kirito, there's the exit. I looked up and saw a smaller gate ahead of us. At some point, we'd finished climbing the central stairs and reached the square on the northern end of Volupta. The gate was wide open. Despite the hour, while there were guards on either side, their heads were lolling asleep. I couldn't blame them for being bored. Whether they took their job seriously or not, the monsters outside of town were physically prevented from getting inside the game systems. In a sense, this had to be the emptiest job imaginable. Out of an abundance of sympathy, I actually said, "Good evening," as we passed them. One of the guards seemed to be sleeping on his feet, but then the other one lifted his head and said,
"It's dangerous at night. Be careful."
Asuna smiled and thanked him. I sucked in a deep breath of the night air blowing across the plains ahead and stretched as far as I could. Asuna gave me a funny look and asked, "Did you always used to greet the town guards?" "No, just every now and then." "Mm-hmm." He totally jumped. Did you see that? I bet he thought he was going to get yelled at by his boss for sleeping on the job, she said with a giggle. It occurred to me that I should probably greet the guards more often in the future. We set off down the road out of town by moonlight. Einkrad's 7th floor was split into flatlands on the southern side and mountains on the north. The roads from the main town to the Labyrinth Tower both curved their way around through those environs. So hardly any players or NPCs bother to set foot in the center. Because of that, the road heading directly north from Volupta quickly showed cracks in its paving stones and turned into simple exposed dirt shortly after. When it rained on this surface, the mud could make it easier to tumble, but we didn't need to worry about that for a while. We made our way forward carefully, dispatching the moths and stag beetle monsters that replaced the bees and lancer beetles from the day. I was pretty sure that all kinds of rhinoceros beetles were nocturnal in the real world, but these insects were nearly half a meter long, so expecting perfect realism was perhaps besides the point. After 30 minutes of walking, the environment began to change. The short grass that covered the gentle slopes began to get thicker, and there were more trees about. Eventually, we saw especially large, broadleaf trees framing the path ahead. A clammy headwind blew past us, and the trees rustled loudly. It was practically warning us, danger ahead. You didn't need to be in a game of death to recognize that this area called for caution. I opened my mouth to warn Asuna, but she beat me to the punch. Aspens. What? I started looking around, wondering, was that a monster on the 7th floor? Where are they? But there was no hint of a monster's presence and no red cursors. I kept looking until Asuna snapped. "It's not a monster. It's the name of those trees." Huh? I looked up at the pair of trees that stood watch over the path. They're called aspens? Are they real trees? Real trees. Their leaf cluster's density is high, so they make a lot of noise when the wind blows. That's why they're also called quaking aspens. And the traditional Japanese name is mountain sounders. I may have heard of that before. That reminds me, you guessed the name of the trees at Yofel Castle on the 4th floor too. That was because Kizmel mentioned they were junipers first. I only knew the Japanese name, Asuna remarked, smiling very slightly. It disappeared, probably because the thought made her worry for Kizmel again. I wanted to hurry onward, but there was other danger ahead aside from monsters. Well, we're about to enter looser rock forests, but I need to warn you. About the loose rocks, she added. I could only nod. Yeah, them. Sorry. Asuna chuckled and patted my arm. What exactly does it mean that the rocks are loose? Well, I formed a sphere in the air with my hands, trying to explain with my limited vocabulary. The floor of looser rock forest is wetland, so it's hard to walk, and here and there the water goes really deep. There is a path made of these huge boulders, but sometimes they just rock beneath your feet. It's about 5 to 10 feet from the top of the rocks to the ground, and because the ground is covered in water, you barely take any damage. But it's really hard to get back up on the rock. Plus, when you walk in the swamp, well, at any rate, you'll be able to recognize the loose rocks if you watch closely. So let's just pay attention, shall we? I started to walk again, finished my explanation, when Asuna grabbed my arm and held me back this time. Stop right there. What? You just skipped over something. When you walk in the swamp, what? What comes after that? I muttered, awkwardly, thinking fast. But I knew well enough by now that I couldn't pull the wool over my partner's eyes. In the marsh water, there are some bottomless holes, like I mentioned. Plus, some translucent, slimy, frilly guys that look like Melody viridis. Do you know what Melody viridis is? I do not, said Asuna very carefully, her face a tapestry of rich emotion. I rested my hand on her shoulder. Then you can look it up when we get back to the real world. As long as you don't fall off the rocks, you won't have to worry about them. I'll do that, she said. I gave her a quick smile and resumed traveling. Past the 2 aspens was a small hill, followed by a dark line of trees. Within that forest was the Dark Elf Fortress. The enemy fortress elf base was near the outer perimeter on the northern part of the floor, beyond some treacherous mountains. It was quite a trek, but of course we had no reason to visit. The hour was 4 o'clock, lots of time until sunrise. Following my line of thought, Asuna said, "It's dark in the forest. Should we get a torch?" No, we won't need one, I think. Why not? You'll see when we get inside the forest. Asuna made a face at that unhelpful answer, but she changed her expression once we reached the trees. The boundary line between the Viridian plains we just crossed and the looser rock forest was so sharp and stark that it could never happen in real life. At the other end of the hill, there was a wall of trees nearly 70 feet tall, with a darkened entrance between them so obvious it looked like a mouth of a dungeon. The path wound its way through that gap, and there was no visible light beyond it whatsoever. Are you sure we won't need light? Just wait, I reassured her, taking us down the slope and through the gap in the trees. The moonlight behind us got dimmer, and we were soon surrounded by darkness so thick that you couldn't see more than 6 feet in front of you. The temperature was dropping significantly, until the summer night humidity completely vanished. At this point, almost any player would light a torch or lantern. I did that during the beta, but this time, I continued walking through the thick line of trees, grappling with the primordial fears of darkness. Eventually, our footsteps turned from the dry scraping of earth into the sharper impact of something harder. The ground under our feet turned from dirt to rock. Along with the 2 sets of footsteps came the sound of running water. Ah! Asuna gasped. There was a faint green light up ahead. As we got closer, it became clear that the illumination was coming from some mushrooms growing on the trunks of the trees. There were bioluminescent mushrooms in the real world, but these were larger and brighter. Asuna came to a stop before a glowing fungus, a round cap that looked like a light bulb, and tapped it. The window appeared to display the name Bonfire Shroom. Bonfire Shroom. That's not a real mushroom, right? Asuna asked, turning to me. Not as far as I know. When it says bonfire, is it referring to the big bonfires they light for Oban? To send the spirits of the dead on their way? Like the one in Kyoto? I'm assuming so. In other words, this mushroom was glowing to help guide the spirits who'd briefly returned to the living world back to the land of the dead. Not the most auspicious name, but if they weren't here, it would be instantly 3 times as hard to get through looser rock forests. Asuna straightened up, exclaimed again, softly and wordlessly. Ahead, there were 2 more green glowing lights that hadn't been there before. As she reached them, more lights appeared, as though guiding us along. If you didn't know what these were, you might think it was a trap, but the mushroom were not doing anything by their own will according to any great plan. They simply reacted by glowing wherever a player or NPC approached, and when any other nearby specimen glowed. For several minutes, we walked along the soft green light until suddenly the trees gave way on either side. The bonfire shroom's guidance ended, too, leaving nothing but utter darkness ahead. Huh? Are we already through the forest? We've only been walking a few minutes, said Asuna with consternation. I held up my right hand to stop her. Hang on a moment. Okay. We stood still, waiting. Then, on our right up ahead, a bonfire shroom lit up. In reaction, a cluster of them shone farther away. Then, another group. The chain reaction of luminescence continued without end, until the lights were nearly as numerous as the sky at night. A vast space was lit by a pale green glow. Wow! Asuna exclaimed, stepping forward. I had to quickly grab the sleeve of her tunic. Before us was a natural corridor, built of massive trees and their thick foliage. The corridor was roughly 100 feet tall across, and it was impossible to tell how far it went. We were standing atop pillars of rock with flat tops, and the ground 10 feet below was covered with clear water and aquatic plants. The canopy of so many thick branches overhead dangled a plethora of vines, through which larger butterflies flapped lazily. The rock pillars ran in a line through the center of the passageway of trees and water, twisting and turning as it went. The sight of all of this, lit by the unearthly green color of bonfire shrooms, was nothing short of ethereal. Once I was sure my partner was standing still with wonder, I let go of her tunic and removed a torch from my inventory. When Asuna noticed that, she seemed almost affronted. Wait, it's so bright now. Do we really need that? Just watch. I tapped the torch with my free hand to activate it. The moment the orange flames arose, the light of the nearest group of the bonfire shrooms went out. That phenomenon rapidly spread until the entire tunnel of green was completely dark in the span of under 10 seconds. Only deep darkness surrounded us, with nothing but a few meters of light against the rock pillars to guide us. I see. So the shrooms don't activate if there's other light nearby, Asuna murmured. I tapped the burning torch and said, exactly. So if you light your torch right at the entrance to the forest, you'll never find out the shrooms glow, and you'll have to work your way through the forest in this darkness. Not that it would be impossible. I hit extinguish button on the window, and the torch's flames quickly dwindled, then went out. Within a few seconds, the nearest batch of bonfire shrooms glowed again. The luminescence spread quickly and quietly until the entire corridor was again lit a ghostly green. My demonstration finished, I stashed the torch away and pointed at the string of rock pillars we were standing on. These are the loose rocks the dungeon is named after, and you'll find the loose ones, every 7th rock or so. How loose are we talking here? Asuna asked, prodding at the rock under her feet with the toe of her boot. I recalled the general experience from the beta. It's not a herp. It's more like somewhere between a wobble and a rumba. Without using sound effects. Once you know it's loose, you can plant your feet and still maintain your balance. How can you tell if it'll be a loose one. It's hard to explain with words, so I'll just point it out to you, I said, moving to the next rock. Asuna followed, rather timidly. The circular pillars were all an even 10 feet above the water, but there was significant variety in their size. The smallest ones were less than 2 feet across, with the biggest ones were over 4 feet. The problem was that the size didn't necessarily correspond to the stability. This one's fine. This one's fine too, I said out loud, crossing from pillar to pillar. 5, 6, and I was just about to step on the 7th. Aha! Here's one. I pulled back the leg I had extended forward, then crouched down. Here, look at this, I said, pointing out the seam between the pillars. The other pillars were completely seamless where they met, but the 7th was just a bit separated from the previous. It was only a few centimeters or so, which meant you might not notice it, unless you were focusing on it right as you got there. The ones that are just a bit separated from the others are the loose rocks. There are other identifying features, but they're really subtle, so just looking for the gaps is the best way to go. Got it. I'll step on it first. You watch how I keep balance. You're going to be all right. Totally fine. I think, I added silently. I spread out my hands and stepped forward. The diameter of the loose rock was a bit over 2 feet. I set my foot down right along the middle and carefully shifted my weight forward. When I was half resting on the rock, I could feel it begin to tilt to the right. It was like standing on a stake that was only lightly struck into the soft earth. In fact, that might be essentially to describe what this rock was. Carefully adjusting my center of balance, I went ahead and placed all my weight on my right foot. The rock continued to tremble, but it wasn't leaning far either way. I slowly brought my left foot forward, focusing on balancing with all my concentration, and placed it along the center line too. Then I transferred my weight to the left foot, lifted the right, and set it down on the next rock. There. I pulled my left foot forward, then exhaled slowly. I was hopping all over these things in the beta, but 4 months later, I seem to have lost the knack of it. There would have been plenty of these to cross, so I resigned myself to relearning the basics. I see. Give me room, Asuna declared from 2 rocks away. So I moved another rock forward, then turned back to watch. Think you can make it? The trick is to keep your weight in the center of the rock, right? Asuna said. She didn't sound particularly concerned. She placed her left foot on the loose rock. That made me wonder if the right foot was my dominant foot, while Asuna's was the left. No sooner had the thought entered my mind than Asuna quickly alternated feet and crossed the rock without any perceptible wobbling. She stopped in the middle of the rock and grinned. What's my score? I'll give you 99 points. Why did I lose one? You showed up the teacher, I said. She snorted and looked at the next pillar. Oh, the next one's loose too? Oh, you're right. Down at my feet, there was a very slight gap between our pillar and the next one in line. What happened to the loose rocks being once every 7? I was only talking averages. Sometimes you have little clusters of them, and sometimes you don't see any for a while. I knew that. Anyway, I'll go first. Be my guest, I said, taking 2 steps to the side. I looked at the ceiling of the corridor. The monster spawning rate in Loose Rock Forest was very low, but it wasn't 0. Every now and then, giant dragonfly or giant stick bug or giant skyfish floated down from the canopy. And if it happened while you were trying to cross a loose rock, it could cause brief panic. But for now, there was only a few giant butterflies floating around, which were natural mobs that didn't attack unless you did. I looked forward again and saw Asuna unsteadily crossing the loose rock. She took 4 steps to cross a larger rock than the first one and was just hopping to the next one when I noticed something. I had to stop myself from shouting. If I startled her, that would only make things worse. I just had to pray she noticed it for herself. The next rock was also loose. Asuna landed with a soft thump, then took a big step to the right, probably to make room for me to follow. The rock lurched to one side. "Asuna!" This time I shouted, right as she blurted out, "Huh?" Asuna tried her best to balance, but the rock tilted at least 20 degrees, hurtling her into the empty air. My heart seized up, and my limbs went cold, but she would still be fine. The ground below was merely swamp, with a water cover of 1.5 feet, so it would probably absorb the fall damage, and she couldn't drown in it, as long as she didn't happen to land on the bottomless holes. Despite the shock of the experience, Asuna did not scream. She maintained bodily control in the air and stretched out her limbs as she landed. There was a deep but quiet splash when she hit the water. Knees bent to absorb the impact, and the display of her HP bar did not lose a single pixel. Relieved, I called out to my partner, "Asuna, are you okay?" The fencer was still not moving from her landing position. Slowly, she straightened up and looked at me. "I'm fine, but my butt got wet." Well, it'll dry off once you're out of the water. Don't move, I'll lower a rope." "Got it," she said, scowling but giving me a thumbs up. I flashed one back, then opened my player menu. At least 3 times during the beta, I fell off these rocks. In order to get back up as a solo player, you had to return all the way to the entrance of the corridor and walk up a cramped staircase carved into the rock. But with a party, you could get your companions to lift you up. I materialized my Novella string rope, which was strong enough to hold the weight of 3 players without breaking, then made a loop at the end so I could toss it around to Asuna. But at that moment, she uttered a soft eek and pulled her arms up to her chest, standing stock still. What's wrong?" "Something touched my leg." I scrambled up to the edge of the rock and leaned over to look down at her feet. The light of the bonfire shrooms was strong enough to guide you across the rock bridge, but it could not shine into the water below. Still, I squinted hard, watching the shifting surface of the water. Then I saw a shape slip past Asuna's boot. A moment later, a color cursor appeared. It was a very light shade of pink, and the name, Hematomalabi. I let out a breath of I was holding and shouted, "Don't move, Asuna. The monster is gross, but alone it possesses no danger." "Almost. She squawked, because the Hematomalabi began slithering up her right leg. It was a long, narrow invertebrate, about 20 inches long. The body was translucent, and you could see a black digestive system tracked down its center. A number of waving, fin-like protuberances lined its back, and many long feelers extended from its head. "What? No, I can't do this," she screamed, leaning backward for all she was worth, but she didn't try to peel it off. Or maybe she couldn't? In any case, she'd just have to bear it for a moment. After the first time I encountered this monster in the beta, I searched the name Hematomalabi. It didn't turn up in any direct matches, but breaking it into separate words gave me a gist of it. Malabi was the name of a genus of sea slug. Hemato was a prefix meaning blood. So combining the two formed the name blood slug. Further searching taught me about the actual sea slug called Malabi viridis, which I'd mentioned to Asuna earlier. The Hematomalabi in Aincrad was clearly named after Malabi viridis, and the hemato prefix was relevant indeed. I can't do this!" She screeched as the giant sea slug came to a stop about 6 inches above her knee. The multitude of feelers on its head writhed against her leg, searching the skin between her tall boots and skirt. "Ah! Hang in there a bit longer. It's only going to suck a little blood." I reassured her. This had the opposite of its intended effect. My... Her scream reached every length of the forest corridor. Asuna grabbed the back of the hematolomabe and with her bare hand, then ripped it off with all of her strength and slammed it against the rock pillar next to her. The translucent body burst with a disgusting splack. The visible digestive tract ripped in two, oozing a reddish-black liquid into the swamp water. The ugly remnants of the creature stuck to the rock surface turned into blue particles and disappeared. Of all the monsters on the 7th floor, the hematolomabe was by far the weakest. It had almost no defense and just a pittance of hit points. Its only attack method was a very slow blood-sucking. If you ignored the fact that they were gross, there was nothing to fear for them. When they were alone. Without a moment's hesitation, I jumped off the pillar. I landed with a larger splash than Asuna made and called out, "Are you alright, Asuna?" "Yeah," she admitted, then blinked twice with surprise and suspicion. Why did you jump down here too? Who's going to get us back up there?" "Gotta start over from the beginning. Let's hurry." I grabbed her hand and turned, then clicked my tongue with irritation. 3 more light pink cursors were floating above the water, gliding towards us. They belonged to the 3 more hematolomabe, of course. "Kirito, they're coming from the right too, and behind us!" I let go of her hand. "They're drawn by the blood of the one that just died. Forget moving. We've got to fight." "But we just beat the 3 ahead of us." "It's impossible to aim for them whilst they're in the water. Once you start struggling, dozens of them will swarm you, until you can't stay upright from the weight. At that point, you could easily drown, even in the shallow water," I explained, as quickly as possible. Asuna didn't argue any further. She just said, "Got it." We drew our swords and stood with our backs to the line of the rock pillar. At least this way, we could limit the slug's attack to 3 sides. They go into a frenzy over their own kind's blood, so they'll jump out of the water and try to attack you. You've got to take them in order. Only use a sword skill if more than one is striking at a time. "Got it," she repeated, right as the surface of the water burst on our right. 2 blood-sucking slugs, their back fins spread out like wings, leaped towards us. I hit one with a diagonal slash, while Asuna thrust directly into the other. The weak invertebrates split in 2 just from the ordinary weapon attacks and fell into the water before disappearing into particles. Another 2 hematolomabe jumped at us. Again, we easily cut them down. Asuna murmured, "If they're drawn by the blood of their own kind, then won't they just keep coming the more of them we kill?" "Pretty much." Whoa! On my left, 2 cursors leaped in succession. I carefully identified the locations of the 2 and lined up a single slash, vertical skill to dispatch them. Another single slug jumped at Asuna, and she destroyed it with a blindingly fast thrust. Normally, bludgeoning attacks were most effective against invertebrates like hematolomabe, and the effect got steadily worse with slashing and thrusting and puncturing damage. In that order. My Sword of Eventide was a slashing weapon, so it did decent damage, but Asuna's chivalric rapier was piercing, so its lethality with normal attacks was less certain. But because it was originally a strong weapon that had been boosted to +7 by the Dark Elf Blacksmith, her weapon from the 3rd floor still boasted superlative power on the 7th. As evidence of that, she turned the blood-sucking slug into a circle with a hole in the middle, and to think the rapier still had another 8 upgrade attempts on it. What would it be if all 8 were successful and became a +15 weapon? I wanted to see that, but the thought also made me nervous. Not because I imagined ever crossing the weapon with Asuna, of course, but a weapon with such potential broken stats would be coveted by the frontrunners, not to mention the PK gang. Here comes a bunch of them," Asuna screeched, focusing my attention on the surface of the water again. Over 20 cursors were approaching from the distance. "It's the same process. If one of them attaches to you, don't panic, just peel them off and smack them against the wall behind us. As long as we don't panic, we'll easily survive this," I stated authoritatively. That helped reassure Asuna. "Got it. I want to talk to you about something after this." I didn't even have time to wonder what it was. The water splashed up ahead, and more blood-sucking sea slugs came leaping towards us. We fought them off with slashes and thrusts. The mirror-bright rapier left faint zigzag after effects in the darkness. Her thrusts were so fast that the reflective light ran together into a solid beam. Asuna's strength as a player wasn't all due to the specs of the chivalric rapier. With each floor we traversed, Asuna's skill in combat evolved dramatically. I was more often in the teaching role simply because of the gap in our relative knowledge about the monsters of SAO and how its game systems worked. But in a couple of floors, say the 10th or so, she would have made up that ground. With each flash of her chivalric rapier, another hematolomabe disintegrated in midair as a hollowed tube. There was no way you could cause that effect to blobby into vertebrate unless you pierced them exactly head-on down the middle. It took superb concentration, physical control, and affinity for the full dive experience to achieve this kind of mastery. Asuna wasn't meant to be the partner of an outcast like me. She was destined to shine on a much larger stage. While that wasn't necessarily a new feeling, something else rose in me that was kind of a hesitation. Perhaps it was fixation. I wanted to be able to watch her skill grow right beside me. I didn't want to let anyone else have her. In the real world, I kept my distance from everyone, even shunned my family to an extent. It was ironic that it took getting trapped in a virtual world for me to feel this for the first time. A third of my brain power was occupied by these thoughts as I cut through the hematolomabe, up, down, left, right, and center. When I fell into this exact same situation in the beta, I felt my willpower getting ground down by the waves of enemies with no sign of letting up. But having gone through the experience, I knew that if you withstood the rush, they would run out eventually. Plus, I had a very reliable partner to help me fight. For the first few minutes, we called out the location to each other for assistance, but eventually we stopped needing to do that. Asa and I caught little glimpses of each other's movements out of the corner of our eyes and listened for the soft sound of our breathing to anticipate the timing of the other's attacks and offered backup as we steadily fought off invaders on 3 sides. Eventually, we grew numb to panic, fear, and even the passage of time. I was swinging my sword in a trance, and the next thing I knew, the color cursors that seemed to have buried the surface of the water were all gone, like a vanished mirage. Still, I stood with my sword at the ready, allowing my mind to empty for several moments, and finally, I relaxed. At my side, Asuna's eyes had a dazed, far-off look to them. She blinked a few times, and it focused on me. It's over? I think. I glanced around several times just to be sure. The fencer examined the rapier in her hand, then said, I'm glad they were soft monsters. I didn't lose much durability. Yeah, true. I wonder how many we beat. I stopped counting at 50. There wasn't much to our conversation, but it was a decent way to let out our nerves unwind. I shook my head to clear the trance state from my mind. Anyway, nice job. You did great, I said, holding up my fist. Asuna touched her knuckle to mine. Same to you, Kirito. Also, I'm sorry. For what? For not following your instructions. If I stayed still like you said for the first one, it wouldn't have resulted in that huge swarm, she said, surprisingly deflated. No, that wasn't your fault, I quickly insisted. If I'd warned you about what the hematolomabe looked like and what it does, then I remembered what Asuna had said just before the fight started. Wait, is that what you wanted to talk to me about afterward? I asked. Immediately, the fencer's regal and gracious attitude evaporated with a puff of steam. Oh, yes, that! I'm sure you didn't say anything because you thought I might find it gross. Well, stop doing that! I'll admit, I may have no natural resistance to gross-type monsters, but I'm not going to tell you we should turn back on account of it. Can I tell you about the ghost monsters too? She made a sound, something like getting stuck in her throat, but eventually she gave up and nodded awkwardly. Yes, you can. It's better than coming face to face without any advanced warning. By the way, do they show up here too? They do. I held it there for 3 seconds, then made a giant X with my forearms. Not! Asuna punched my shoulder with her left hand, just softly enough that it didn't cause damage. With the sea slugs gone, we sloshed through the swamp back to the entrance of the forest corridor. Climbing the stairs carved into the wall, we started the balancing act upon the rocks. The number of loose rocks had increased since the beta. Not only did they come 2 in a row, every now and then it was 3 in a row. But as long as we walked down the center of each rock, it wasn't too hard to maintain a balance thanks to our light weight. When the flying insect monsters came down to harass us, it was easily enough to stand on firm rocks and throw stones at them. After about 20 minutes, our destination was within view. Wow, Asuna exclaimed, even more enthusiastically than the first time she'd seen the corridor lit up. I couldn't blame her. If you were making a list of the 100 greatest views in Eingrad, this would have been one of them. Our south corridor was convening with the others from the north, east, and west into a rounded dome. In the center of the dome was a proud mammoth tree, at least 150 feet across. The monster baobab trees from Zoomfoot on the 3rd floor were about 300 feet, so if you cut them down, the cross-sections would be nearly 3 times bigger than this one. If you told me this tree was 1,000 years old, I would believe it. A large knot in the tree yawned near the roots, with a wooden door set just behind it. There's also many open holes around the trunk, with greenish light spilling out of them. Like the baobab in Zoomfoot, this tree was hollow, with living quarters inside it. Asuna just stood and stared in wonder. I leaned over and murmured, "That's the Dark Elf base on the 7th floor, Harin Tree Palace." We crossed the last 100 meters of the rock bridge and jumped to the larger cluster of rock pillars clumped together in a large honeycomb pattern. At last, we could relax. On the other side of the platform were other rock bridges that led to the other forest corridors. Ahead of us was the not hollow that the main gate to Harin Tree Palace, standing nearly 30 feet high. The gate just behind the opening was made of different types of wood, fit into a herringbone pattern, like a gigantic work of art. "And Kizmel's in there?" Asuna murmured. I pushed her lightly on the back. "Come on, let's go. I'm sure she's waiting for us." "Yeah." She walked forward. I checked the time. It was 5:07 a.m., nearly 2 hours after we left Volupta. If we turned back at the swamp entrance, then it would be a 3-hour round trip, just like Nanir said. Our quest objective, the Narsos fruit, was growing somewhere in the wetland here. We had the option of continuing to search for the fruit after we got down and fought the Hematolomabi, but Asuna didn't want any more detours. I figured, and I wanted to see Kizmel too. We quickly crossed the rocky platform and stopped at the rocks of the tree palace. This close, all you could see when you looked up was a trunk so vast, like a giant wall, and the branches far, far overhead. "I wonder what the widest tree in the real world and how big it is," I said, absent-mindedly. I didn't expect an answer, but Asuna immediately said, "It's the Árbol del Tul in Mexico, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure the diameter is close to 50 feet at the base." I can't believe you know that. 50 feet across is amazing, but I feel like this one is at least 3 times that size. I agree. If we ask Kizmel, she'll probably tell us the history, won't she? Yeah, I bet. We shared a brief look, then proceeded onward again. The rock path led us between the roots that were twice our height, right up to the gate. Fire stands lined the path, but the light coming from the cages at at the top was not the orange of flames, but a pale green. They were cultivating the bonfire shrooms as a light source. The trail led through the hollow tree. The herringbone pattern was right before us. The 2 gates were shut perfectly tight, and I suspected they would not open even if we pushed them. I didn't see any guards around, and unlike the castle galley on the 6th floor, nobody called out for us for identification while we waited outside. That's weird. When I came here in the beta, I remember the gates opening just from walking up to them. I murmured, frowning. Asuna ran out of patience and stepped forward, raising her left hand high to show a large sigil of Lysula ring on her pointed finger. We are human warriors assisting Kizmel of the Pagoda Knights Brigade of Lysula. We have come to this land to see her. Please open the gates. This was a proper introduction for following the story of the quest. My partner was growing into quite the VR MMO player. There was a deep rumble, and then the huge gates slowly opened to the sides. We had avoided being shut out at the door. To my relief, as they opened, I watched the gates open closely. It wasn't just the surface. The inner structure was wooden too, and even the gears that helped them open and close. The elves couldn't cut down any living trees, so they must have collected all this material from dead or fallen trunks. I couldn't imagine how long that would have taken. It took 10 seconds for the gate to open all the way. I tried to see inside, but there was just a lone orange light flickering weakly in the distance, and only darkness elsewhere. I remember there being a huge hall here. Well, we'll see when we get there. Come on, let's go, Asuna urged, tugging my arm. I hurried to keep up with her. We stepped through the open gates and into the darkness. What little light there was from the bonfire shrooms covered the floor just past the gate, but nothing else could be seen. For now, we could only head for the small light straight ahead. But that was probably just an ordinary fire, and if you stoked a fire, it would probably turn off all the bonfire shrooms through their chain reaction phenomenon. But no sooner had I come to that conclusion than a number of needle-sharp spears points sprung towards us from the darkness, prodding our chests. I see, so that single flame was set on purpose, to keep all the mushrooms inside the hall dark. My thought was snuffed out by a severe voice bellowing.
Human sword fighters Kirito and Asuna, you are under arrest for the crimes of joining Kizmel the Knight in stealing the sacred keys and passing them to the fallen elves.
10. The sound of the cell closing was surprisingly soft. It wasn't due to the fact that the dark elf soldiers who took us to the cell were particularly gentlemanly. It was because the entire structure, as sturdy as it looked, was built out of wood. When the captain and his 4 soldiers left for the hallway and marched out of earshot, I took a look around the prison cell. It was a small space, with 2 simple beds and 1 table. There was a pitcher of water and cups on the table. Instead of a lantern, a bonfire shroom glowed from a fixture on the wall. I went over to the table, picked up the pitcher to examine it. The body was made of glass, but the handle was wood. The cups, meanwhile, were entirely wooden. The table and beds were constructed of complex tongue and groove joints, without a single visible nail. It seemed that the prison, and likely the entire palace, was made without any metal at all. The only exception were the weapons and armor the dark elves used. Out of sheer habit, I lifted my hand to my left side, but there was no sword to touch. The sword of Eventide, Asuna's chivalric rapier, and both our sigil of Lysula had been confiscated when they took us here and put us in a small storage room of some kind. I stifled a sigh, grabbed a cup, poured some water, sniffing just in case before I drank it. No poison or paralysis debuff icons appeared, so I poured more water into the other cup and handed it to Asuna, who stood still in the center of the cell. "Come on, drink up. It's just water." "Okay," she said, taking the cup with both hands and drinking it rather slowly. It wasn't very cold water, but it had the effect of calming her down a little. Some light returned to her empty eyes. She blinked twice, then once more, and looked at me. "I wonder if Kizmel is being held in the cells here too." It was the question of the moment. I considered it briefly before replying. If so, it's not anywhere near us. If she were close by, she'd have called for us already. Let's see. I wonder if it'll show up on the map. I opened up my window and switched to the map tab. Fortunately, it displayed a map of Harin Tree Palace, so we examined it together. Most of it was still grayed out, but we could at least take a guess as to the structure of the prison. This cell we're in now is on the west side of the second basement level. The stairs and the guard stations are in the center. That tells me there's probably a cell in the east side too. And Kizmel's there? It's possible, I said. Asuna bit her lip. Eventually, through a voice hoarse with concealed pain, she said, "You remember what Kizmel said? When we asked her about having to take responsibility for losing the sacred keys on the 6th floor." "Yeah." She said, "I am one of the Queen's own royal pagoda knights. Only Her Majesty and the Knights Commander have the right to formally rebuke me. And, like she said, I don't think Kizmel was punished in Castle Galley. If that were going to happen, she would have been put in a cell there. So why did they lock her up here on the 7th floor?" Asuna's question was a good one. I stared up at the wood-paneled ceiling and mulled aloud. If you interpret things as strict as possible, that would mean that someone here in Harin Palace has the authority to imprison Kizmel, either the commander of the Pagoda Knights or the Dark Elf Queen herself. But I don't think that's actually possible. Those two don't leave their castle on the 9th floor, which means there's someone else here at this base that Kizmel doesn't know. Someone with the same power as her commander. Who would that be, for example? A different Knights Brigade. Like, when I got lost, Asuna was there to fill in the blanks in my memory. The Sandalwood Knights and the Trifoliate Knights. Right, one of their commanders. But if the Pagoda Knights commander doesn't leave the castle, wouldn't the same be true for the others? Good point. I had to admit, I hesitated, then added, I'm gonna spoil you a bit here, but when you get to the castle on the 9th floor, you end up taking some pretty long fetch quests for each of the 3 knight commanders. If any of them aren't present in the castle anymore, you wouldn't be able to take their quest or turn it in. I see. Asuna's brows creased. She looked down, thinking hard, then her head shot up. Oh, that's it. That's what we need to check. The quest log. Oh. I stared into her hazel brown eyes, then quickly ran my finger along the open player window, switching from the map tab to the quest tab, then opening the Elf War campaign quest tree. There was Jade Key, the Lapis Key, the Amber Key, the Agate Key, and then at the bottom, a new title, the Ruby Key. I tapped the words to expand the tree further, bringing up the title of the first latest strings of quest. Presumably, it was Prisoner of the Tree Palace. Asuna and I put our heads together to read the tiny font on the quest log. You have been suspected of working with the fallen elves and imprisoned in the cells of Harin Tree Palace. To clear your charges, you must find a way to rejoin Kizmel. Start by escaping your cell and recovering your confiscated weapons. We were silent for 3 seconds. Then we opened our mouths at the same time. I made you first gesture, so Asuna said quietly, "Does this mean that the fallen elves stealing the 4 keys was all part of the story? Or is this like what happened with Silent? And someone or something has happened that's outside of the expected bounds of the storyline, so the quest has been altered to reflect that," I finished for her. When the axe warrior Morche killed Silent, the Lord of Statuen on the 6th floor, I assumed it meant the Curse of Statuen quest was unfinishable, but the story absorbed the fact that another player has killed Silent and guided us down a new path. The same thing was probably happening again here. If so, we should probably assume that the guards spot us escaping, they're not going to put us back in here. That's true. It might even lead to them executing us. What should we do? Stay here and wait? No, Asuna said at once. She stared at me with a firm intent in her eyes. The keys were stolen because Kizmel was trying to save us. If she's being tried for a crime because of that, we need to clear her charges and restore her honor at once. Agreed, I said, closing my window. So that means our first step is escape. Those bars are wood, from what I can tell, and I could probably break them with a sword skill from my sub-weapon, but it'll make a ton of noise. It would be one thing if we just had to run outside to freedom, but we need to get our weapons back and find Kizmel too. Asuna grumbled. She walked up to the bars that separated the cell from the hallway. I stood next to her, looking thoroughly. The wooden bars, with eyes and wood grain and all, were not rounded but rectangular. It was much like the prison bars in the classic Japanese samurai movies. Each side was about an inch across, and they placed at intervals of about 6 inches, vertically and horizontally. Even the rat couldn't get through these bars. That idea brought me back to our other duty. We were supposed to be gathering 20 ripe narsos fruit and delivering them to Ninir's room in Volupta by noon, or 1 o'clock at the latest. The time was 5:40 a.m. There was still lots of time, but at this point, Asuna's idea to leave 3 hours early was a brilliant one. In order to make use of this good fortune, we needed to meet up with Kizmel as quickly as possible and escape Harin Tree Palace. I gripped one of the shining wooden bars and squeezed hard. I believed that my strength stat was among the higher levels in the frontline group, but this bar wasn't even creaking, much less breaking in half. Next, I pulled a knife out of my inventory to see if I could cut the wood, but it was as though the bars had been finished with some kind of oil. The blade just slipped off the surface and couldn't find purchase. I was thinking that it might be impossible to break the bars without making noise when Asuna came over to me examining the lock part of the door. I don't think we can get out with the lock-picking skill. That figures, but we don't have time to put that into one of our slots and level it up from nothing. I'm thinking the wood material is the key to this. You don't have a saw, do you? I do not. If I had known it was going to come to this, I would have made off with one of those old shipbuilder saws from the 4th floor. Or bought it like a normal person, Asuna said, side-eyeing me. She traced the cornered wood with her finger. I suppose we could get a rat to chew through it? She was referring to a real rat, not Argo, of course, but the cell was clean. I didn't see any holes in the baseboard where a family of rodents might be living. Or maybe dump water on it to soften it up? We did have plenty of water, but it would probably take an entire month to rot away the wood enough to break it apart. I scolded myself from only cutting down Asana's ideas and not coming up with any of my own. But no matter how hard I thought, I wasn't reaching any brilliant conclusions. I was starting to think of desperate gambles, like setting fire to the cage or using a sword skill in the chaos that ensued, when an idea arrived fully formed. Fire, I muttered. Asana looked at me in surprise. Fire? You're going to start a fire in here? No, not to burn the bars, to char them. If we cook them from a proper distance, it should drastically reduce their structural strength. But it can't just be one spot. If we want to make a hole large enough for us to crawl through, we need to burn at least 10 different spots on the bars. Nope, just one. I pressed Asana to move out of the way, then stood in front of the door. It was also made of the same series of bars, except for the lock, which was enclosed inside a sturdy-looking box, and the mechanisms inside were definitely made out of wood too. If we toasted it for long enough from the outside, it should carbonize the insides. Asana's face lit up with surprise, and I opened my inventory to remove a torch. I was just about to light it when I realized something very important. Oh. What's wrong? Damn it. If we light it in here, all the bonfire shrooms in the prison are going to go out in a chain reaction. If the shrooms in the guard stations go out, they'll know we're using fire. I was so disappointed that I nearly threw the torch on the ground, but Asana gripped my arm. It's too early to give up. All we have to do is put out the fire before the chain reaction gets to the guard station, right? Well, technically, I'll watch the shrooms in the hallway from here. When I give the signal, put out the fire immediately. It was a real tightrope act, but it didn't feel like we'd come up with a better plan or have time to try. Fine. I pressed my face up to the bars and looked down the hallway. There were bonfire shroom candlesticks on the walls between the cells, a line of green light that extended to the center of the second basement level where the guard station would be. Let's say the one closest to us is number 1. Tell me when 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them go out. Got it. I'll tap your shoulder, said my partner. With the plan set, I crouched in front of the lock. Taking up one square of the bar pattern, meaning a space 6 inches to a side, was a box containing a lock intricate enough that even dexterous Asana would give up trying to solve it. But to be that delicate, it had to have a low durability. I checked one more time to see that no one was patrolling the hallway, then tapped the torch and hit the ignite button. A second after the orange flames appeared, the bonfire shroom lighting up the cell went out. Next, the mushrooms lining the hallway would go out, keeping my panic in check. I lowered the flames towards the lock. The dark brown wood did not change in any way at first, but eventually its surface got a little darker and a tendril of smoke rose from it. I felt a smack on my shoulder, and I quickly pressed the extinguish button on the pop-up window, which I'd left open for this purpose. The torch instantly went out, plunging the cell into darkness. I waited, holding my breath, until the bonfire shroom on the wall behind us began to glow again. Every few seconds, one of the lights in the darkened hallway came back on. Did the timing seem like it worked? After a moment, Asana replied, Yes, I don't hear anyone coming from the station. I just realized, though, if there were any prisoners in the other cell around us, they would have made some noise. True. Well, I guess that means it worked. Let's try it again. Keep watch. On it. Asana took her position again. I lit the torch. Each round of this gave me about 10 seconds of time. Considering the possibility that soldiers might be patrolling the hallways in addition to waiting in a station, we couldn't take too long at this. I had to judge the exact effectiveness distance that wouldn't light the lock on fire, but would still carbonize it as quickly as possible. The second heating burned the center of the wooden plate black. The third burned it red and heated. The fourth caused cracks to spiral outward. In the real world, it probably would take significantly more powerful flame a longer amount of time to have the same effect, but dried wood and Aincrad was especially susceptible to fire. On the fifth attempt, I nearly set it on fire and quickly batted it out with my bare hand. It felt hot, and it took a tiny bit of HP, but that didn't matter. Asuna focused on her watch and was considerate enough not to say anything. On the sixth attempt, the center of the wood plate turned ash and crumbled, revealing the gears and deadbolts inside. As I suspected, they were all made of wood. The craftsmanship was extremely fine. It was a work of art. With a silent apology to the Dark Elf Master who created it, I brought the flames close to a seventh time. A number of gears carbonized before my eyes and crumbled away, followed by some faint sounds from the deadbolt attached to the door frame. As it came loose from the contraption, I put the torch out and got to my feet. "It's open!" "GJ!" Asuna said, in a rare instance of gamer lingo, and we did a quick fist bump. I pushed the door gently, and it briefly pushed back, but then came loose as flecks of charred woods were scraped free. Once we were sure that no one was in the corridor either direction, we snuck out of the cell. "First things first, we need to get our weapons," I murmured. Asuna looked worried. "The room where they took our swords was next to the guard station. Can we even get inside without them noticing?" "It'll be devastating if the room is locked. Still, we just have to figure it out." "True." We stopped talking and snuck along the hallway, checking at each of the cells on either side to ensure they were empty before proceeding. After we moved about 60 feet forward, a rectangular hall came into view ahead. That was the center of the basement level. There was supposed to be an ascending staircase on the south side of it, with a guard station and storeroom side by side on the north end. We kept moving, even more carefully this time, until we could look around the corner of the hallway towards the station. Just as I remembered, there were two doors, side by side on the wall. Near the left door was a barred window. Bonfire shrooms, light much brighter than in the cell, shone through it, accompanied by voices. I made eye contact with Asuna, then crossed the hall in a crouch until I was pressed against the wall just under the window. The volume of the voices increases so that I could make out what they were saying. "Has it been a new prisoner in those cells in 30 years? And humankind, no less. They were fools for helping the fallen. I presume they were offered longer life, like usual." "Humans always fall for that one." Asuna's nostrils flared with indignation. I felt the same way, but it was imperative that we stay calm and careful right then. Based on the voices, there were two guards in the station now. There were occasional sounds of tableware clatter, so they were probably eating breakfast. They didn't seem likely to leave the room for a while. We left the window and headed over to the door of the adjacent storage room, praying that it wasn't locked. I examined the door, no lock at all. I quickly held the handle down, then pushed it very slowly as to not make a noise, and slipped inside through the crack. As soon as Asuna was inside, I closed the door and we shared a sigh of relief. The dividing wall seemed thin because we could still faintly hear the guards talking. We couldn't hold the normal conversation in here. I gestured and said, "Let's look for some weapons," then stood up around the storeroom. It was about the size of the cell, with 3 walls taken up by shelves and stands for swords and armor. There were tons of wooden boxes and leather gloves and such stacked on shelves. There were swords of all sizes stuck into the holders. If not for the situation, I would be jumping at joy, thinking about the mountain of treasure. But the priority now was to recover our swords. Hopefully the rings too. I started by examining one of the sword stands, which was built much the same way as an umbrella holder from the real world. All of the swords jammed into it were on the verge of falling apart, as though they had been there for decades. If I treated them too roughly, I could easily knock off the hilts and knuckle guards. For a minute or so, I picked through them with my fingertips. Annoyingly, I finally found some sheaths with a familiar color and shape, all the way in the back, as though they had been placed there as a prank. Still, this was a relief. Not far away, Asuna waved to say, "Found it." But she was pointing at a different sword stand, of course. I pulled the Sword of Eventide and Chivalric Rapier free, then looked over to where Asuna was pointing. It was a long sword with details that were slightly different from the usual dark elven make, along with a saber in a black leather sheath. That settled it. The long sword was the elven stout sword we'd taken from the forest elf captain. And the saber was Kizmel's weapon, which had been snapped by Kaisara, the fallen elf adjutant. We'd given Kizmel the forest elf sword to use after her saber was broken. That all but confirmed that Kizmel was somewhere in this prison. I handed Asuna her rapier and mounted my sword on my back, then pulled the stout sword and saber out of the stand together. But something in my haste must have caused my hands to slip. An old-fashioned sword stuck in the same hole as the two wobbled and started to lean towards the adjacent hole. "Ah!" I screamed silently. If the sword smacked against another, which pushed the next one, and so on, like a stack of dominoes, it would make a tremendous clatter. I wanted to grab the sword to stop it, but my hands were full. I'd have to stop it with my mouth or use psychic powers to keep it in place. A hand shot forward and blocked it just in the nick of time. Asuna was leaning over as far as she possibly could, propping up the old sword by her fingertips. "This sword is really heavy," she murmured quietly. In her left hand was the aged sword that had nearly fallen. "Hang on," I whispered, back at the same volume, putting the stout sword and saber into my inventory. With my hands free, I accepted the sword from Asuna. It was indeed quite heavy, much more than my Sword of Eventide. There was a large knuckle guard attached to the hilt, and its white leather sheath was slightly curved. This wasn't a long sword, but it was a saber, like Kizmel's. The whole thing was dirty, and there was even a spiderweb in the middle of the guard, so it didn't look like a luxury item. Nevertheless, I put it into my inventory too, just in case Kizmel found it easier to use. That had been nerve-wracking, but we completed our initial objective and got back our swords. Next up, I wanted the rings, but with the number of boxes and bags in the other room, we'd need way more than just 5 or 10 minutes. Of course, the purpose of the sigil was to allow you free entrance to any Dark Elf base, so the fact that we'd been arrested probably nullified the privilege. I quietly explained as much to Asuna. She looked around at multiple stacked shelves at metal and wooden boxes and the leather and cloth bags. In that case, couldn't we just stick the boxes and bags into our inventories and look through them later? At least some of them, if not all. Her bold idea left me speechless. Time-limited item searches were a common event in RPGs, but taking the containers themselves out of the room had to be outside the boundaries of the scenario, the writer's intentions. In the other hand, all the boxes weren't fixed to the shelf. If there was any worry, it was taking an item that would be identified as theft and turn us into orange players. But if so, I should receive a warning at the point I put the antique saber into my item storage. We were outside the anti-criminal code area of town, so the only punishment we could suffer was for stealing was through Dark Elf law, not the game's systems itself. I reached out to the shelf and carefully lifted the wooden box that was placed on top of the pile of varied containers. There were no anti-theft alarms. The box was not especially heavy. I placed it atop the inventory window, and it vanished with a little flash of blue particles. We shared a silent look, then began shoveling the boxes and bags into our inventory. Because our level was significantly higher than the recommended number for this area, and the fact that we weren't carrying a bunch of heavy weapons around, we had plenty of space. By the time we had both reached 90% of our carrying capacity, the number of containers had dwindled to under a third. The sigil of Lysula might be in one of those containers we didn't grab, of course, but we didn't want to load up to the maximum, in case our weight limit was crossed at an inopportune time and left us immobilized. When our box thievery was complete, I closed my window and concentrated on my ears. The guards in the station next door were still talking. Even in an underground prison, the dark elves' love, tea, and chatter held true. We opened the door again and headed into the open hall. On the opposite wall was the stairway we'd taken down less than an hour ago. On the right was the hallway leading to the cells on the west side. As I expected and hoped, there was a hallway leading to the east on the left. If Kizmel was a prisoner here, she would be that way. I glanced at Asana, then snuck down the eastern hallway. Using the bonfire shroom light, we looked into each cell lining the corridor. The actual amount of light from the mushrooms was meager, but they stayed on, even in the cells with no occupants, so a meager glance showed us the contents of each one as we passed. But because of that, we rapidly ran lower and lower on cells to check. We were already halfway down the corridor and still hadn't seen Kizmel yet. There were 8 cells on either side of the 60-foot hallway, 16 in total. 8 cells left to check. 7, 6, 5. Each of them was empty, and it didn't look like they'd been used in years, if not decades. Our feet felt heavier and heavier as we neared the end, but we had to keep checking. 4 more. 3. 2. The instant we looked into the last cell, we both sucked in a sharp breath. It took all of 2 seconds for our hopes to deflate. All of one of the 2 beds was occupied by a figure lying on its side, but the silhouette very obviously did not belong to Kizmel. The body was large for an elf and clearly male. I held my gaze on him until a yellow cursor appeared. The name was Dark Elven Prisoner. That didn't tell us who it was, but if he wasn't Kizmel, we had no reason to talk to him. We'd just be ruining ourselves if he raised a fuss and brought the guards running. I motioned for Asana to back away, and I inched backward on my heels. The prisoner's back was towards us, so he wouldn't notice us unless we made a noise. Or so I thought. I hadn't moved more than a foot when the prisoner said quietly, "You're not elves. Who are you?" We froze with shock, and the figure rose and turned to face us. He was wearing a simple outfit of a cotton shirt and pants that had once been black but had faded to gray. His hair and beard had grown out to the point that I couldn't even discern his features. Behind his hanging black bangs, I could see gleaming, intense eyes. We're nobodies. We'll just be leaving," I managed to stammer, resuming my retreat. "If you don't answer me, I'll call the guards," his rusty voice said, nailing me down to the spot. I'm the human swordsman Kirito, and this is Asana." "What are you doing here?" "We're looking for someone." "Who?" His questions were short and direct, leaving me no time to think about lying to him. I just had to steel myself and tell the truth. "A knight by the name of Kizmel. She was brought here within the last day, we believe." "Kizmel? From what family?" he asked. To our surprise, I looked to Asana, but the fencer just shook her head. I turned back to him and said, I don't know." "Then I don't know either," said the prisoner, reaching for his side table and pouring water from the pitcher to his wooden cup. They were the same things we had in our cell. He finished the water in one gulp and set down the cup.
then asked, "And you were the ones who were brought in here a little while ago?" Yes. "Then this knight, Kizmel, is not being held on this floor. I've been imprisoned here for 30 years, and you are the first prisoners since my arrival." 30 years, I repeated, stunned. A month ago, I would have assumed this was just a background for his story. After all, in 1993, 30 years before 2023, there was no SAO. There wasn't even a single VR MMO with old-fashioned head-mounted displays. But meeting Kizmel and learning about the long history of the war between the Forest Elves and the Dark Elves, my way of thinking had begun to change. If not for the human players diving into this server, they could run time in this world as fast as the server specs allowed. So it was possible that before SAO launched, they had compiled the history of the centuries since the Great Separation of Eingrad, if not even further into the past. "Why are you in this cell?" asked Asuna over my shoulder, her voice hoarse. The bearded man's eyes fixed on Asuna. "For no reason that you need to know, human girl." He was lying on his side again, sending the message that our conversation was over. But I persisted. I didn't want to leave without learning something useful. Are the other cells here in Harin Tree Palace?" The man didn't say anything for several seconds, until at last I heard him snort. Something struck me as strange, but I couldn't hold on to the thought, because he started speaking into the mushroom-lit gloom. "There is also a prison in the priestess's living quarters on the 7th floor. If the crime this Kizmel committed has anything to do with them, she may have been taken there." But Kizmel's sword was in the storeroom down there, I blurted out. The man rose up again. "You were into the storeroom?" "Well, yeah." "How did you get out of your cell without the guards noticing?" I used a torch to burn the lock on the door." The man's broad shoulders trembled. A few moments later, I heard him uttering a short and quiet sounds and realized at last that he was laughing. "Please don't start screaming with laughter," I prayed. Fortunately, the chuckles got softer and softer until he was done. He shook his head, then said dryly, "I see. Your human art of mystic scribing. The gods certainly cannot inspect that." Yeah, I replied, mind racing. We could use the same method to break the lock on this man's cell too. Following quest logic, if we freed this man, he would presumably help us. Assuming this story development was written by someone employed by Argus, that would be the proper answer. But more than likely, our trip through the L4 campaign questline was far off the track of its original scenario. Now that Akahio Kaiba had turned SAO into what it was, the Argus was no longer managing the game. It was impossible to imagine a flesh and blood person carefully modifying the quest for every living player. And if the game system itself was rewriting the quest in real time, I had to assume that the typical expectations were out of the window. This prisoner was a living human being, a dark elf. Could he be trusted or not? That was the real question. A 30-year sentence in this underground prison meant he must have committed quite a crime. So what was it? He just said, "Nothing you need to know about, human." So maybe there's another clue. Do you have any brothers?" Asuna asked out of the blue. I turned to look at her, stunned. The man was surprised too, it seemed. He blinked in silence, then replied, "What made you ask that?" "Because I know a dark elf who looks very similar to you." In my head, I was thinking, what? If Asuna knew him, then I knew him too, presumably. But what dark elf did I know who looked like this prisoner with the scraggly hair and a grown-out beard? And speaking of male dark elves, the only ones I really knew to any extent were Viscount Yerstren Zed Yoflis at Yofel Castle,
and Bochrum at Castle Galli, and maybe Count Melangusgallion. The only thing any of them shared in common with this man is the color of their skin. I felt another crackle of electricity run through the center of my brain. My eyes shot open. No, there was another dark elf I knew. If you could use that verb. Asuna waited until she was certain I'd figured it out too. He did not tell us his name, but he works as a blacksmith in the camp on the 3rd floor. He strengthened this sword of mine. She walked closer to the cell, squeezing the grip of the chivalric rapier. She pulled it out of the sheath backhanded, then extended the pommel through the bars. I would have taken several seconds to mull this one over before I acted, but there wasn't a single ounce of hesitation in Asuna's expression. The prisoner stared at us through his long bangs, then abruptly stepped out of the bed. He stuck his feet into the sandals that were barely more than scraps of material, then walked up to the bars. He grabbed the hilt of the rapier Asuna was holding towards him and pulled it into the cell. He held it up near his forehead, allowing the light from the bonfire shroom on the wall behind him to illuminate the shining blade, then said, "Yes, I can see that Landarin tempered this sword. He produced nothing but junk before. But after 30 years, I suppose the bungler has learned a few things." Assuming that Landarin was the name of that exceedingly unfriendly blacksmith, I was afraid to even imagine how he would react to being called a bungler. At the very least, I knew he'd do more than snort. And that was when I realized what had been setting off my déjà vu earlier. The way he exhaled through his nose was exactly the same how the blacksmith had. The man spun the rapier around, then stuck the hilt back through the bars. Asuna grabbed it, then took a step back. "If you've done a service for my brother, then I should thank you. I will help you search for Kizmel the knight." I didn't even have time to marvel over his sudden change in attitude when Asuna pointed out, "That's very kind of you, but he was the one who did a service for us." "An elf blacksmith will only see the chance to work on a sword that fine a number of times in his life. I'm certain that the experience will have helped my little brother grow." "Are you a blacksmith too?" "No," the prisoner said, the bangs that hung to his nose swaying. "I did not have the talent. My brother had the blacksmith's blood in his veins, like my father and my grandfather. But I did not even have that." He stopped there, returned to the bed. I started to worry that he'd change his mind about helping us, but instead of rolling back into the mattress, he grabbed the faded sheet and carefully tore a strip from the corner. Then he used to make a makeshift rope to tie his long hair behind his head. Revealed at last, the man's face had all the sternness of a typical dark elf, despite his overgrown facial hair. By human years, he looked like he was in his late 30s. He was indeed quite similar to the blacksmith on the 3rd floor, but there was one other feature that caused me to gasp. Running across his face, from cheek to cheek, about an inch under his eyes, was a sword scar. It was not a new wound, but it stood out starkly against his dark skin. It must have been quite deep when it was inflicted. Sensing our eyes, the man ran his thumb along the mark and snorted. He strode up to the bars and eyed the direction of the guard station. Asuna and I glanced down the hallway. There was no signs of guards leaving the room yet, but they would probably come patrolling once their meal was over. My intuition told me we had a few minutes at most. "I'm going to burn the lock. Step back, please," I said, but the man shook his head. "Do not bother. Instead, go to the storeroom next to the station and bring back my sword." "Really? You want us to go search through all those swords?" I thought, keeping it to myself. What kind of sword was it? "A saber. Its hilt and guard are silver, while the handle and sheath are white leather.
You might not recognize it by those details because it's surely covered in 30 years of dust. Asa and I stared at each other. I opened my inventory, sorted the weapons by most recent, then tapped the first name on the list, the Saber of Santalum Knights, and materialized it. A large saber appeared with a soft sound. I used both hands to lift it up. The dirtiness effect were supposed to disappear after a short period of time in this world, but the grime fixed to the hilt and the spiderwebs inside the knuckle were as I recognized them earlier. They would probably clean up if I used a cloth, but it seemed like a strange thing to do, so I stuck the handle through the bars. The man hesitated for an instant, then grabbed the saber and pulled it through to the cell, sheath and all. When he noticed the spiderweb, he snorted, then grabbed his bedsheet again and quickly but carefully rubbed the entire saber with it. It regained its sheen and looked good as new, or at least not as quite as old. He stuck the sheath onto his belt on the left side, then drew the weapon. The finely curved blade gave a dull shine in the light of the bonfire shrooms. That wasn't because of any grime on the weapon, though. It was the quality of a fine weapon, one that had many years of combat and upkeep. My anneal blade +8, which had broken in the battle against the forest elf knight, had the same sheen to it. I thought back to my old trusty weapon, which still slumbered in the depths of my inventory in its broken state. The man glared at me and warned, "Step back." Right. Asa and I backed away from the bars. The man moved to the door, then held the naked saber overhead. I didn't even have time to cry, "Whoa, wait!" and the blade took a silver shine, then rang like a piece of struck glass. It was the warm-up effect of a sword skill. If he knocked down the door with the sheer strength, it would make an incredible racket and bring the guards down on us immediately. After all the trouble we'd gone to silently carbonizing the lock, this was going to ruin everything. A silver light flickered in the darkness. 2 or 3 tiny sparks appeared in the gap between the door and the next bar. That was it. No deafening crash, not even as much as a sound as a cup being placed on a table. The saber was back to its spot over the man's head, which made me wonder if he'd used the sword skill at all. But there was no denying the perfect vertical silver line he created. He returned the saber to its sheath, stepped forward, and pushed the door with his thumb. It made the slightest of creaks and swung open easy as that. The part of the lock bolt left on the door was cut through so cleanly that it looked like it had been polished that way. What was that technique? I asked without thinking. The man shrugged and said, "It's called slashing ray, I believe." I never heard of that skill. Most likely it was an elite skill in the curved blade category. I was tempted to ask to see its stats, but I didn't even know how to open an NPC status window. Maybe if you tapped on their hair whorl, it would open up a property window. I certainly didn't have the courage to attempt that with the old man or young man. The man exited the cell into the hallway, then stretched and cracked his neck from side to side. If he'd really been trapped in the cell for 30 years, then he'd have to be experiencing bewildering sense of freedom. But a few mere stretches and cracks had him satisfied, apparently. His steel gray eyes fixed the two of us with a glare. "What did you say your names were?" I'm Kirito, and I'm Asuna." The man repeated, "Kirito and Asuna." His pronunciation was perfect, and of all the NPCs we met, his check was the shortest. We confirmed that he was right, and then said, "I am Lavic." That was the indication that he was joining the party. A new HP bar appeared underneath ours in the upper view. It also showed me that the name that had been on his cursor, it had went from Dark Elven Prisoner to Lavic, the Dark Elven Fugitive. The English word fugitive did not have an entry in my mental dictionary, but I could ask Asuna later. First, I asked Lavic which way we were going now.
So, how do we get up to the 7th story to find Kizmel? She might be on the 7th story, Lavic corrected, brusquely. First, we need to get information from the guards. Huh? Are you going to bribe them? Only if you have enough money to buy a lakeside mansion on the 9th floor. We shook our heads. The bearded dark elf snorted yet again. Then we'll use swords. 11. It was 7 o'clock, 1 hour after we'd escaped from our cell. I was hanging off a nearly sheer cliff by a lifeline less than a fraction of an inch wide, desperately trying to descend the outer wall of Eatery Palace. It was a natural tree trunk, not an artificial wall, so at least there were little outcroppings of bark I could rest my hands and feet on, but it was still 150 feet down to the ground. If I slipped and the tiny rope failed to support my weight, the fall damage alone would take out all my HP. But I couldn't whine and give up now. Just 3 more feet to my left, Asuna was silently descending the wall with another rope tied around her waist belt. And on my right, Lavic was going straight down like an experienced rock climber. But the worst of all was the dark elf knight who just joined the party a few minutes ago, looking up at me with concern from my left. Are you all right, Kirito? She wondered. I did my very best to put on what I hoped resembled a smile and said, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just keep going. You know I can't do that. I told you. If your foot slips, I'll be there to keep you up. Kizmel reassures me. When we rescued her from the cell in the 7th story of the palace, she had been quite haggard. Fortunately, she hadn't suffered any physical damage, and still had all her equipment aside from her weapons. But it was clear that being accused of treachery with the fallen elves and then imprisoned was an unbearable humiliation for such a proud knight. She had been overjoyed to see us, of course, but it was so bad that she initially refused to escape the prison. With enough convincing from Asuna and me and Lavic, Kizmel had made up her mind to clear her reputation herself and escape out the 7th story window with us, which was why we were here now. I listened carefully and heard the shouts of the guards within the palace as well as footsteps rushing in every direction. It was going to take a while for that confusion to resolve. That was because of Asuna's clever idea, leaving the lit torch in a small side room in a corner of the 7th story. The chain reaction of the flames caused every last bonfire shroom in Eatery Palace to extinguish itself, until they found and put out the torch. The entire palace was trapped in darkness. That wasn't conducive to running an intensive search. We needed to escape into looser rock forests while they still were in panic. I banished the 100+ foot drop below my feet from my mind and focused on nothing but the trunk. I put my hand on a small hole, then my foot on a protruding knot, then grabbed a hanging vine and stepped on a chunk of broken bark. In an old school RPG, I'd be able to just hold the controller stick down to effortlessly zip down the surface. But the immersive nature of a full dive VR MMO was what made it function so effectively as a game of life and death. If I found a little extra time, I needed to practice my climbing, just in case I got myself into a situation like this again. If I got good enough to scurry up and down the pillars along the outer aperture of Aincrad, I wouldn't be afraid of any cliff again. These thoughts kept my mind occupied while I climbed down the tree, but engaging in an escape from reality to forget my fear began to sap my concentration as well. I thought my toe was firmly on a knot, but it slipped off, causing my stomach to lurch up into my throat. Fortunately, my foot merely dropped a few inches before landing on a hard, flat surface. I looked down and saw that it was resting on a stone pillar about 3 feet across. Somehow I had reached the rock surface that surrounded the palace. I looked around and saw Asuna, Lavic, and Kizmel staring back at me, having finished their descent already. I cleared my throat awkwardly, then undid the lifeline tied to my sword belt. The rope was one we'd found in a storeroom on the 7th floor, and was so fine and powerful that it couldn't be cut unless you sawed it repeatedly with a steel blade. It felt bad to leave it behind, but the other end was tied around a thick branch 150 feet overhead, so there was no way to get it down. I trotted down the staircase like pillars in order, until I reached the corridor, where the other 3 were waiting for me. "Here I am," I said breezily as possible, and Kizmel smiled and said, "You did well, Kirito." It was hard not to feel like a child who had just climbed down from the top of a jungle gym all on his own. We avoided the southern direction, where the main gate to the palace was located, and instead entered the west passageway, which was closest to where we descended the tree. We made our way across the bridge of loose rocks, checking to make sure they weren't pursuing us. None of us fell into the water on the trip back to the entrance. All we had to do was pass through the tunnel entryway to the forest, and we'd be outside. But there was something to take care of first. I glanced back in the direction of the palace, then said to Kizmel, I know it's an emergency situation, but do you mind if we take a detour?" "A detour? But there's nothing but marshland around here." "We need something called narsos fruit that grows here." "Really? You humans have excellent taste," said not Kizmel but Lavic. He scratched his wild beard and smirked. "It's a kick and a tingle on the tongue, but once you get used to them, you'll love the thrill of it. I haven't had one in ages." I didn't have time to correct him that we weren't eating the fruit before Kizmel replied, I'm not the biggest admirer of narsos." She was grimacing as though she'd bitten into a sour persimmon. Lavic smacked her bracingly on the back. "Don't you complain, Kizmel. Narsos is good for the body and spirit. You could use some of that right now." "But Sir Lavic, the swamp has those detestable leeches in it." The hematoma bee? Yes, those are a pain. They'll stay away if you drip some mint oil into the water. Does anyone have some?" Lavic asked, looking to us, but we just shook our heads. I didn't know every last item in my inventory in minute detail, but I certainly couldn't recall picking up any mint oil. "That's too bad. Well, they're a necessity for any soldiers patrolling the Lusa Rock Forest, so they should have some stockpiles around here and there, around the palace. How about we turn around and go back and get some?" "Lavic, I don't think that will be necessary," said Kizmel, looking particularly annoyed and partially worried, but the suggestion put an idea in my mind, and I opened my inventory. If it was true that they kept bits of it in here and there around the palace, then perhaps there was a bottle of it in the underground storage room too. And if that bottle happened to be in one of the boxes that Asa and I took from there, she was on the same track that I was. She opened up her window and tapped on the item names from the top. Aged wooden box, rusty iron box, boiled leather sack, linen sack, and so on, to peruse their contents. Most of it was worthless junk, and while there were a few interesting pieces like necklaces, charms, and keys, I put off identifying any of them, focusing purely on 4 letters, MINT. After tapping through at least a dozen boxes and scrolling through the list of their contents, I was heading for another one when I gasped. "Ah!" I scrolled back up the list as I'd just been about to close. Sitting right in the middle, plain as day, was the name Sigil of Lysula, and there were 2 of them. I was quickly taking them out when Asuna also gasped. There was a rapid materialization sound effect after that, and I saw a small green bottle resting atop her menu window. She looked at mine and again exclaimed, "Ah!" I was going to give one of the rings to Asuna, but I stopped. They were both identical in design, with the symbol of Isula carved on them. Of course, they didn't have our names on them, so at a glance, there was no way to tell which was Asuna's and which one was mine. Racked with indecision, I was merely pinching my thumb and index finger back and forth, so Asuna thrust out her hand. "It doesn't matter which is which. They're both the same," she snapped. That was true, of course. Equipment items in SAO were automatically adjusted to the size of the wielder, so the original size did not matter. I picked up one and stuck it on the index finger of Asuna's outstretched hand. For some reason, she twitched and arched her back, but failed to say anything. I put the other ring on my own hand, then snatched the bottle of the top of Asuna's window. "Found some mint oil," I told Lavic, who was surveying the spacious swamp and held out the bottle. The whiskered swordsman's face broke into a smile. "Ah, that is good. Then let us search for that Narsos," he said, taking the bottle. "And don't worry, even the hematolomaby do bite. You just have to put up with it and wait. They'll drift off somewhere else." Kizmel made a face of disgust like I'd never seen before. Having said almost the exact same thing to Asuna, I could only smile awkwardly and give him a little nod in response. Apparently, Lavic had a preternatural ability to sniff out the scent of Narsos fruit, because it took barely 3 minutes in the marshland for him to find the tree we were looking for. The mint oil lived up to its reputation too. A single drop of it into the water every 30 seconds really did keep the blood-sucking slugs away from us. Argo wouldn't know about this either. But Looser Rock Forest was almost entirely pointless location if you weren't playing the Dark Elf side of the campaign quest. Now that Quasak, the quest-focused guild we met on the 6th floor, had retreated from the front line, there wouldn't be any players coming here for a while yet. The Narsos tree, which was growing in a nondescript area of the wetland, looked very similar to a willow from the real world, except that hanging from the end of its long, delicate branches right near the water was a fruit shaped like a mango. If it were yellow like a mango, I might have been tempted to take a bite, but instead it was covered in eye-melting stripes of alternating reddish purple and light green. It was clearly a warning signal. Asa and Kizmel were just as hesitant as I was, but Lavic was delighted at his discovery and sloshed over to lift one of the branches, pulling off one of the bulging fruits. He smelled it reverently, breathing deep, then took a bite. After the pleasant crunch of the bite, my sinuses became filled with a complex smell that was both sweet and spicy. I imagined Lavic grunting and collapsing, but the swordsman simply continued to chew happily. Suddenly, an icon that looked like the Narsos fruit appeared over Lavic's HP bar. I couldn't tell from the look of it whether it was a buff or a debuff. According to Nanir, this fruit was the base ingredient for the dye removing bleach, but I didn't see his black hair turning white or anything. It was all rather confusing. The swordsman pulled off another fruit while he ate and offered it to me. "There are plenty on the tree. Don't be shy. Have some, Kirito." I wasn't being shy, trust me, I thought. But out loud, I gave him the timid "thank you," and glanced at the Narsos tree. There were at least 50 fruit at a glance, so eating 1 or 2 wouldn't affect the 20 we needed for the quest. I rubbed it with the sleeve of my shirt, then hesitantly sank my teeth into it. The texture was not like a mango, but a pear, yet the scent reminded me of lychee and pepper. The skin was thin and the flesh was juicy, with a pleasant sweetness. If anything, it was one of the better fruits I'd eaten in Aincrad. Until a sudden, startling electric shock ran through my tongue. "Huh!" I yelped, feeling rather pathetic. Lavic laughed uproariously. He was certainly much more sociable than his little brother, Landarin. What crime could he have committed to be sentenced to prison for 30 years? I waited patiently for the buzzing numbness on my tongue to subside and saw the flashy icon appear my HP bar too. The effects weren't clear from here, but there was a way to find out. I quickly opened my window and went to the status tab. The same icon was there, so I tapped it with my finger. It said, Narso stimulation, slight increase to paralysis and stun resistance. I couldn't help but think, not worth it. But I couldn't just throw out the remainder or foist it off to Asuna, so I steeled myself to devour the rest as quickly as I could. Fortunately, the shock effect did not last while the buff was active, so I was able to eat it just fine, to my relief. On the other side of the tree, Asa and Kizmel were quickly harvesting the fruit. Their faces were rictus of determination not to take a bite of any of them. I joined them, thinking of how I might slip a piece onto Asuna's plate during a meal someday. Lavic claimed the ones that grew lower to the ground were riper, so I picked from the bottom up. Asuna took 15 and I took 10, with the extras being just in case. A quest update message appeared briefly. That finished our duty in Looser Rock Forest. Lavic asked for a container to hold the fruits, so I picked out the one of the cloth bags in my inventory and gave it to him, which he stuffed with close to 10 more fruits. If he really enjoyed the electric sensation of the fruits, he was probably just a different type of person from the rest of us. We returned to the western end of the green corridor, dripping mint oil along the way, and climbed the rock staircase there. Once through the tunnel of trees, we saw white light ahead. The four of us walked faster and faster until we were practically racing out of the tunnel and into the morning light over the meadows. Many low hills rose in succession, covered in a deep green. Beyond them, shrouded in gray, was a massive structure, the labyrinth tower of the 7th floor, connecting the ground to the bottom of the floor above us. It had been chilly in the forest, but the temperature was already much higher outside. A gentle southern breeze sent waves of rustling through the grass, carrying the fragrance of flowers. We walked forward about 20 meters into the meadow and up a hill, then turned back. The forest rose like a mountain of its own, the tightly packed branches rustling. From the outside, you could never imagine the fantastical glowing tunnels of greenery and majestic palace built into the giant tree that lay under that canopy. From here, it was already nearly impossible to see the entrance to the tunnel we'd just come through. Once we had waited and listened, certain there were no pursuers coming after us, the group stretched and relaxed. So this is what the color of the sunlight was, Lavic grunted, squinting and blinking. It occurred to me that he hadn't seen any other light than the green of the bonfire shrooms for over 3 decades. The former prisoner's grown-out beard and tied-up hair waved in the southern breeze. Kizmel addressed him formally. Sir Lavic, allow me to thank you again. I would have been tried by the priestess for a crime I did not commit. Most likely never given the chance to leave the prison and restore my honor, she said, bowing deeply. Lavic's voice took on a sterner complexion. It is too early to thank me, knight. Now, you are not a prisoner, but a fugitive. It may be ironic of me to say this, given that I urged you to escape, but if they capture you again before you clear your charges, they will do more than simply imprison you. The real struggle begins now. Yes, I understand that very well. The fallen elves stole the 4 sacred keys because of my failure and my lack of strength. I must forge myself anew and succeed this time. Not so fast, Lavic said, holding up a hand to stop her. He glanced at Asuna and me, then asked the knight, "What was the name of the fallen who defeated you? Kirito and Asuna?" "Kaisara the Ransacker." In that case, you cannot be blamed for losing. There is no dark elf or forest elf alive who can defeat Kaisara in single combat or even force a draw. "But," Kizmel protested, stepping forward with a clank of armor. Lavic continued, "If the legend that gave her that epithet of ransacker is true, then her strength comes from ransacking the holy tree itself. A cursed power from stripping its bark and severing its branches. Meanwhile, the people of Lysula have long suffered from the loss of the holy tree's blessing. If you wish to gain the power equal to Kaisara's, ordinary training will not suffice." "Then, Sir Lavic, must I tuck my tail between my legs and run every time Kaisara appears?" "I did not say that." Lavic shook his head, then glanced our way and continued, "Kizmel the Knight, you have already gained a power that no people of Lysula or Kalo have ever possessed." "What is that?" "Your way with humankind. Your bond." Asa and I held our breath. Lavic gazed up at the bottom of the floor above. The surface faded and blue with distance. His voice was tinged with a faint sense of sadness and longing. "Even before our bondage in this floating castle, we elves have long separated from other races, seeing them as our inferiors. Humankind, dwarfkind, fairies like the Vili and the Sylphs. But the people of the other races have their own strength that others do not share. And I am not speaking of the art of mystic scribing or false scribing. I speak of..." He stopped there, reached out, and patted Kizmel on the left shoulder. Then he approached and did the same for the two of us. "You already know what I wish to say. Follow your heart's guidance, and you will gain the power to break Kaisara, to break General Nolza himself." "No way, no way, no way!" I nearly screamed. Fortunately, I held it in. If we continued this questline, we could eventually have to fight the general. He was the pitch black color cursor, and after how far we'd come, there was simply no option for Asuna and me to abandon Kizmel and continue our quest through Einkrad without completing her mission. Lavic gave us a smile, crinkling his long sword scar, and turned around. Over his shoulder, he said gently, "You have done me a great favor, Kirito and Asuna. Take good care of Kizmel." He began walking to the north, but Asuna called out, "Do you think, just for a little bit, while we're on this floor, you could..." But Lavic did not stop. He raised his hand and waved it briefly, continuing on his way. All he had were his worn-out prisoner's clothes and sandals, the saber at his side, and the narsos fruit in the sack for food. I could not begin to guess where he was going to go, dressed like that. Lavic's figure descended the hill until he was lost in the sea of grass. Moments later, his HP bar vanished from our party list. The only thing present was the sound of the wind, until Kizmel finally spoke. "I believe that man was the previous commander of the Sandalwood Knights Brigade, Lavic Fen Cortasios." "Commander?" Asuna and I yelped together. The Sandalwood Knights were one of the 3 brigades of Lysula. Between the way he sliced through the lock on the cell without a sound and knocked out the other 2 guards with a single strike with the back of his sword, we could tell he was quite a warrior. But that important? Why would he have been imprisoned for 30 years? I squawked, stunned. Kizmel just shook her head. I don't know the precise reason. It is not a matter of official record. However, from the rumors I have heard, it may have had something to do with Viscount Yoflis. Huh? We yelped together again. I was shocked, but Asuna quickly recovered and seemed to have put it together. Oh, Lavic's younger brother called Viscount Yoflis Le Shren, remember? If the younger brother, Landarin, was friendly with Viscount, then maybe the elder brother... Her words slowed down awkwardly, and I thought I knew why. Viscount Le Shren Zed Yoflis was the master of Yofel Castle on the 4th floor, and on his face was a vertical scar that traveled from his forehead down to his left eye to his chin. And on former Commander Lavic's face was a similarly deep scar that ran left to right. Asa and I looked to Kizmel for answers, but the knight just shook her head. It is not for me to say what Viscount Yoflis did not tell you himself. I suspect Sir Lavic will use a spirit tree to go to the 4th. She let that statement trail off too, then exhaled and changed gears. Kizmel walked right towards us, arms outstretched, and enveloped Asuna in a tight hug. Thank you, Asuna, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She then turned to me, smiling. She circled her arms around my back and squeezed with enough force that my breastplate creaked. It wasn't the first time I hugged Kizmel, but the awkwardness was still there, I realized. Thankfully, this time the majority of what I felt was relief and gratitude at our reunion. Thank you, Kiritel, she whispered into my ear, and I hugged her back. There was heat in the corner of my eyes. But for some reason, this was the moment the quest log chose to intrude with an update message, which pulled me back to more immediate concerns. Naturally, our reunion with Kizmel did not mean our problems were solved. The series of quests on this floor were titled The Ruby Key, which meant the trial would not be over until we had acquired it. Once she let go, I asked her something I'd always wondered. Listen, on the 6th floor, you said that only the knight's commander or the queen herself could rebuke you. So why were you being held prisoner in Harintri Palace? Oh, that, Kizmel said, her expression tightening. She huffed and said, It might trivialize it to say that my timing was poor. You see, there is a high priest staying in Harin at the moment. He has the same level of authority as a knight's commander. That is unlucky, I said, doing my best not to wallow in the moment. I stifled the feeling and went on. But if we get the sacred key from this floor and deliver it to Harintri Palace, the suspicions placed on you will be cleared up, won't they? However, the knight just looked away and shook her head. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Because of the suspicion I am under, the Pagoda Knights Brigade itself has been removed from the duty of recovering the keys. Tomorrow, a retrieval team will be sent from either the Sandalwood or Trifalite Knights by the Royal Palace. They will head from the shrine of the sacred key on this floor. If I retrieve the key before them, or if we encounter one another at the shrine, it will only complicate the problem. It sounded plenty complex already. I tried my best to organize the facts around the campaign quests as I understood them. The entire reason the Dark Elves were recovering the 6 sacred keys from their shrines scattered across the 3rd floor to the 8th was because they had received intelligence that the enemy elves were attempting to do the same. The 3 Knights Brigades squabbled over who would have the honor of the duty, and in the end it was the Pagoda Knights, known for their light and nimble gear, who were chosen to recover the keys. The advance team of a few dozen dispatched to the 3rd floor included Kizmel and her herbalist sister, Tilnell. That group encountered a forest elf unit in the woods and did battle. Many lost their lives, including Tilnell. The advanced team commander, attempting to continue the mission with half their number, split them into multiple squads to distract the forest elves and send a single member to retrieve the key. It was Kizmel who volunteered for that dangerous duty. Kizmel succeeded at recovering the jade key from the third floor shrine, but on the way back to camp she encountered a forest elf knight and fought him. It was nearly a mutual defeat when Asa Knight entered the fray, and we succeeded in defeating the forest elf knight, which I wasn't able to do in the beta. After that, the two of us officially became Kizmel's partner on her quest, helping her gain the sacred keys on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floor. But when the members of Kwasak, a small guild we met in Castle Galley, were taken hostage by the man in the black poncho from the PK gang, he demanded Kizmel leave the castle with the 4 keys. When we'd arrived, the fallen elf adjutant Kaisara had appeared, overwhelmed us with great force, and stole all the sacred keys. The timing couldn't have been a coincidence. We also had corroborating evidence. Morche and the dagger user from the same gang had a fallen elf dagger and poison throwing picks. That suggested that somehow 2 of the biggest threats in Aincrad, the PK gang and the fallen elves, were working together. But the more pressing problem now was the internal strife among the dark elves. If angering the priests who were in charge of the key retrieval project caused Kizmel, Pagoda's knights, to be removed from the mission, then it was our fault for begging her to take the keys out of the castle. Yes, it was to save Kwasak from a terrible fate, but that was a human, a player, problem, and the Dark Elves weren't obligated to intercede on our behalf. But Kizmel had taken the keys out of the castle without a second thought. We had no choice but to help dispel the stain we'd put on her reputation. Moments later, having composed my thoughts, I looked up. Meaning that if the Sandalwood or Trifolite Knights fail at their retrieval mission, there's no problem with us sweeping in after and picking up the key? Kizmel and Astana's made expression of skepticism that were so similar they looked like sisters. Kirito, you're not suggesting that we interfere with the retrieval team, are you? That's right, Kirito. That would be crossing a line, and you know it. I'm not. I protested hastily, trying to come up with a proper explanation. The reason I mentioned the new retrieval team failing was because this was Asana and Mae's quests. RPG quests were designed by their nature to test the player. Naturally, it would be the easiest quest in the world if some NPCs were going to come along and complete the task for us. On the other hand, there was no such thing as timed competitive quests. You competed with NPCs on a certain task. If you beat them, you completed the quest. And if you failed, it was over. If the Ruby Key quest turned out like one of them, it was possible that we could fail the L4 questline at the moment a different retrieval team got the key, and that would end our involvement. But I could not explain that logic to Kizmel. This wasn't a game or a quest to her. It was her actual duty and her actual life. And if I opened my window and checked the quest log now, the updated quest text might point out the correct direction to go. But I did not want to do that in front of her for the same reason. We ought to think for ourselves and make the decisions that seem best to us. Kizmel, where's the shrine for the sacred key on this floor again? I asked, considering the possibility that it had been moved since the beta. The knight put a hand to her chin to think, then pointed towards the labyrinth tower. I cannot be certain because I have not seen the official orders, but I believe it was somewhere south of the Pillar of Heavens. Then it had changed. It would be less than an hour west of Premio, a town between Volupta and the Labyrinth Tower. Okay, and the new retrieval team is coming to the 7th floor tomorrow? Can you guess what time of day that might be? I asked, knowing it might be impossible to answer. Kizmel just grimaced and said, I could not tell you the hour, but the messenger must head to the spirit tree north of Herintry Palace and travel to the castle on the 9th floor. Then the priests must give the mission to either Sandalwood Knights or the Trifleite Knights, allowing them time to assemble a retrieval team and go back down the spirit tree on the 7th floor. All of that will be impossible by the end of today. If they leave the 9th floor on the morn, traveling from the spirit tree to the sacred key shrine will last them until at least midday at the earliest. Midday, I repeated. Based on that, I decided to make decisions and let the chips fall where they may. I inhaled, exhaled, then gave Kizmel and Asuna a look. Because we cannot recover the ruby key ourselves, the only way to restore Kizmel honor is to recover the 4 lost keys instead. Huh? Asuna blurted out. What? Kizmel demanded. Are you sure about this, Kirito? I mean, if we can do that, it would be the quickest way, but we don't even know where the keys are now, Asuna said rapidly. I looked at Kizmel again and said, I suspect that the Fallen Elves are going to attack the Ruby Key retrieval team after they leave the shrine. That's how it's almost always gone anyway. Kizmel said nothing. I knew the plan I was about to detail would bump right up against our personal line between good and evil. We're going to hide near the exit of the shrine, then follow the retrieval team when they emerge with the key. If the Fallen Elves attack, we'll watch for a little bit. If the retrieval team beats them without a problem, we'll follow the retreating Fallen. If they look like they're going to lose, we'll join the fight to help. But then, chase the fleeing Fallen back to their hideout. Kizmel did not say anything for quite a while after I was done. 5 seconds later, she murmured, So you want to use the retrieval team as a decoy? No, I'm saying that the Fallen are probably going to attack whether we're there or not. So it's not like the team is a decoy. Plus, if they're in danger, we'll be helping out in the battle. So if you want to view it fairly, it's like 80% helping others and like 20% using them, in my opinion. Kizmel was silent again. I was starting to think my attempt to convince her was a failure when the knight's shoulders trembled, and she finally burst out into chuckles. Ha! Ha ha ha! Oh, Kirito, there you are again. When Sir Lavic said humanity has a power uniquely its own, perhaps he was referring to your utter boldness. He's right about that. Even I couldn't have come up with a plan like that. I wasn't so sure about that, but I'd been partners with Asuna for long enough to know not to say out loud. I kept it to myself, clearing my throat rather loudly, then asked the 2 women, So, we are agreed on this direction. Well, I suppose it works. I agree. With Kizmel and Asuna on board, I glanced at the clock, readout. It was still barely after 8 o'clock in the morning. We'd come out of the west end of Looser Rock Forest rather than the south, so the trip was a little longer, but we could easily get back to Volupta by 10 without hurrying. That would easily put us well ahead of the 1 o'clock deadline from Nanir, but perhaps it would be better to move quickly and help out Argo with her lonely task of collecting Wirtz stones. That was assuming Kizmel agreed to the detour to Volupta, however. Of course, she had seemed curious of Stachin on the 6th floor, so she probably wouldn't protest, I assumed. I turned to her and started off by saying, So, Kizmel, there's something else I wanted to ask you about. 12. Argo had only briefly met Kizmel before the 4th floor boss fight, so it was more or less her first real encounter with the Dark Elf. But after interacting with other high-functioning AI NPCs like Maya, Theano, Nanir, and Kyo, she welcomed the guest and took her presence in stride. Even still, the rat was surprised that Kizmel, a companion NPC from the Elf War campaign quest, agreed to help with the totally unrelated task of gathering Wirtstones. She kept looking over at Asuna and the Dark Elf Knight, who were chatting happily as we searched for stones in the wide riverbed and murmured things to herself like, and, well. I wanted to believe that it wasn't because she was getting some wicked ideas, like using Kizmel as a tool to gain more experience points. As for the Wurtstones, they were little black rocks, less than an inch in size. They had a particular metallic shine to them. I had to agree that it would be extremely inefficient to try to search for them in the middle of the night. On top of that, there were faux Wurtz pieces that looked the same except for the lack of that shine. Plus, river crabs that appeared identical in color and texture until they snipped at your fingers with their claws just to make things that much more annoying. Regardless, Argo had already found over 20, so with the 4 of us together, it took less than an hour to reach the necessary total. Once our quest log had updated properly, Argo took out some bottled fruit juice from her inventory to celebrate, and we headed directly east into Volupta. As she did when going into Statchen on the floor below, Kizmel wore a dark hooded cloak that hid her face and her armor. I was a bit nervous when we passed through the gate, but the NPC guards showed no sign of suspicion when we went through. The west gate of Volupta was actually on the northwest corner of the city because it had been built along the waterline. The white buildings and roofs were visible the instant you walked through the gate. Kizmel came to a stop in a small open space and simply observed for a moment. "This is a beautiful place," she murmured. "Statchen had too many squares for my liking, but I would enjoy staying in this town for a time, I think. Is that the sea to the south?" I wasn't quite sure how to answer that. Well, since it's part of Einkrad, I don't think you can call it a sea exactly, but it's salt water. "Then, most likely, this land was carved off the coastline when the Great Separation occurred," she said. "Oh," exclaimed Asuna. "Of course that's right. Then maybe there's a floor that's just like one little island that would leave the majority of it as sea." Logically speaking, that was sound. I was impressed by Asuna's power of imagination. "That would make beating it really easy. I mean, once you leave the main town, the labyrinth tower's got to be right in front of you, huh?" Asuna and Kizmel both sighed with exasperation, and Argo just shook her head. I cleared my throat awkwardly and tried to save face by changing the topic. Yeah, if we get our hands on a pass, we should take Kizmel to the beach too. You've never been to the ocean, have you?" "No, of course not. But what do you mean by a pass?" the knight asked suspiciously. I explained the limited access system that applied to the entire beach, but it did not answer her question. "I am surprised the townspeople agreed to such a rule," she said. "Who is forbidding them from going there?" The person we're about to meet, I guess." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted it. Kizmel was a proud dark elf knight. Nanir was a refined lady with even more pride than the elf, and Kyo was a battle-maid with absolute loyalty to her master. There was no way they'd all get along. It was a bad idea making Nanir look worse before they even had a chance to meet, but we couldn't just leave Kizmel on her own outside the casino. Praying that we'd never have to see either Kizmel or Kyo or both draw their weapons in a polite company, I said, "Well, shall we get going?" It wasn't even noon yet, but Volupta Grand Casino had guests streaming in and out of the building. Fortunately, I didn't see any ALS or DKB members. Asuna sent Lytton a message to ask about them, and she replied that they held a late-night drinking session under the guise of a meeting for reflection after their massive loss at the arena. Both guilds were likely to resume activities after noon. Of course, they only lost in the sense that their 50,000 chips, 5 million coal, had all come from winning by following the cheat sheet. The actual loss from their assets was the original 11,000 coal they converted to chips. Of course, even that wasn't chump change, and if it happened to me, I'd be drinking too. Were Lind and Cabal planning on trying out the monster battle again today, or were they going to forget about the totally broken sword of Volupta and focus on beating the floor instead? I was hoping it was the latter, not because I was judging them, but because I knew that there was cheating and conspiracy afoot in the arena. The Corloys probably cheating in some way in a majority of the 10 matches throughout the day, bilking their guests out of extra chips. The man who sold the ALS and the DKB that cheat sheet had to be an agent of the Corloy family too. Then again, that man was at the west gate of Lectio, the first town of the floor. To get the cheat sheet today, you'd have to walk all the way to Lectio and back. Lind and Cabal weren't going to do that, and I doubted they would jump into the arena without that betting information on hand. As I told Asuna this morning, I suspected the two were viewing that 11,000 as an expensive lesson learned, or at least I hope they did. We went into the Grand Casino. Argo showed off her pass and got us up to the 3rd floor, where we walked down the dimly lit hallway of Luxury Hotel and came to a stop in front of room 17. Like yesterday, Argo knocked on the door twice. From inside, Keo asked, "Who is it?" "It's Argo. Also my companions. My 3 assistants." "You found another one." "Don't worry. This one's much more capable than Kirito." I briefly took offense to that before conceding that it was definitely true. The lock clicked and the door swung open. Argo went in first, followed by Asuna, Kizmel, then me. I checked the time. It was 11:30. We were 19 minutes ahead of the 1 o'clock deadline. Nanir gave us. That didn't mean she was going to pay us a bonus, and it was Argo who took the quest anyway. Asa and I weren't getting money, just the knowledge of how to find the snow tree buds. The spacious suite was just as dark as last night. Despite the midday hour, the windows were completely blocked with thick curtains, and only a few humble lamps, not a bonfire shroom, lit the room. The large sofa in the middle of the chamber was empty. I blinked with surprise, and Kyo addressed us with some contrition. "Lady Nirna is still asleep. She will be awake by noon. Will you have some tea and wait until then?"
"Well, of course. It's our fault for coming early," said Argo.
Kyo's eyes traveled past her and onto us, specifically Kizmel, with her hood pulled low. The woman's sharp eyes narrowed. "Is it another adventurer?" "No." Kizmel hesitated, then slowly pulled back her hood. The reaction was instantaneous. "Lysulian!" Kyo cried, placing a hand on her estoc. Kizmel did not grab the hilt of her saber, but did pull her left foot back into a sideways stance. I took a quick step forward and asked, "What's a Lysulian?" Asuna whispered, "I think it's a person from Lysula." Seeing the logic in that, I promptly asked Kyo, "What do you call a person from KLO?" The battle maid, despite her stern expression, replied, "A Kelishan." "Oh. But why is there a Lysulian here?" "Why? Because she's with us?" Amid the uproar, the door on the left wall opened, and a small figure came into the living room, slippers slapping against the floor.
"What is all this noise about?"
It was a yawning girl, with buoyant golden hair down past her waist, blindingly white skin, and brilliant eyes as red as gemstones. She held a large pillow with her left arm, and wore a black nightgown. Above her head was a 3-dimensional question mark icon, the sign of a quest in progress. Nanir, head of the Nutch Toys. one of the two families who controlled Volupta Grand Casino, stopped in front of the empty 5-person sofa and faced us. She was the shortest of anyone here, but it felt like she was gazing down at us from a high. Kyo had been an instant away from drawing her estoc, but now she bowed in shame for the disturbance. She did not move away from her confrontational position with Kizmel, however. And as for Kizmel, what she did left my mouth hanging open with shock. I assumed she would merely watch Nadir in silence, but instead, she knelt on the carpet with one knee. She pressed her right hand to her chest and lowered her head deeply. "I am Kizmel, Knight of Lysula. Please forgive me for my disturbing your peace." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Asuna gape in surprise. Nadir did have a certain air to her that was unlike any girl I'd ever met, and she was the descendant of Falhari, the hero who founded Volupta. But at most she was a casino boss, not a noble or royalty. Yet the proud knight knelt to her in a show of great deference. She hadn't even done that for Viscount Yoflis. Nadir, however, just nodded as though this were perfectly ordinary. "Don't worry, Kizmel. You were helping Argo's group, weren't you? Then you are my guest as well. Please raise your head and have a seat. Bring tea, Kyo." "Shouldn't I take her sword, my lady?" asked Kyo. The young master stifled a yawn and answered, "No, you needn't bother. The Knights of Lysula wouldn't undertake an assassination." She dropped the pillow she was cradling onto the center of the 5-seat sofa, which already had plenty of cushions, and sat down right next to it. Kizmel stood up again, so we moved over to the couches. Argo and I sat on the 3-person sofa across from her, while Kizmel and Asuna sat on the big one. Kyo brought out cups for the table and poured us freshly made tea. I thanked her and took a sip. This was a different tea from yesterday, and smelled like citrus rather than grape, but it was just as tasty. But while it tasted good, what I really wanted was something to eat with it. From the early morning until now, the only thing I'd had was a nibble of an extremely shocking narcissus fruit. But I couldn't order a meal here, of course, and Asuna looked perfectly fine despite having eaten no more than me. So I tensed my gut and held my hunger in. This time, Nadir had tea instead of wine, probably because it was the middle of the day. After a short while, she had awakened enough to look at Argo and ask, "So, did you gather what I asked of you?" "Of course! Should I take them out now?" "Not just yet, Kyo. 2 large bowls." "Right away." Kyo went to the cabinet against the wall and took out 2 large silver bowls, which he placed on the table. Nadir held out a palm towards them. Argo and I shared a look, then opened our inventories. I materialized a large cloth sack, and Argo produced a small one, which we emptied into the bowls. Nadir first picked up one of the poisonous-looking narcissus fruits, started staring at it closely before putting it back. Next, she plucked up a wurtstone, examined it, and dropped it into the bowl. 20 ripe narcissus fruits, and 50 wurtstones, just as I asked. Well done. Kyo, the payment." The maid took out a small leather sack and handed it to Argo, who said, "A pleasure doing business," right as the question mark over Nadir's head vanished. But a split second later, another exclamation point appeared. The quest continued after this. Nadir took a sip of tea, then said, mostly to herself, "This will make the bleaching agent I need. The rusty Lycan will appear on the second match of the night, so there's plenty of time. The problem is, I suspect the Corloys may be wary their fur-dyeing scheme has been discovered." "Even if they are, Can they withdraw a monster that has already been registered for a competition? Asked not me, nor Asuna, nor Argo, but none other than Kizmel. We'd given her a basic rundown of the situation on the way to the casino, but this was truly a remarkable level of understanding. I didn't want to believe it was just because she was an AI with all the answers available to her. Kizmel, and all the high-functioning NPCs in SAO, thought for herself, questioned, wondered, and sometimes made mistakes in search of the best possible solution to any question. And Ninir, who probably had an AI just as advanced as Kizmel, nodded and said, "That is correct. A beast once registered must appear in combat. In the long history of the Grand Casino, that rule has only been broken twice. Once was when the Korloi family servant forgot to give a creature its food, and their hold on the beast was broken before the match, requiring it to be exterminated. The other time was when a Notch-toy child snuck into the stables behind the casino and felt sorry for the creature, allowing it to escape. Both were very foolish mistakes." There was an undeniable scorn to her voice. Kyo looked like she wanted to say something, but recovered and returned to her usual stoic look. Kizmel continued, "Then whether the Korloi family is wary of or not, the plan to bleach the dye out of the Lycian's fur, I did not know the Knossos fruit could be used to do such a thing, should not be affected in any way." "It will not, I believe, but I would rather be thorough." Ninir looked at the girl next to me. "Argo, I doubt the Korlois are aware of you yet. Will you be willing to apply the bleach to the Lycan's fur as well?" Argo, non-committal answer, was probably because she was thinking of Asuna, Kizmel, and me, and we had a very important mission of our own to worry about. But according to Kizmel's expectation, the Dark Elf key retrieval team would not arrive until midday tomorrow. As a gambler who once bet everything at this monster arena, I wanted to find out the conclusion of this conspiracy. I gave her a look that said, "We're fine," so Argo nodded and turned to Ninir again. "Sure thing, we'll do it." "I am glad to hear it," Ninir said, smiling, as the icon over her head turned into a question mark. She swallowed the rest of her tea, then clapped her hands. "In that case, we must mix that bleaching solution. Kyo, prepare the pot." We're doing it here?" I asked with surprise, which earned me a withering look from the maid. "Did you think we were going to make it in the casino kitchen, where the Korlois would know about it within 5 seconds? "Oh, yeah, good point, of course." "As punishment for your foolish question, you are called upon to help Kirito." There wasn't a new quest log message, so that meant it wasn't an official quest, just a task. But at this point, I had no good reason to refuse. I'd be happy to. "Then you may start by squeezing the juice from the Narsos fruit." "Okay, but with what tool?" "You have perfectly fine tools at the end of your arms." Apparently, I was supposed to squeeze them by hand. I wasn't sure if that was really what they wanted, but I'd never seen any juicers or mixers in Aincrad. "The juice will go in here," said Kyo, presenting me with a glass bowl. I picked up one of the Narsos fruit out of the silver bowl. Based on its pear-like texture, I suspected that if I squeezed it with all my strength, it would burst into chunks. So I held it over the glass bowl, adding pressure to my fingers bit by bit, until the light green lines running across the purplish red skin split,
forcibly expelling a milky white juice over my fingers and into the bowl. A moment later, the spicy sweet scent wafted up, and I was remembering how nice the flavor it was, if not for the nasty electric shock sensation. Zap! My palm stung as though hit by supercharged static electricity, and I screamed and tossed the squeezed fruit. Ah! As I writhed, holding my hand in the air, Ninir flopped over onto her side and cackled with laughter. Ah! You knew about this, Miss Near? The way you... She kicked her legs uproariously and rolled back and forth. As I withstood the remnants of the shocking sensation, I saw Argo, Asuna, and Kizmel were also laughing. With a moment of horror, I looked up and saw even Kyo had her back turned to me and was trembling. It's fine, I told myself, as long as everyone has a nice little moment of entertainment to blow off stress. Then I realized that there were still 19 Narsos fruit left to squeeze, and I exhaled heavily through my nose. 13. 1 hour later, at 12:50 p.m., I was wandering around the game room on the first floor of the Grand Casino. Ninir gave me a waterproof leather glove for squeezing the fruit so I didn't have to suffer the nasty shock twice. I told her vengefully that she could have given them to me from the start, and she said, "But that wouldn't have been funny." Kyo transferred the bowl full of juice to a thick copper pot, then sank 50 wurtstones into it and started the fire. If it was simmered on a low heat for 3 hours, it should make a small vial of the decolorant bleach. It made me wonder why she didn't get twice the materials for a backup vial, but I supposed it was one of those RPG situations where you weren't meant to have just one chance to make it count. But all we had to do was stand at the front closest to the cage, then spray the Lycan with the solution before the fight. It was nearly impossible to fail, it seemed to me. Ninir left Kyo in charge of the flames and took Asuna, Argo, and Kizmel to the hotel spa. I was invited too, but respectfully declined. I got a pass for the stairs and went down to the first floor, headed for the bar counter in the playroom, and ordered a club sandwich to fill my stomach. Satisfied at last, I decided to wander around the room for a bit. That was when I noticed a large player watching a roulette table. He wore a loud shirt over khaki shorts and had long blonde hair pulled back with a thin hairband. It was the two-handed sword user from the DKB, Hafner, the soccer player. I didn't see any of his guildmates around. I was going to give him a wide berth and avoid notice, except that something stuck out to me. According to Litton, the DKB was going to resume activity at noon, but here was one of their primary members, Hafner, wandering around the casino all alone. After thinking it over, I snuck up behind him and slapped him on the back. "How you doing, Haf?" He twitched and turned around, then made a sour face when he recognized me. "Hey, Ninja. Don't call me by that nickname. We're not friends." "You just called me a nickname." "Well, okay, whatever." He snorted, then looked around. "Your partner's not with you?" I wisely chose not to mention that she was in the bath right now. "Not at the moment. What about you, Haf? I heard the DKB was hitting the road again at noon." "Yeah, most of the members are out there crushing quests and leveling up," he admitted. I suppose he was just honest by nature, but I wasn't. So I used the leverage against him. "Then what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be one of the sub-leaders, be out there watching over the newbies?" "I don't have a choice. I've got a different job to do." "Job? This?" I pointed to the roulette table. The man winced. "No, not gambling. Supposedly, if I hang out here before the monster battle starts, the guy who sells the cheats is going to come by." He suddenly clamped his mouth shut so hard his teeth clicked, and he grimaced. "Cop! I didn't need to mention that. Just get out of here, man."
But after hearing that, there was no way I could back down. There were some rather ominous key words in that little admission. Hang on. Are you talking about the guy who spoke to you at the gate in Lectio yesterday? Now, how do you know about something like that, ninja? Just answer the question. The sheet seller from Lectio is going to show up here? Who told you that? I pressed him. Hafner's expression got even uglier, but he answered the question anyway. I don't know who. Someone in the guild heard the rumor. It might not be true anyway. See, look over there. I glanced in that direction. He was surreptitiously pointing. There was a familiar player stalked. Hey, ninja. Don't call me by that nickname. We're not friends. You just called me a nickname. Well, okay, whatever. He snorted, then looked around. Your partner's not with you? I wisely chose not to mention that she was in the bath right now. Not at the moment. What about you, Half? I heard the DKB was hitting the road again at noon. Yeah, most of the members are out there crushing quests and leveling up, he admitted. I suppose he was just honest by nature, but I wasn't. So I used the leverage against him. Then what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be one of the sub-leaders, be out there watching over the newbies? I don't have a choice. I've got a different job to do. Job? This? I pointed to the roulette table. The man winced. No, not gambling. Supposedly, if I hang out here before the monster battle starts, the guy who sells the cheats is going to come by. He suddenly clamped his mouth shut so hard his teeth clicked, and he grimaced. Cop! I didn't need to mention that. Just get out of here, man. But after hearing that, there was no way I could back down. There were some rather ominous key words in that little admission. Hang on, are you talking about the guy who spoke to you at the gate in Lectio yesterday? Now, how would you know about something like that, ninja? Just answer the question. The sheet seller from Lectio is going to show up here? Who told you that? I pressed him. Hafner's expression got even uglier, but he answered the question anyway. I don't know who. Someone in the guilds heard the rumor. It might not be true anyway. See, look over there. I glanced in that direction. He was surreptitiously pointing. There was a familiar player staked out at a distant roulette table. It was the trident user from the ALS, Hokai Ikura. Couple more ALS folks playing poker and craps too. I bet they're all after the cheat guy. Meaning the DKB and ALS are both intent on the monster battle today, too? I asked, aghast. Hafner glared at me. Maybe you're wondering why we haven't learned our lesson yet. Well, you saw the ridiculous specs on that sword, right? He pointed his thumb behind him at the exchange counter in the center of the room, and the golden longsword that outshone everything else at the top of the prize area. If you get that sword, you'd be unstoppable, not just on this floor, but at least the 10th. You're a one-hand sword guy, too. Don't tell me you wouldn't want it. I'm not gonna deny it. The thing is, Cabal's a one-handed sword user, but your Lind uses a scimitar, doesn't he? What's he going to do? Change his main weapon skill? No way. Lind's not a big skinflint. It'll probably end up going to Shivata if we get the sword. Shivata was another sub-leader of the DKB, and the track and field looking guy. And he did use a one-handed sword. That made sense to me. But in the arena yesterday, you bet on the favorite according to the cheat sheet every time and lost everything at the end, didn't you? How do you know the same thing won't happen today? Seriously, how do you know all that? Hafner wondered. Scowling again, he folded his arms, a clear signal that he was done talking. Everything past this point is company secret. Now get lost. For real this time. I've got to catch myself a sheet seller. Yeah, and that guy's almost guaranteed to be a Corloy catpaw. But I couldn't tell him that. Hafner wouldn't believe me at this point. You probably haven't even heard the name Corloy yet. Fine, I said. Thanks for the info, though. I'll let you in on a little tip. What?
See how the roulette dealer's wearing a bow tie with a black and red pattern? If there's more black than red on the tie, the ball's more likely to land on black. Same thing's true of red. Seriously? Hafner's eyes went wide. I smirked. It's only about a 60-40 split, though. Can't take it too literally. See ya. With a wave, I left the roulette table, and the smile left my face. Something was fishy if the DKB and the ALS were embarking on another big gambling run, relying on the cheat sheets, and this time the seller wasn't approaching them directly, but was supposedly using a more elaborate ruse by showing up if they sat around gambling. The difference made it seem much less like they were being ripped off by a scammer. If the result of the gamble was that someone ended up with the sword of Volupta legitimately, that was a good thing. But I doubted it would happen. The Corloys had to be plotting a variety of tricks again to take advantage of the two guilds. I returned to the main hall from the gaming room and headed for the stairs, intent on discussing this with the rest of the group. But I stopped when I realized they might not be back from the spa yet. If I wanted to maximize this use of time, I could collect a bit more information. In fact, Ninir had said something earlier that caught my interest. A story about a child who'd snuck into the stables behind the casino and let one of the monsters free out of an abundance of pity or something. During the beta test, I thought I had searched every nook and cranny of the casino that was accessible, but I did not know there was a stable behind the back of the building. If there were 20 monsters fighting in a battle arena per day, there had to be a place for them to wait. Maybe I'd learn something if I went to check it out. I passed many visitors in the main hall and left the casino, then came to a stop in front of a deluxe facade and pretended to be indecisive about which way to go, using the opportunity to examine the area. If you walked down the stairs from the marble porch of the building, the front gate was just ahead, but there were smaller staircases to the right and left, with small paths running through the decorative plants. I worried about the guards standing on either side of the entrance, but if you weren't allowed to go in those directions, they would have closed them off to start with. I figured. So I casually stepped down the stairs and headed down the left path. After 20 meters of carefully manicured plants, the path became an abrupt dead end. A black wrought iron gate blocked the way about 8 feet tall. The path on the other side of the building was probably the same way. I'd have to get over this gate to reach the back side of the casino. Somewhere on the rear side of the lot was most likely a gate for ushering in the tamed monsters. And it stood to reason that it was more tightly guarded than the front entrance. At my current strength and agility, it would be impossible to get over an 8-foot gate with a vertical jump. I probably wouldn't be able to achieve a feat like that until I was level 80 or 90. Hopefully, this game of death was beaten by then, but until then, I put myself to the task of checking the sides of the gate. The right half of the gate was fixed to the wall that surrounded the casino grounds, and there was nothing on its surface that offered purchase for climbing. But the left gate was attached to the wall of the building, which had alternating marble blocks that stuck out about an inch. It was just barely usable as a handhold. The real question was if I'd be branded a criminal for crossing this fence. Then again, if I did, there ought to be a warning message like with thievery and inappropriate contact. If the message appears, I'll get out at once, I told myself, looking over my shoulder. There were no other visitors or guards on the tiled path. I stepped up on the wall and placed a hand on one of the blocks that jutted out. I couldn't get more than my first finger joint for leverage, but the challenge of the climb was far lower than the outer wall of the mountain castle galley on the previous floor. For one thing, I was so close to the ground I couldn't possibly suffer any damage in a fall. I steadied my breathing, then used the fingertips of both hands and my toes to grab the wall and climbed. Once I was above the height of the fence, I moved horizontally to the right, after I was sure that the ground below was clear. I jumped off.
My knees absorbed the impact upon landing. I waited in my landing, crouched for several seconds, but no guards came rushing over to get me. No warning message either. I stood up and looked around the area. The narrow path and decorative plants were the same as on the other side, but they felt slightly less manicured over here. Sneaking forward down the path, I soon came to a left turn. I hugged the corner of the building and peered around. Once again, there was nothing but a path running between the building and the wall that surrounded it. If I kept going, it should take me around to the rear of the casino. But the path here was probably a good 100 meters long, and if any guards came around the corner in either direction, there was nowhere to escape. If they caught me, I'd be banned from the casino at best, or imprisoned, or turned into an orange player at worst. Was it worth taking that much of a risk to investigate this possible stable? I considered it for a moment, then began walking forward, not back. If Nanir's strategy to bleach the dye out of the Lycaon fur worked, the Corloy scheme would be brought into the sunlight, or into the underground hall at night at least, and she'd have the chance to punish the mysterious Bardun Corloy for his crimes. Maybe we'd even get back the 20,000 plus coal they cheated the ALS and the DKB out of yesterday. But that didn't eliminate the possibility that the Corloy family had another trick up their sleeve. If the plan failed for some reason, and both guilds suffered even greater losses than before, not only could it come with major monetary damage, but it could also severely damage Lyndon Cabao's drive to succeed. The loss of all my wealth in the beta was a funny story now, but if the foundation beneath the feet of the game's best players in the official release became unstable, that could have a profound effect on many people's lives. With the specter of the PK gang and the fallen elves looming overhead, the last thing we needed was another major source of trouble. Suddenly, I felt an icy sensation on my back, and I stood still. I turned back, but there was no one behind me. The cause of the chill was my own train of thought. Was it possible they were behind this too? After the 5th and 6th floors, was the PK gang plotting to trip up the ALS and DKB from a new unexpected angle? No, I was just being paranoid. We passed through the 7th floor teleport gate at midnight on January 5th. The DKB and ALS reached Volupta that same morning. There just couldn't have been any time for the PK gang to make contact with the Corloys and propose a scam. And it just didn't seem possible in the first place. The whole reason we were helping Nanir in the first place was because Argo had undertaken her quest. I was overthinking things. If the man in the black poncho and his followers could agitate not just players, but NPCs too, then they were true. I stopped that thought in its track and headed down the shaded pathway, deeper into darkness. To be continued.